Right. It is 9:04 p.m. Eastern Time down here in beautiful Sunnyside, Florida. All right. I'm not going to say exactly where I'm at, as you already know. I know it's going to take a while for some of you to arrive to the stream, but that's all right. That's fine. I'm completely okay with that. I know I'm pretty much starting from scratch on this channel. Hopefully, I'm able to kind of uh, I don't know how we would say this, but cause some type of exodus from, well, not exodus, because I don't want y'all to leave my other channel, but hopefully some, if not most of you, will cross over from my main channel over there on Poach Center by your boy JDQ and cross over to this channel, which I mean, this channel, I'll be completely honest, I've been wanting to do this channel for like the longest time. And as always, uh, many hurdles and many obstacles to jump over or smash through, basically. Yeah, what's going on, Emily? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, girly. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the love and support, man. Um, I really do appreciate it. But yeah, no, I've been wanting to do this channel for the longest time, and if you noticed, the actual logo profile pic of the channel is me and somebody else. And that somebody else, I'm going to introduce him to y'all at some point, whether it be further down this month that's coming up or later on. He's going to be my co-host. And I don't know if you can listen or hear to the music I have in the background. That's actually one of my tracks that I produced and recorded like years ago. It's old music of mine. So if you've never heard it before, then now you're listening to it. And yeah, I did used to record back in the day. I used to make my own beats and all that good stuff. So basically, this channel actually this stream is mostly going to be me explaining the channel away, what it's going to be about, essentially, what's going to be talked on about here or whatever. And basically, hopefully, getting everybody prepared for what is to come throughout the lifetime of this channel. All right. So essentially, all right, this channel is mostly dedicated to anything related with, first of all, it is a Christ-centered channel, as I did explain on my other stream in my main channel. But although it is Christ-centered, and obviously, I never curse or cuss, period. But even less on this channel, and hopefully my co-host is respectful of that as well. I mean, he's not one to be a trash mouth. He doesn't really cuss a lot. Yeah, he does sometimes. Get away with it or whatever here and there, but he's not someone that cusses like loosely like that. So hopefully he'll be a little bit more controlled or respectful on the channel. But he's I mean, he is family. But I consider him to be one of my best friends, if you could even say that, because I mean, family is supposed to be people closest to you. So yeah, he's definitely that. And what we're going to be talking about on this channel is mainly and mostly, like music, right? In the Christian world. And at some point, we are going to evaluate the Christian music industry as a whole. And we're going to do some comparison, even though there's really no comparison, because for those of us who are in the Lord, we're highly aware that there is no competition between the music that people of God make to praise and worship the Lord versus secular music. There's just no comparison. There's no competition. You know what I'm saying? And I know I'm going to have people at some point debate me on that or try to contest it or try to change my mind or whatever. But at the end of the day, God is who blesses us with the talents and gifts that we have and hold in our minds, hearts, and spirit. And if we can sing, it's because God has gifted us with the gift of singing. And if we play instruments, like myself, I grew up in a Christian home, and my father was a musician. He was a singer. He had his own group, within the church. He also recorded back in his day. Big musician. Mostly on my dad's side. I mean, on both sides of my family, there's musicians, but mostly on my dad's side, there's a bunch of singers. There's a bunch of musicians. And so, to a certain degree, I was also gifted with, singing, playing instruments. I used to play the drums back in church when I was on fire for the Lord, if you will. And yeah, like it's the Lord who blesses us and gives us those gifts, but they were given to us to praise and worship His name, right? And to lead others into praise and worship. Now then, we have the free will. It's kind of, it's a blessing and a curse, I guess you could say, but we have the free will to decide what we do with those gifts. You know what I'm saying? And then that's where you have that huge divide between people who choose to use their gifts, their godly given gifts, in a very greedy way, and kind of use it for themselves, and to kind of like milk it for themselves. And that's where you have a lot of secular artists, and a bunch of them, like Katy Perry, if I'm not mistaken. She was, a pastor's daughter. She used to sing in the church, before she decided to use her talent and ability for the sake of the world, right? So, that's going to be like one of the main topics of this channel, is pretty much kind of like going through the music industry within the church, within the Christian world, and like do some of those like side by side comparisons, not really to kind of like say, hey, my music is better than yours and that's it. No, we're gonna get in depth about it. We're gonna say why, in my personal opinion, all right, because these are gonna be my opinions. I mean, anybody can say their own opinion and they'll be valid, but I am going to kind of like pretty much you guys were not able to listen to that song at all because I was not sharing my screen. So give me 1 second. But as I'm doing this though, yeah, basically that's kind of like it's gonna be like the main thing. I mean, amongst a bunch of other stuff that we're gonna talk about, because we are gonna go in depth about other topics as well. I'm gonna be talking a lot about controversial subjects, that I'm personally into, that I know a lot of people might not agree with me on those topics. But because I've been saving this channel for like the longest time to talk about that type of stuff, it'll be nice. It'll be nice to see what are other people's like opinions and what are the thoughts on those topics or whatever. And but yeah, I think now you can hear the song. Anyways, as more people show up, I want to be the first one to say that I'm extremely excited that even one person is on here right now. The lovely Emily Rose. There was some chatting going on back and forth throughout some time. Perfect. That's awesome. And I think Emily knows this, and other people too, that I've been wanting to do this channel and do kind of like these types of topics, just because it's way more, it's easier and it flows more naturally for me to talk about these topics versus other topics that I usually tend to talk about on other channels. So that being said, I'm gonna give y'all a little background, aside from what I was saying earlier, about myself and overall the channel. So yeah, for those of you who didn't know, all right, I mean, if you know me from the other main channel, from the Coach Center channel on YouTube, then maybe every now and then I would kind of like briefly mention it. You know, I'm a pastor's kid. You know, my father was, like I said earlier, he was a musician. He was an evangelist for a while. Then, towards the end of his ministry career, he was a pastor. And my grandfather, his father, was the same thing. He was an evangelist for a while, and then he was a pastor towards the end of his ministry career, if you could even say it that way. And so, yeah, you know, I grew up in a Christian household. I grew up listening to a lot of worship and praise music, you know, the old school Hillsong. Uh, and for those of you who are into that Latin or Hispanic worship music, Marcos Witt, Frederick Gonzalez, Emanita Rivera, just, you know, a whole bunch of either worship and praise single like singers or groups of the worship and praise and all that. So I grew up around all of that, and of course, you know, I played the trombone in school. Later on, I picked up the drums at the church. And then later on, I went to technical school for sound engineering and recording arts, where I got my degree in that. It's one of those few things that I'm actually proud of that I achieved. Top of my class, you know, honors and everything. Am I doing that nowadays? No, not really. I use it to my own benefit, you know. But it's there for whoever wants to see it, I guess. Yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree. And you know what? I'm gonna wait for the song to finish because I am gonna talk about that a little bit. I'm gonna expand on that thought that you just brought up. Um, but yeah, like almost every day, I'm not gonna lie, almost every day that I wake up, you know, I wake up completely just thankful and just, I know it's gonna sound repetitive and redundant, but like grateful and thankful to God. Because I know it sounds silly, it really does, but I think about certain things. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like I woke up another day, right? And a lot of people don't want to think about this, but I tend to think about it every now and then. I'm like, yo, I could have been anything. I could have been that plant over there. I could have been that tree over there. I could have been, you know what I'm saying? I could have been an ant if God would have allowed it. I could have been a horse. I could have been anything in the world. And yet God, you know, he allowed me to be like me, you know, a human being who was blessed enough to grow up in a household that, you know, serves the Lord, a Christian household. Um, and, you know, like these are things that I think about every now and then that I have a hard time sharing with other people because it sounds crazy. You know what I'm saying? When you really sit down and think about it. But it's the truth. Like, you got to stop and think. Like, literally, God could have made you into anything. He could have made you into a bee. He could have made you into a butterfly. He could have made you into a horse. He could have made you into a monkey, a rhino, you know, whatever. But here you are, you know, you and me. He made us human beings. We have a brain to think with, even though most people don't use their brain, but he gave us a brain to think with. He gave us a spirit, you know what I'm saying? He gave us a heart, you know, feelings. He gave us a voice to praise and worship his name and use our voice to lead others into praise and worship and to talk about his greatness and all the wonderful things that he's done. But that's the truth. You know what I'm saying? We literally could have been anything, but here we are. You know what I'm saying? I'm in front of a computer screen talking into a microphone. You're on the other side, you know, listening to my voice and watching the screen, you know, whether it be on the phone or laptop or whatever. And here we are, you know, human beings with a capability to think, to talk, to communicate, to watch, to listen, and do all these wonderful, great things only because God himself decided it to be so that way. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy. That I know some of you like probably think I'm like, I'm like high or smoking, but I don't do any of that. I've never done any of that. I'm trying to bring you guys to like a acknowledgement of how crazy this is, that we're actually here. We've been placed in this world, okay, on earth. And once again, not to sound redundant, not to sound like a broken record or whatever, but you and me could have been anything. We literally anything. We could have been, you know what I'm saying, a bug. We could have been a worm. We could have been whatever. We could have been literally anything you could think of, Yet here we are, human beings with the capability of expressing ourselves, communicating, and so many other beautiful things that the Lord allows us to do. And I'm here to ask you, what are you using the God-given capabilities in your life for? Miss Julie Harmon in the house. Roll out that red carpet for y'all, especially for her. Thank you for sharing, both of you. Thank you for sharing the channel link and all that good stuff. I appreciate it. No, you good, Julie. You good. I appreciate that. I appreciate you stopping by. And it's really messed up because I really wanted to do this like earlier, like around 7:30, but stuff came up inside the house and I had to take care of it. And of course I had difficulties on my end setting up the channel and all that. But it's good to have both of you here. I really do appreciate the support. No, but it's the truth, It's the truth, and what I just asked right now is something that we should seriously think about. Oh, okay, cool. Tell her I'm sorry. But I wanted to get this stream out the way, and I tried to do it as soon as possible, and I tried to do it before she was going to do her stream. But here we are. But I'm definitely gonna check it out afterwards for sure. So just tell her I said what's up. But yeah, ask yourself, all right, whether it be tonight or tomorrow, ask yourself and really just kind of like have that self analysis. Like God made me into a human being. How am I using God-given abilities? You know what I'm saying? Like the ability to communicate and all this other stuff that only human beings can do. How am I using that for His glory, or how am I using it? You know what I'm saying, for like the benefit of not only myself but benefit of the people around me. You know what I mean? But yeah. So that being said, all right. More from my background. So I already mentioned, I used to do music, and that's where the tab that I'm sharing over here is from my old channel, right? Where I have my old music on, and I have videos on exposing the secular music world and I'm not gonna re-upload those videos onto this new channel. I'm gonna leave it here for you guys if you want to check it out or whatever. But basically, the channel will have a lot to do with, you know, comparing music. Thank you, Jules. I appreciate that. Comparing music, talking about controversial topics, right? And I will be, from time to time, talking about my personal experience as a pastor's kid growing up in the church world, and give you guys a little bit of an insight on how that was. Which honestly, I think I could do one of those like right now, one of those anecdotes, if you will, and to give you guys a little bit of an insight of, you know, the difference between being a pastor's kid and being a regular church member. I'm pretty sure some of you, if not most of you, are going to enjoy some of those stories, and they are 100% legitimate, and you could, you could hold me to that. But yeah, so I'm gonna try to go even further back, and I guess talk about my grandfather's testimony, which I'm gonna be completely honest, I might get some stuff wrong, only because I've heard it many times, but sadly, my brain, as some of you already know, sometimes, you know, isn't the greatest at soaking up information, you know, especially when it comes with like stories and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do my best to tell like my grandfather's testimony in a nutshell. Of course, I'm not gonna be here all night, and then from there, I'll continue to talk about, you know, the follow, everything that transpired after that, you know, all that good stuff. But yeah, so long story short, right? Grandfather, right? Grandfather from my dad's side. When he was young, living in New York, right? He, yeah, definitely appreciate that. Yeah, y'all gonna have to be patient with me and bear with me because, oh my goodness, I'm terrible with memorizing stuff. But yeah, he used to be. He was not Christian at all. You know what I'm saying? He had a different upbringing, and he used to go out dancing. You know, just regular, normal, everyday stuff. You know what I'm saying? The regular people like you and me, who aren't necessarily in the church, were into. You know what I'm saying? Going to the club and blah blah blah. And you know, he at the same time he was an athlete. You know, he enjoyed like running. He enjoyed you know, boxing and all that. And he was an actual like legitimate boxer, right? And so, you know, he had his career in that. And once again, to cut the long story short, and I know at some point, eventually, further down the line, my dad's gonna listen to this stream. He's gonna be like, "Oh, you should have said this. You should have remembered to say this." But I'm gonna tell you guys what I remember. All right, so just bear with me. So at some point, okay, my grandfather was kind of like making his name known, right? And he was moving up the ranks or whatever. And he was scheduled to fight with somebody that I think after, if he would have won that fight, he would have kind of like been into that area of like fights where he would actually would have been making like decent amount of money from that point forward or whatever. And so, you know, he was preparing for that fight. He was practicing, he was training, and all that Rocky Balboa type stuff, right? And you know, out of nowhere, this lady one time just kind of like stopped by his house, I think. And this lady was a lady, you know what I'm saying, of the Lord. You know, it was one of those ladies that was on fire for God, and you know, it was easy for her to listen to God's voice, and so God led her to talk to my grandfather, right? And she paid him a visit, and she tells him, listen, you know, God sent me to tell you that if you go to fight, that fight that you're training for, you are going to die in the ring. you know, and it's up to you. If you want to go that route, you can die in the ring, or save yourself and just kind of like walk away from that fight, and that's all you got to say or whatever. And so she left, and my once again my grandfather was not Christian. You know what I'm saying? He was not a believer. He was just a regular dude. So he was like, the heck? And it didn't bother him at first, but then like as he kept training for the fight, I guess like the voice of the Lord through her, kind of like resonated in his mind. And he was like, I don't know why, but for the first time, like I don't know, like I feel like for some reason that lady is like right somehow. So he took the advice or whatever, and something happened though, like along the way before he made that final decision of not doing it, to where he was practicing and training, and I think sparring with the partner, he hurt his nose or something like that, and he hurt his nose, and it got to a point where he didn't feel up for the fight, so he was like, okay, well, I just won't fight or whatever. And as life would have it, somebody else replaced him for that fight. Okay. Yeah, definitely, Emily. And so the person who replaced him in the fight died. So yeah, so my grandfather, he didn't fight. So the person who replaced him to fight the guy that my grandfather was going to fight died in the ring. So my grandfather was like blown away and like, holy crap, basically. I'm paraphrasing here. I'm not saying that's what he said, but I'm paraphrasing. He was like, holy crap. That was, the lady said like came to be or whatever. And like obviously, you feel bad for the guy who took my grandfather's like spot or whatever, it sucks. But from that point forward, he went looking for this lady. And the rest is history, basically. He turned to Christ, got baptized, learned about the Bible, went to study the Bible, and a bunch of other things along the way. But yeah, from that point forward, my dad's side of the family, that's where you have like I think 5 or 7 of my uncles. They basically they grew up in the church, because of that. Which includes my father. He's like the middle child, if you will. And yeah, they all became, like musicians, like within the church, like yeah, I hope so. Yeah, that's very true, Emily. I never really think about it that much, but I hope so. That's what you just said is very true. But yeah, so from my dad's side of the family, musicians, singers, preachers, evangelists, and obviously pastors, like my dad. And so, obviously when it came to my generation, we were blessed to be surrounded by not only all that talent, but all that amazing, wonderful upbringing, because it was an amazing upbringing. I'm not gonna lie, I'm being 100% honest and true and real here. I would not have wanted it any other way. Now, a pastor's kid's life is a very delicate thing, man, because when you're a pastor's son, people around you, and even more so, people in church, kind of like have these expectations, like for you, and they expect, what I'm saying, like, oh, you're the pastor's son, you gotta like behave a certain way, and you gotta, look out even more so than the regular church member or whatever. And so it didn't bother me as much. You know what I'm saying? At least not in the ways that people make it out to be. There were certain things that did bother me a little bit, kind of like the dressing and all that. Because okay, look, when you're a skinny little kid, okay, whatever, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? You got no cushion on the bum, all right? And you're over here wearing dress pants, which are like thin and almost nothing, basically. And you feel like the wooden pew, you know what I'm saying? Is like it bothers, and I'm like moving around, and I'm like, oh, I wish I could be wearing like jeans or something because jeans are more comfortable. They provide a little extra cushion for the bum. You know what I'm saying? And it's little stuff like that that kind of like annoyed me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Um, but everything else, I didn't mind. Like some of the other things were a little annoying, like having to go to all the services throughout the week. You know what I'm saying? You had Monday of prayer, Tuesday was alternating men's or females service. Wednesdays it was going to a house to provide a church service to a house, from someone from church or a guest that came to the church that wanted a service at their house or whatever. Thursday was Bible study. Friday was youth night. Saturday was a service out in somewhere in town or the city. And then of course Sunday, so I'm not even going to talk about that. There's 2 services on Sunday. Bible school in the morning, a service right after it, and then it felt like an intermission. Like if you go to like a play or whatever, like if you go to like a Broadway type of thing, and they have that intermission where they give you like an hour or half hour or whatever to go to the bathroom and do what you got to do. That was kind of like a maybe 3 or 4 hour thing for us. So they go to our houses, you know what I'm saying, try to take a nap, get up, eat, take a shower, change, and then be back at church later that night for the second service. So it was basically like a whole week type of thing. Now, if that was for a regular church member, right? Imagine being a pastor or a pastor's kid. You know what I'm saying? You had to be at these places earlier than everybody else. You had to stay later than everybody else. You had to wait until your dad was done talking with church members after the service. And you couldn't rush him. You couldn't be like, hey, I'm trying to watch my SpongeBob episode, ASAP. And he's over here talking to church members about something that happened to, the family or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't do any of that. You just had to shut up and wait. Basically, it's like, all right, well, if I make it to the show, then I make it to the show. If I don't make it, or whatever. I hope I left the recording, basically. But yeah, man, aside from all those silly little things, I really have nothing to complain about. You know what I'm saying? It was a beautiful experience. I would not trade it for the world. A lot of people can say what they're gonna say. They can say, "Oh, that was harsh." That could have damaged your childhood. Blah blah blah. But in reality, it really did serve a purpose. You know what I'm saying? I probably would not have been the person I am nowadays if had it not been for that. So, I'm grateful for that upbringing. I really, truly am. And I had a lot of great, beautiful moments in church. You know what I'm saying? I discovered that I could sing in church. I discovered that I can play the drums at church. I discovered that I like acting in church because I was in a lot of plays in church, so that was fun. And just so many beautiful things that happen along the way. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that I cannot, and I know for a fact I will never experience again if it's not for the same reasons, of being in church. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I will forever be grateful and thankful for my upbringing, and I think my parents handled it pretty well. Aside from having to be at all these places all the time, and not to mention, you know what I'm saying, for example, because I was a musician, I had to be at the rehearsals as well. So that's like more time that's being taken away from me. But I gladly did all of that because I truly did genuinely enjoy every bit of it. When I had to like rehearse with the people that were gonna sing on the devotional or whatever, I would, I would enjoy it. I'd be like excited, I'd be happy, to like play or whatever. Um, and if ever I had to like sing with the worship team, I would enjoy that too. It was honestly, I think some of my best years in my whole life were spent pretty much that, like in church. Most of the beautiful moments of my life were spent either at church or at a church type event or had something to do with church, you know? And and yeah, man, I really honestly would not have it any other way because my parents, aside from everything, because let me say this: when you're a pastor's kid, your parents, especially your father, is taking away a lot from you, because if he's an evangelist, you know what I'm saying, he's like on the road like throughout the week or whatever, and that's not even counting the normal regular day job that they have to perform. You know what I'm saying? My father was a manager at so many places. He was a manager at Baker's shoe store. He was a manager at KB Toys. He was a manager somewhere else. So he had his day job that he had to do, to provide a living for, the family. But then right after work, he would have to leave to go like preach somewhere or give a Bible study somewhere or whatever it is that he was going to do that day. So he was rarely around the house in that aspect because he was busy working for the Lord. And my siblings and I always understood that, and we were never mad at him about it. We never held any grudge, against my father or my mother against, because of that. My mother took very good care of us, growing up. She basically, what I'm saying, fulfilled like whatever role needed to be fulfilled. Whenever he wasn't around. So. Uh, yeah, my mom, like whatever had to be done, and and my father wasn't around, like my mother would definitely take care of it. Period. No questions asked. Oh, Jorge's got a dental appointment. Well, there goes mom, like getting things ready for the dental appointment. Oh, David's got a basketball practice. Oh, well, there goes mom getting David for the basketball practice. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like I think they did a phenomenal job at balancing everything. And I'm so proud of them because I honestly don't know how I would have handled things if I was them. Let's see. Emily says your childhood sounds like a dream come true to me, but God had different plans, and that's okay. I'm glad you had those wonderful experiences. Oh, for sure. And here I am today. You know what I'm saying? I'm here. Maybe at this very moment, I'm not on the fire, on fire for the Lord like that, like I was at some point. But that is the goal, and I know eventually that'll be happening soon, whether it be this year or however soon God kind of like forces it to be. Because sometimes God does have to force things, not in a disrespectful way, but sometimes He allows things to happen in our life for us to kind of like recapacitate and be like, oh man, like I can't be living like this anymore. I got to correct myself. I have to, what I'm saying, like align myself with God and like His word and everything. I know I'm doing things wrong. I have to, what I'm saying, I have to reconnect with God. And it's getting to that point with me over here, man. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. Julie says, I have different experiences for sure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but pretty much. She did a great job, man. Like, it's crazy because I know at some point she was also working as well. But obviously, she, go to work, but come back and deal with us or whatever. And And it's getting to that point with me over here, man. But yeah. Yeah, for sure. Luis says, I have different experiences for sure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but pretty much. She did a great job, man. Like, it's crazy because I know at some point she was also working as well. But obviously, she, go to work, but come back and deal with us or whatever. And so, yeah, I have no complaints about any of that area. I don't think I could ever find anything bad to say about that side of upbringing. Whenever my dad did have the time, um, that he wasn't like out there preaching or doing evangelism work or whatever. He would take the time to, take us to the basketball court or the baseball field or the movies or, whatever it was, what I'm saying, to kind of like let us know, like, hey, I know I haven't been around, but I'm around right now. And so we're going to make good use of time. We're going to try to have fun. We're going to try to bond and all that good stuff, So, yeah, there's absolutely no complaints whatsoever around that, surrounding that whole aspect of my life. I'm just beyond grateful for my upbringing. But yeah, so that's a little bit of like the anecdotes of like of being a pastor's kid. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, I'll get into more specific stories at another stream or whatever. But basically, that's kind of like a little bit of an insight of how it is. Like when you're a pastor's kid, and I know other pastors' kids that have had like actual bad, experiences or like worse experiences. And it sucks, but I was blessed enough to be within a household that, was able to balance itself out and do things as best of their abilities and make sure that my siblings and I were not, forgotten or like not taken care of or, not given the time of day or whatever. So I'm grateful for that. But yeah, so that all that being said, and I'm trying not to like bore you guys or you at this point because I think I only see one person now. Not to bore you, but hold on. Unfortunately, good to you. Yeah, for sure. Yep. I mean, there's always, what I'm saying? There's always both sides. There's people who have bad experiences with that type of upbringing, and and then there's me. Oh man. But yeah, so that being said, all right. One of the reasons why I strongly believe in talking about the Christian music world and versus the secular music world is because I want to remind people that there are options. There's options out there. You know what I'm saying? Like there's literally so many different types of Christian music out there, right? And I have to say Christian music because there is a separation between music that is truly Christ-centered and music that is just can't be any further away from being Christ-centered. And we all know those types of music or songs when we hear them. You know what I'm saying? Mostly it will have to do with the lyrics, mainly the lyrics. Everything else, you know what I'm saying, it could be whatever it is. But when it comes to the lyrics and the meaning of the song and what that song is pretending or trying to achieve, right? That's when you'll know, like, okay, this is Christ-centered and this is not. Now, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because we live in a world, right, where sadly nowadays the generation that's being brought up, the influence through social media and a bunch of other platforms is bombarding the minds and hearts and spirits of this generation that's coming up, and it's not being bombarded by anything good, at least not for the most part. For the most part, you know what I'm saying, we're having like a heavy level of topics that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to mention some of them right now, but it's just, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about because I can pull up a tab and just show you an image of what I'm talking about, and you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't really have to say much, but we all know when we see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's things that is going too far, you know? Too far, when I say that, I mean too far against, like, Christianity, too far against God, too far against everything that's holy and wholesome. You know what I'm saying? So I figured, you know, to use this channel to talk about those things and to talk for what's good and right and righteous, and yeah, and just share my personal opinion, my personal experience, and hopefully talking about those topics will help you make your own educated decision on, you know what I'm saying, like what to lend your ear to, what to watch, what not to watch, what not to listen to, what's going to benefit you, what's going to benefit your mind, what's going to benefit your soul, your spirit, your heart. You know what I'm saying? Because what we watch and what we listen to a lot of times help us become better versions of us or worse versions of us, right? And to kick off tonight's stream, even though it's been like 45 minutes, but to kick off tonight's stream, right? I'm gonna play back the song that I was sharing with you guys, right? And once again, it's one of my own old songs that I wrote. Okay, I made the beat on my own. I wrote the lyrics on my own. I recorded everything, the vocals and everything by myself on my own. And so I'm going to share that song with you guys. I'm actually going to share the intro because this is in English, and we're gonna review my song. All right, and yeah, hopefully it's fun for you guys. Hopefully, yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. I know some of you have already heard some of the stuff already. Like, I mean, this is what the channel's about, right? So let's do it. All right, so this is one of my old channels, right? Y'all can go there if y'all want to. You don't have to, but all right. So right now I have to. I don't know if I have it on the playlist. I should have it on the playlist. No. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, here goes the intro.
In a world where mankind is constantly upgrading their lives, their knowledge, their possessions.
One of the hottest.
And I made that album art myself.
Join me on this journey to downgrade to a better time, a time where morals still existed, a time where values still stood firm, a time where loving God above
that beat I didn't make. I used that beat.
Sometimes
but it's not mine. That's why I never released the album.
Revelations.
That beat is not mine.
From the Mark, chapter 12, verse 30. TV shows, programming minds, one of many times that we're losing time. The digital age is not a crime, but its misuse is out of line. None of our stats are on the screen for the world to see. Where you at, where you'll be, what's the best time to rob you clean? Pornographic chains, so present, so many slaves. Even some teens can't escape it, that's just their day-to-day. That's just the heavy truth. That's why I'm in the booth, to tie your mind that's loose. And we keep it together like glue. That's how we Christians do. See, no matter what you choose, see, when you're lost, can't find the way, we'll share the only clue. And the only clue we giving is the one that we believe in. Yes, the one that we've been preaching. Yes, the one you're not receiving, the gospel. Jesus warned us about the end times. He warned us not to be deceived. Technology is not a sin until we make it our God. Do not allow technology to take God's rightful place. Let us return to a life of values, a life close to God, which is mankind's first love. Follow me to that place in time where God and His creation were bonded in His love. For it was our destiny to begin with. but we have paid for ourselves a path to destruction. Just as in the days of Noah, this is a final call to repentance and to humble ourselves before Jehovah, to receive eternal life and salvation before it's too late. Seek for God. We're in the final day, so you better make it good today. Yeah, I'll say it all again. We almost at the end, so think ahead, my friend. Why would it make no sense for a king to leave his kingdom just to die for man? The truth is we all need him, yet we never truly seek him how we should. And they complain that he will always seem to know us, yet we always have before us the fact that he has loved us before. Our mothers had it, then it's waiting for our answer like a gentleman. He's gentle, doesn't force us to receive him. Technology is a tool, so my faith don't be a fool, cause Jesus coming soon. In the cloud, he's super gold. Say no to new age laws, say yes to Jesus' call. Reject the sinful mind, accepting Jesus Christ. If you have heard this intro and you want to receive Christ as your Lord and Savior, pray this prayer with me.
Oh, no doubt. And
say, dear
thank you for your words. I appreciate
Jesus,
that.
I
I
know
completely
that I
understand.
am a sinner.
Don't feel
and
bad.
I ask
I'm saying
you
family and
for
friends,
your forgiveness.
please come first.
I believe you died for my
appreciate
sins
you
on the
being honest.
cross and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. In your name, amen. This has been TLP, the Living Poet, reminding you to seek for Christ above all. These are the end times.
Man, I have not heard that intro and song like in such a long time. It was crazy. But yeah, I mean, not to say, man, because listen, I'm gonna be completely honest. I appreciate that. God bless you too. And yeah, have fun over there. You know what I'm saying? Have a good time. And yeah, definitely, you can check this out afterwards when you get back. But yeah, thank you, Jules. I appreciate that. Yo, that intro, I had a lot of fun with that intro, man. Thank you, Jules. I really do appreciate that, honestly. I had a good time making that intro because it panned out how I wanted it to pan out. Like I wanted to do like a little bit of like preaching inside the intro or whatever, and like the way I had envisioned it is the same way I executed it. And there's very few times in my life where I actually execute something the way I have it in my mind. So like when I heard it afterwards, I was like, oh snap, it's nice. Like I it's not perfect. You know what I'm saying? It could have been better quality, but mind you, I was recording this in my grandmother's house in PR. All right. So the vocals are not going to have the greatest quality. Right. So I did the best that I could with what I had at the moment. Right. So, but that being said, man, even with that, I think, you know what I'm saying? Like with what I had to my disposal, I think I did a pretty good job, man. And that's not me bragging. That's me like saying, hey, you know what I'm saying? Even with a bunch of hurdles that I had in front of me, I think I did as best as I could. But yeah, that intro, man, like at some point I hope to like re-record it and or I don't know, like fix it or whatever and just make it a little better. But that album is out there for free. Like when I say for free, you could download, you know what I'm saying, like the song right now using like another website or whatever. And y'all could have it. Y'all could keep it like wherever you want to keep it. You want to keep it on your computer, you want to pass it on your phone or whatever, you can do that. Because I never made music to sell it. I just made music just to like bless people with it. You know what I'm saying? I never looked at it any monetary type of value. I just kind of like, I did it. And I'm like, well, Lord, whoever listens to this, hopefully they're blessed by it. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Jules, I think I'm not going to do it right now, but I know for a fact that if you're on your laptop and you go to, if you go to Google and you go to YouTube to mp3.com or something like that. You can like copy the link of this this song or this video or whatever, and you can paste it into that website, and it'll convert the video into MP3 audio or whatever you choose, like WAV or MP3. And then from there, you can, do whatever you want with it. You can put it on your phone, you can put it on your laptop or whatever. And that's one of 3 songs that I have out, right? And to review this song, this intro, right? Because I have to review it, right? Basically, all I'm trying to say is, hold on, let me take this out. All I'm trying to say with that intro is, mankind has allowed technology to drive them away from the relationship with God. Now, listen very closely, because this is where I have to really explain myself. Technology is not bad. Technology is a blessing, depending on how you use it, right? Technology has been around us for the longest time, right? Whatever type of technology you can think of, whether it be radio, whether it be television, whether it be the internet, whatever, right? So it's been around mankind for a while now. But the problem is that people who do not use this tool that was provided to us, right, and that God allowed mankind to build, all right, to be of a blessing instead of a curse, right, have gone through a lot. Now, let me go and expand on that. If I know for a fact that watching television, right, consumes a lot of my time, and that time that I'm consuming watching that TV show or whatever, is taking away from my time from God, right? For example, I'm going to give you a good example. Let's say on a Sunday like today, right? I didn't go to church because I stayed home watching, like binge watching a TV show or like movies or whatever. Well, there I'm using technology against myself, because I could have gone to a church and gotten, you know what I'm saying? I could have been blessed through like a sermon or a preaching or whatever, but I decided to stay home and just kind of do my own thing and not give God the time that he rightfully deserved, right? And then, of course, that's just one example. There's so many different examples out there, right? For example, the phone. Our cell phones have so much capability. They are a literal computer in our pockets, correct? All right. Well, that being the case, we have so much freedom in that computer in our pockets that it is scary, okay? It is scary what we can get, with the trouble we can get ourselves into if we do not use that pocket-sized computer, right, the right way or correctly or whatever. Like, you could easily search up anything, you know what I'm saying, and corrupt your mind. Or you can look for the right things and bless your mind. The choice is yours. The options are there. The technology gives you that freedom to do, as you please. But what will you decide, right? So the intro, right, of this album that I was working on, and I never finished because, truth be told, like, I was hoping to get a few other people on the album with me, but it just never happened the way I wanted it to happen, and a bunch of other obstacles. But this intro, right? All I'm saying with the intro is we have to find a way to disconnect ourselves from technology a little more to be able to reconnect with God a little more, or a lot more, if that makes any sense. So the album is called Downgrade because it seems like every time we upgrade our technology, we're like running away from God just more and more. So that means if every time I upgrade, I'm pretty much like harming my spirit because I'm detaching myself from God a little more, then the opposite should be correct, right? If I downgrade, the use of the technology that surrounds me on a 24/7 daily basis, right? It should give me that extra time that I should deposit into my relationship with the Lord, right? So that's why the album, I titled it Downgrade, because it's kind of like saying, like, listen, detach yourself from technology just a little bit, downgrade back into a life that reconnects with the Lord, you know? So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Yeah. Yep, definitely. That's a very, very right, spot on with that one. Technology seems to distance us from everything, including prayer and real life in general. So, yep, definitely. But yeah, so these are the things that we're gonna cover, you know, on this channel. Right, we're gonna cover songs. We're gonna cover lyrics from different songs, different artists. You know, I'm gonna give you guys pretty much like a background of my upbringing in music. You know what I'm saying? Like what I used to listen to as a child, and what that turned out to be later, or how that evolved as I grew up. And then we're going to talk about. Well, I'm going to talk about why I chose the musical path that I chose along the way. Now you good? Yeah, I know what you meant, Julie. But anyways, it's about to be a whole hour, and this was just kind of like supposed to be like an explanatory type of you know, like a brief thing of like what the channel is going to be about, basically, right? So there's going to be controversial topics. There's going to be comparisons within the music world, like secular and Christian music world. There's going to be talks about my upbringing in church. There's going to be talks about my upbringing in music, and just kind of like reviews on different singers and songs and different genres and all that. And yeah, I'm gonna have my co-host with me eventually at some point. But I've learned the hard way that sometimes you just have to like start things. You can't wait to be ready. You cannot wait to have everything you need. You cannot always wait for everything to be good to go to then like start. Sometimes you have to just, you know, start. So here we are tonight, starting this new channel. I really do hope it's a blessing for you guys. And hopefully, you know, every minute that I spend on these streams or whatever video I upload along the way really becomes a tool and a weapon in your arsenal, right? Whether it be in the spirit realm, whether it be in your regular day-to-day life. Hopefully this channel serves as a blessing to your spirit, your mind, and heart, right? So for those of you who were able to stop by, like Julie and Emily, thank you for stopping by. I really do highly appreciate it. And for those of you who will eventually come across this video, hopefully it was a blessing to your life, right? And I will definitely see you guys soon at some point throughout the week. So keep your eyes peeled and make sure you hit that notification bell for your boy JDQ. And I don't know, I've been thinking about kind of like doing like a subtitle type of profile name and just saying, I don't know, something like JDQ Unleashed or JDQ Unhinged or I don't know, something along those lines. I think it's something nice and slick. But anyways, see you later, Jules. Thank you for stopping by. And God bless every single one of you guys who come across this video afterwards, all right? Peace out. Love y'all. Stay blessed. Stay safe. And peace out. What up? What it do? It's your boy JDQ, and it is exactly 5:33 p.m. on the eastern side of the states, down here in sunny side, Florida, right? And this stream was not scheduled per se, like it wasn't like officially scheduled. I didn't really give any heads up for the stream, but I do hope that eventually, if you are already subscribed or you know, have the notifications turned on from this channel, I do hope that eventually, whether it be later on today, tomorrow, the following day, sometime this coming week or this week, you take the time to just check it out. I will highly, highly appreciate it. All right. I'm grateful and thankful for those of you who have already crossed over to the channel. Those of you who have not yet crossed over from my main channel, right? Your boy JDQ, Poach Center here on YouTube, and you want to kind of like listen to different topics that that I will be pretty much like touching up on this channel. I highly recommend you do so, because yes, of course, on Poach Center, I do talk about specifically, the predator catching channels, and we go in depth and share content that pertains to that specific topic. On this channel, it's something completely different altogether, and it is a Christ Center channel, but we do pretty much touch up on general everyday topics, everyday life topics. So you might want to check it out if you haven't already. That being said, yesterday, if you guys remember very well, was a pre-official stream on this channel, kind of like explaining what the channel is going to be about mostly. All right. And, I did mention how I was going to eventually pretty much bring you guys along for a ride of like a trajectory of, my beginnings, quote unquote, with like music and, what music I grew up on, and then essentially what music I ended up like following through with. And, like pretty much in my personal opinion, music that not only edifies you, in the spirit, but also in the mind and heart as well. And so today, being the first official stream of the channel, I want to talk about early beginnings in my life of what we used to listen to, when I was like really, really young. We're talking about 4 years old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old me, in a Christian household, what type of music I would listen to, or what music my parents would like play for my siblings and I. And, pretty much like the foundation of what music we used to listen to. And yeah, I'm going to take you guys on that journey. But before I do that, all right, I do want to kind of like start this stream off with a verse that I hold very near and dear to me. All right. And I know some of you, already know it and already keep it near and dear to yourself as well. I'm going to try to share the screen, but if I can't do that, then I will definitely just kind of like speak it out or whatever. And also, I forgot to share this other screen, which actually, you know what? We're going to share the whole entire window. No, not the whole window. Let's do this one. And that's that's one of my old songs that I had recorded a few years ago. So I'm going to try to share that. And I wonder if I can share. No, I can't share multiple screens, so I'll just do one, I guess, and then I'll do the other one. So just bear with me. But as I look for the tab where the verse that I'm going to read out is on, I want to encourage you guys to expand and read a bit further, the whole context, of where this verse comes from and what it truly means. But so if we look here, I pulled up Bible Gateway, one of my favorite Bible resource websites. All right, it has every single different translation you can think of. Right, and this is one of my favorites, the Amplified version. All right, so we're gonna read John 18:36. It says, Jesus replied, "My kingdom is not of this world, nor does it have its origin in this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would be fighting hard to keep me from being handed over to the Jews. But as it is, my kingdom is not of the world." All right. Now I could expand on that, but the thing I'm trying to bring here, all right, is that you and I, all right, essentially we don't really belong to this world. Like we were created, we were placed on earth, but essentially we were meant for greater things, and we were meant for bigger things within the Lord. And so those of us who have chosen to follow God and follow Christ and pretty much try to find that purpose that He has for us. We recognize that we are not of this world, and along with that, I want to say, because we are not of this world, right? The things that we should be sharing with others, right, whether it be believers or not, should be things that pretty much give all glory and praise and worship to the Lord, right? So that meaning, okay, so if I'm placed on this world, on this earth, and I was given an ability, a talent, a gift, whatever you want to call it, right? Then of course I'm going to use that gift, that talent, that ability to the Lord, so that He may be, what I'm saying, praise and worship through it and blessed through it, and that He may use me through it, right? That being said, I did also mention yesterday how a lot of artists within the secular music industry community have been pretty much using their talent for their own gain, right? For their own selfish means, right? And so what I intend to do through many of these streams that we're gonna, well, not we, but I mean, eventually I do have a co-host that will be with me on here, but for now it's just gonna be me. So I guess what I'm gonna try to accomplish for now on my own is kind of like let you guys know, right, that if you are in the Lord, you have nothing to envy. You have nothing to be jealous about from the world. You have nothing to be envious of the secular music world, because honestly, being someone who grew up in areas where secular music was played around the area of the neighborhood, and it was hip hop and rap blasting, the 90s. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So being someone that grew up in that type of environment, right, that I was able to hear and listen to that type of side of like that genre and compare it to the same genre, but within the means of how God intended it to be used, I can honestly tell you 110% that you have nothing to envy the world. You have nothing to be jealous about. We have tons of talent, tons of great, I'm talking about great, great talents on our side. And when I say our side, I'm talking about Christian, urban, rap, hip hop music, and everything else that comes along with it, right? And I'm going to take you guys along and explain why that's my personal opinion, right? As I said yesterday, anybody could bring their own personal opinion, but at the end of the day, right, music was intended to motivate and inspire and kind of like mold us as people, right, to act and pretty much like, I guess you could just call it act a certain way, or pretty much like take action towards certain things, right? So what do I mean by that? Like, JDQ, what are you talking about? All right. So what I mean with that is certain genres of music provoke certain emotions that therefore provoke certain actions from us, right? We've got different genres like rock, rock and roll, hip hop, rap, R&B, soul, gospel. These are all different genres that once again provoke different emotions that kind of like steer us to do or want to do certain things, right? And in the secular music world, these different genres, and depending on how you utilize them or you allow them to utilize you, you'll be geared to do certain things, or geared towards trying certain things, correct? And I could go on and on about that every single day, but we're just going to focus on pretty much talking about, okay, so when I was growing up, right, and I'm going to share kind of like the music I was talking about earlier. But before I get to that, I guess let me just say this. this is something that most of you that listen to the secular music, right, industry, can know to be true and have to admit that it is true, right? There was different eras within the urban music community, right? Hip hop, rap, and all that, where there was, and there still is nowadays, but there was within the 90s, I want to say mid, late 80s, and throughout the whole 90s and early 2000s, there was this era where gangster rap music was heavily promoted, right? Which then created a wave of people or generation that, because of that influence, you know, they got steered towards that type of lifestyle, right? And that's what I was trying to say earlier. Is like certain genres of music, depending on how you allow them to influence you, right, can steer you towards doing certain things. So the gangster rap genre, created a wave of generation that was steered towards trying to be a gangster, trying to be, hoodlums, trying to be just malicious type of personas, right? And so if you go on the other side of the coin, right, Christian rap, and we're going to get to that sooner than later, hopefully today on this stream. If not, we'll leave it for another stream. But on the different side of the coin, Christian rap produced a wave of a new generation of youth within the Christian community with attitude, right? With attitude towards the right things, like towards wanting to go out there and like spread the gospel and evangelize and reach out to the other community, right, that they grew up around with, right? Kind of like, I'll give you an example. Me, I grew up in neighborhoods. Some were okay, some were decent, and others were like not the best, not the greatest. And I grew up around certain types of people that if I would have allowed them to influence me, I would not be here today, probably, right? But because of the positive influence of Christian rap, right? I was the one who was actually out there influencing them, if that makes any sense, right? So I'm gonna try to pull up before we get to any of that. I just kind of want to like go way, 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 way back in time and share with you guys some of the music that I grew up on, so that you can get like an idea of the foundation of like the household that I grew up in. And you have to bear with me because it is Spanish. Some of it is in Spanish, some of it is in English. So just bear with me, all right? And as I go searching for those songs of yesterday, you can go ahead and, afterwards you can look it up yourself and all that good stuff. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna hold on. See? Okay. I'm gonna put this song, and then we're gonna have a good time looking at other music that your boys listen to as a kid. So make sure there's no commercials, no like that. All right, let's share the screen. I really hate how Chrome has this laid out, but anyways. There we go. All right, so this was like big, big, big in the household, right? In the Quinones household. This is old school worship and praise music, right? Monaco Sweet. This whole album is great. It's like I find it really hard to skip any songs within this album. So after this one, I'm gonna share another album, but in English that we used to like listen to a lot. But we're gonna start off with this one, and so you can get like an idea. I'm gonna raise up the volume a little bit. This is like essential worship and praise music, like way back in the day. I could listen to this throughout the whole day, every day. It's just like good, wholesome, old school worship and praise music, man. And it was, I mean, for its time, it was pretty like like moved. It was, if you can notice, it's not like slow. It's like, you can like do a two-step with it basically if you really wanted to. It's funny, like I honestly like it's one of those songs that at least me personally, it really does like pump me up like before going to church. Kind of like gets me motivated. Kind of like helps inspire like a good spirit of like worship and praise. Like it's kind of like a warm up, I guess, for me. Like if I'm driving to church, and I put the song, I'm like getting pumped. I'm like, oh, like that's what I'm talking about. It's nice. They go that drum change right there, that rhythm change, to go faster. Those of you who are Hispanic and have been in church for like the longest time, there's no way you won't remember this song or this album. This was just all over the place when it came out. And this album, if I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken, but if I'm not mistaken, I used to heavily listen to it when I was back in West Palm Beach, Orlando, West Palm Beach, Florida area. So that I think that's one of the reasons why I hold it near and dear to me. I'm gonna show y'all another one that I used to listen to around the same time. Man. It's hard to remember the name of the song. Hold on. Bear with me. Oh my goodness. The name of that song. Okay, Shout to the Lord. Sometimes I have to sing the song in my head to like really remember the actual title. All right, just bear with me. And I promise you, that all this that I'm doing is for a reason. I'm gonna kind of like take you guys by the hand here, of like I'm giving you like an insight, all right, a foundation insight of like what I grew up on and how things like transitioned gradually, right? And there's a purpose behind it. I'm gonna show, let's show that old school concert vibe. Darlene used to be my girlfriend. She just never knew it, Let's do that. All right. I mean, look at this, yo. Like over 14 million views. There's a reason why this song has so many views and stuff, man. And obviously the live version, come on now.
My Jesus, my Savior, oh, there is none like you. All of my days, I want to praise the wonders of
I'm gonna try to like cut this song a little short, just so I can kind of like for time's sake, you know, just kind of like get to the point, I guess. But pretty much you can like, you know, get an idea and get a feel of like what type of household like I grew up in, as far as like music goes, you know, what we used to listen to, things that inspired us. She got that beautiful voice, man. Look at that. Look at that church just packed. There's that old school like worship and praise, like slow and, you know, really like just to the nitty gritty, you know, just old school worship and praise. You could like look at the different singers within that worship team, and you could like honestly, you'd be like, yo, they're like genuinely like enjoying the worship, and they're like genuinely passionate about like worshiping and praising God, and it was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like these were the days where it's like, I mean, even nowadays, I'm still proud to be a Christian, Christ follower, but like back then, like you would see this and hey, this is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like just seeing a bunch of people gathered around is like worship and praising God, and just like focus on the worship and praise is such a delightful like sight. It's crazy. I mean, look at her smile. She's like really, really like enjoying just like worshiping God. It's beautiful to like remember these old school like songs. Bro. When it gets to like the 3-minute and 30-second mark, I'm gonna just kind of like pause it and we'll go to the. I'm gonna take you guys through. Like I said earlier, just bear with me. I'm showing you all this for a reason. There's a purpose behind everything I'm showing. Promise you, it's not in vain. But you know, this is a beautiful scene. I mean, come on, everybody just like in love with the Lord. You know, everybody's like just passionate of like just praising and worshiping God as it should be. You know what I'm saying? That's how it should be. All right, kind of cross the 3-minute and 30-second mark, but you get the idea, right? So on one hand, you know, the boy here used to listen to like Spanish worship and praise music, you know, Michael Sweet, Benny Gonzalez, just a bunch, Danny Berrio. You know, I used to listen to like a lot of my father's music because he recorded music back in the day. And on the other hand, I would listen to, you know, like English worship and praise music, like Hillsong and all that good stuff, right? Then later on, I discovered, I'll show you guys right now, I discovered a little somebody that just, man, just drastically changed, like, I mean, not drastically, but he just really, really like, wow, he just pumped me up, man. The first time I heard is, well, I'm gonna show you the album right now, but basically when I heard the songs of this album, I was like intrigued. I was like, who is this? Like, what is this? I'm gonna show you guys, and once you hear it and once you see like who I'm talking about, you're like, oh, of course, yeah, I can see how that happens or whatever. Just bear with me here. All right. I'm gonna show you just the intro, and y'all are gonna like immediately be like, "Yep, I've seen that." I mean, come on, Kirk Franklin, late '90s. Thank you, Jules. I appreciate it. Thank you. You might have to rewind it later on to kind of like get an idea of like why I'm showing you all this stuff. But I appreciate you showing up. This was like somewhat taboo back in the day, like when it first came out. And I'm gonna show you guys something after this that just amped me up even more. It just kind of like you're gonna see the a gradual transition of like what I was listening to and like why, you know. But already this right here.
Trying to take the gospel to the world. Charge number 2.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna let it ride. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let it ride.
Charge number 3. Tearing down the walls of religion. The jury finds Mr. Franklin in the case of Kirk Franklin versus the state of the world. The verdict is...
He's like old school Kirk Franklin. Hopefully it just goes straight to the next track. That's the whole point. There we go.
Chapter 7, verses 16 and 17.
Ah, beautiful.
They shall hunger no more, neither shall they thirst anymore.
Great job.
For God shall wipe away. Yes, sir.
Every tear from their eye.
Yes, sir. Get ready for the revolution. Come on. What you say now?
Come on now. Yo, if this does not make you move
You want a revolution?
and want to just like praise and worship God, like there's something wrong with you. The beat is on point. The choir is on point. Kirk is on point. Come on now, look at that. I'm over. You can't see me, but I'm like moving, like I'm rocking like side to side over here, like I'm in church. This is something that I can like rock in the car, like just on a road trip. I'm really glad y'all can't see me. I'm acting a fool over here, just rocking side to side, having a good time.
Take it out, it makes me wanna holler. No waiting on my life. By the day, pass away.
That yell, that little yell in the background was perfect.
What you feeling, what you want, son? Who you calling true son? You know Jesus is the true son. The second in the Trinity, I know you feeling him. 500 days left into the new millennium.
He just mixed in that little like rap touch right there. This is perfect. It's almost like he just straight up talking. But he just happens to be rapping. Beautiful. Now that's can't remember who that is, man, but he did a good job too.
Everywhere I be, they tried to judge me, they tried to shake me, they tried to buzz me, but they can't break me because I'm down with Christ. Dog child of new nation, they be still alright. Well, alright.
So already there, all right, you're starting to see like how they just like perfectly just mixed in, you know, that rap culture like within that praise and worship song, like right there, boom, right? So I was like, yo, this is nice. I like how, you know, it sounds. I like how, you know, I'm like, it makes me happy. It makes me like enjoy, you know, it makes me have like a good time or whatever, like praise and worship God. And then, all right, and this is what I'm gonna bring up in just a second. So I heard that, And around the same time, can't say it's the same year because I could be wrong, but around the same time, right? My uncle lived close to us back in West Palm, and this album that I'm about to show you guys, and once again, you have to bear with me because it's in Spanish, but this was the one that started it all for me. This is where I was like, okay, no, I have to hear, like, listen to more of this. Like, this is just delicious. This is perfect. This is divine. I was like so extremely intrigued, not only by the voice, but just by the style of this guy. I'm gonna show you guys. I was just I felt immediately in love with the rap culture, right? So I'm gonna just show you guys. And I know eventually those of you who know this album are gonna be like, yeah, that's the same one that started for me too. and oh my goodness, hold on. All right, I'm gonna have to make sure it's paused because I want to make sure I don't miss that start of that track because it is just straight up fire. And yeah, so already you can see, right? Household worship and praise music, old school worship and praise music, then transitioned slowly into Kirk Franklin and how he mixed in like rap within the worship and praise genre. Okay, cool, that sounds good. I like it. And then this person I'm about to share with you guys right now, I was completely in awe. And here we go.
Ha pasado el tiempo y han cambiado muchas cosas. Han surgido nuevos cantantes y nuevas modas.
This guy
Pero el
just
mundo sigue teniendo
blew
la
my
misma
mind.
escena. Alegría, pero también tristeza. Amor, pero también odio. Y este que te habla ha caminado por sombra de valle de muerte, conociendo las dos caras de la vida y recopilando episodio por episodio para traerlos
This
este
whole
día
album,
y sembrarlos en tu
you
conciencia.
cannot skip a track on
Ha
this
pasado
album.
el tiempo y han cambiado
It's
muchas
one of those
cosas.
few albums that you
Han
have to
surgido
let it
nuevos
ride.
cantantes y nuevas modas.
Every song is fire.
Ayer
Every
estuve
single
muerto
song.
y hoy vivo. Miren, miren, guayo, aquel cabilla muerto de la tumba salió, y ahora contraataca con lo que aprendo, la voz de la experiencia con potencia regreso. Miren, miren, guayo, aquel cabilla muerto de la tumba salió, y ahora contraataca con lo que aprendo, la voz de la experiencia con potencia regreso. Día a día canto mi pensar y represento, día a día tengo a todo el mundo más atento. Día a día tratan de quedarse con mi asiento, pero día a día sé que sigo siendo el más violento, porque los violentos somos los que arrebatamos el reino de los cielos donde nunca nos tiramos, los que creamos música madura y expresamos lo necesario para que aprendamos y crezcamos. Listen up, kid, sabes que lo que traigo es acción, mirando bien atento cuál es tu reaction. Come on, say now, no solo por la satisfacción, sino por la batalla contra la destruction. Quita, quita, la risita, cita, que se
Now, the music was on point, and I'm gonna tell you all why in a second. I'm trying to lower the volume a little bit. All right, so for those of you who don't know, I mean, it says it on the screen, but this is Vico C, right? Before he came out with this album, this is a Christ-centered album, right? And this is a very taboo type of album because back in these days, back in those days, sorry, Christian rap was just frowned upon, right? And this is one of the few first, actually, secular rap artists to cross over from secular rap music into Christian rap music. And this whole album, like I said earlier, was like the pioneer, and he was ahead of his time. And he was the one who made it like kind of like he made sure he would let it be known that, hey, if God gave me this talent, God gave me this gift, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna use it for his glory. And so he crossed over from like the secular music world into the Christian music world, right? And he was really, really criticized like harshly by the church, by everybody in the secular music industry, everybody in the Christian music industry. It was just, I'm telling you, it was like bad. It was taboo to make Christian rap music around this time. But he was like the one that like kind of like said, I don't care, I'm gonna do it. I feel it in my heart and spirit to do it. He went through and he just opened up like the Red Sea for like a bunch of other future Christian rappers to just kind of like walk through, you know. He was the catalyst that provoked this new wave of like Christian rap. And this is like, you know what I'm saying? This is good quality, like just pristine for its days. This was like, it was like really, really well done. Because you got to remember, he was already known as the best of his genre before he crossed over. So him crossing over into the Christian rap side, he brought the same amount of talent, both vocally, lyrically, right, and also the production. Everything just came out like perfect. It was like, this is one of those albums, like I said earlier, that you cannot skip a track. It's like you have to let it ride. Like there's no reason to skip any songs, is what I'm trying to say, you know. And so back in those days, you know, like I would have to sneak into like my uncle's like apartment complex to like listen to this album, because this was not allowed in our apartment. You know what I'm saying? I had to like sneak over there and like kind of like look for it and like play it or whatever when my uncle wasn't around, or if he wasn't around, you know, I'd like tell him, hey, you know, can you play that album for me or whatever. But this was not allowed in our apartment. Like my parents, they would just not allow it. They'd be like, no, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's not of God. That's not of the Lord. This is way back when, once again, all this was like frowned upon. And so I just fell in love with the lyrical talent. Like the beat was amazing. Every song on this album, you know, the beat and the instrumentals and all that, yeah, they were amazing. Which that's what kind of like propelled me to get into like learning like how to play the drums, right? But the lyrics, and this is something that I'm going to make sure that I pronounce it. You know, like kind of like let it be known, like, hey, the main thing here that I'm gonna be promoting and kind of like letting you guys know, like, hey, this is like what's like most important, and it will always be the most important thing is the lyrics. The lyrics of every song on this album is just straight up just like a message to your conscience, a message to your heart, a message to your spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like, just I would love to like translate some of the songs so you can kind of like get a feel of like how the whole album is. But basically, he was just bringing straight up truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, and letting you know how the secular music industry is, and why kind of like basically he left it, you know, to pursue Christ and pursue using his talent for God and everything. And just so many wonderful things within this album that to this day, it's like, even though a lot of like new Christian like artists like come up with like new albums and it's straight up fire, it's really hard to top this album. Mind you, this was back in 1990s, like 1998, 1999, around that era, right? So it's been over 20 years, basically, right? And still to this day, you can ask anybody from the Christian rap genre, you know, anybody from like nowadays, and ask them, hey, top 3, top 5 albums of Christian rap of all times. This will always be top 3, top 5. Every single time. This album, I'm telling you, if you're Hispanic, if you know Spanish, and you listen to this album, you listen to the lyrics, and you listen to what he's talking about in every song, there's like no way you're gonna say like, oh, this is not, you know, not good enough. No, there's a reason why. Let me see if I can I know this album got so many awards when it came out, yo. But I'm not gonna look that up right now. But basically, this is like the holy grail of like Christian rap, like at least like in Hispanic world, right? This is just like one of the best, if not the best, album out there, right? So obviously, I heard this album, it blew my mind. It pumped me up. I was like, yo, this is what it is. Like, I need to like listen to more of this type of like music or whatever, because he's just straight up speaking facts. He's talking truth. He's at the same time glorifying God with his talent. Is crazy, you know. And you know, this, like I said earlier, this opened the door to like so many other Christian artists along the way, right? I'm gonna show you guys. There was another artist that came out on this album that to me, I didn't know him. You know what I'm saying? I knew Vico C already because I knew he did like secular music or whatever. But someone was in this album that I was like, yo, this other guy is amazing too. Like, what the heck? I mean, there was two other guys. But I'm gonna show you one of them right now. Just bear with me. But yo, this was talking about this makes me really happy because like I'm like reliving, you know what I'm saying? Like when I first like was like listening to this music and got into it or whatever. And it's beautiful, yo. It's beautiful to like go back and like and what? It's nice to remember. You know what I'm saying? It's nice to go back and remember like where your roots are and why you enjoy and love the music genre that you love. You know, it's always nice to go back and kind of like rekindle that fire, if you will. So I'm gonna share the tab right now. Just give me a second. I'm gonna show a little bit of this song, and then a little bit of like the song that really made it for me. Well, kind of like made him like blow up. Oh, you know what? I should have. Hold on. I'm gonna share the album, that way I can show you guys the other song that really made him. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm gonna have to fast forward. Okay. All right. I think I found the spot. All right. Here we go. The song that's playing right now, it's like another one of those songs that was like really taboo when it first came out. Really harshly criticized because once again, still around this time, Christian rap was still not well adopted within the church. But the lyrics and the way he mixed his lyrics with an original song from an actual like worship and praise artist back in the day was beautiful. And once again, you know, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, and I don't care, because what's most important for me to like let you guys know is that the lyrics of these songs, okay, are just beautiful. Just like the stories that they tell within the songs and the message that's being trying to be like sent throughout the song, which is beautiful. This is early 2000, I believe. Like maybe like 1999, 2000, somewhere around there. There you go, Vico C. On that verse right there. Just, as always, just pure straight up fire.
No te miento, hablo con vivencia por las experiencias que he sufrido ya. Y presiento que lo que me espera es una trinchera para batallar contra viento y contra marea en contra de
And
la.
if you notice, they have similar styles and kind of like tone of voices, like Funky and Vico C. Like if you were to hear them back to back, you'd be like, oh, it's kind of hard to tell who's who. Like you can tell who's who eventually, but like for a brief moment, they sound similar. So, but yeah, so that album came out, and I was like, all right, cool. And it just kept going from there, just back to like that album and the album that came out after that, and just, I mean, obviously I'm gonna show you guys little by little with every stream that I start pulling up whenever I do these streams, and you're gonna see the trajectory, right? But already, you can already kind of like see like how it was easy for me to transition from one thing to another, right? While still having love for the foundation. Because to this day, I can easily get in my car and pull up like Hillsong Worship from late 90s or early 2000s, right? And just enjoy the heck out of it. And enjoy it without skipping the track, you know? Same thing with these Hispanic worship and praise artists. I don't like saying artists, ministers. You know, like René González, Roberto Orellana, Marcos Reed, Jesus Adrian Romero. There's so many of them that I can just, it's a long list. And I will still enjoy them just as much, you know, because the foundation of what it means to me to worship and praise comes from that genre, right? But then the other side of me, right, which is like the more like the attitude and like the wanting to like feel, you know what I'm saying, like inspired, motivated, you know, comes from this side, you know, from this genre. The whole Christian rap genre is just, that's why I said earlier on the stream, is like, yo, we have absolutely nothing, and I don't know why this account's not subscribed to him, but there's nothing for us to envy. Like if you're in the Lord, if you're in God, right, you have absolutely nothing at all to envy the world, you know? Like we have so much talent on our side. We have so much amazing ability, so many great singers, lyricists, rappers on our side of the coin. You know what I'm saying? That there's no excuse. There's no excuse to be like, well, I mean, I don't listen to Christian rap because, you know, the secular music has better rappers. No. Listen. And I know this is my own personal opinion. You can say what you want. But at the end of the day, what's going to matter and what's going to count is what inspires you. What when you listen to what you're listening to, right? Whoever it is. Let's take a few secular artists, just to name a few, and just kind of like go through what I'm trying to say. When you listen to, I don't know, old school, oh my goodness, NWA, right? What does that inspire? What does that promote? What does that motivate you to do? How does that motivate you to act? You know what I'm saying? All right, so that versus these guys over here. What are these guys inspiring to do? What are these guys promoting? What are these guys inspiring you to do? You know what I'm saying? Is it becoming more clear what I'm trying to get at with what I'm talking about? Like, you know, music is supposed to provoke certain things, right? And if at the end of the day, what you're listening to is provoking negative things, you know, or you to act a negative way, or you to look for trouble, right? Or to, you know, have a rebellious, negative like attitude or whatever, what is that really doing for you? Versus, you know what I'm saying, these guys on the other side of the coin, you know, Are they inspiring positive mindset? Are they motivating you to get closer to the Lord? Are they motivating you to, you know, pursue God, pursue, you know, the gospel? Do you know what I'm saying? So there is such a thing as a gauge to kind of like compare artists, compare music, compare, you know, songs or whatever, and be like, well, this one is better and this one is not, because, you know, once again, what am I getting out of said songs? What am I getting out of said artists? What are they provoking or inspiring or motivating me towards? You know, and you guys are gonna like pretty much like learn throughout all the streams that I'm gonna be doing from this point forward. You know, what I'm trying to get at. You know, I will be kind of like comparing songs, songs and artists from both sides of the coin. And we're gonna go through them and we're gonna evaluate the songs. And we're gonna evaluate what one song provokes versus the other one. And you know, obviously we're gonna talk about other stuff, other topics, but you know, that's gonna be like the main thing on this channel for like a while, right? And we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna discuss it. You're gonna tell me your opinion. You're gonna tell me pretty much like what your thoughts are, and tell me your truth, you know, your personal experience, and we're gonna discuss these things, because these things I feel are not touched up on enough within like the Christian world, and vice versa, like the just regular secular world. And I need to feel at ease and peace that somebody, you know, talked about these topics, you know, and I guess I feel it in my heart and spirit to be the one to do it. So that's why I'm here doing this stream, and that's why I pretty much like activated this channel. This channel has been on idle and just kind of like been preserved and just kind of like saved and put away for like a special occasion, and when the time was right. And I guess the time is now. And so yeah, we're gonna be talking about this every time I go on stream. I don't know yet if I'm gonna be like actually posting videos. But for the most part, it'll be like a podcast type of vibe, you know, really going on live streams more often on this channel. And yeah, I mean, hopefully with what I brought to you guys today, number one, you got like a feel of like what my household was like, you know, what we used to listen to, what the foundation music genre was, and early music beginnings, and how I transitioned into like Christian rap music and why. And yeah, please, for the love of God, if you enjoyed this stream, give it a huge thumbs up. Right? If you're not subscribed to the channel, please do so. It helps out a lot. And you know, if you feel that this was a blessing to you and you want to bless somebody else, and you want to know more about the topics that I'm talking about within this channel, then hit that notification bell to all and share with the people you think is gonna bless and it's gonna, you know, help out in some way, shape, or form, right? But yeah, thank you for the time. Thank you for stopping by and showing love and support to this channel. I mean, it's been a long time coming. I've been wanting to like activate this channel since forever, and sometimes you just have to like go ahead and start it, because you know, sometimes certain things that you're waiting on, you know, will take way longer than what you were hoping for. And sometimes you just have to like take that leap of faith and just, you know, just move forward. So till next time, I honestly don't know when is the next stream. So I'd be lying if I were to say like a specific date or whatever. But you could definitely expect anywhere between 1 or 2 streams on this channel per week. So that's what I'm hoping to do, like at least 1 or 2. And yeah, hopefully this was a blessing. And I love every single one of you guys who are gonna stop by eventually, whether it be now or after the video, the stream is like over. It does really mean a lot to me, because this channel is meant to be a blessing to you, to your household, to your friends, to your neighbors, anybody else who stops by and pretty much gives it a chance. So hopefully it does that. And I do trust God that it will do that in some way, shape, or form to whoever does cross paths with this channel and these streams. All right. God bless every single one of you guys. This is your boy JDQ. All right. Don't get it twisted. I am a Christ follower. All right. I do have that other main channel that dedicates its time and efforts to promoting channels that, catches like child pedophiles and online child predators and all that stuff. And that's aside from this channel. This channel is completely separate and just talks about other topics altogether. It's a Christ-centered channel, right? And yeah, hopefully it's been a blessing to you. But yeah, that being said, I'm gonna let you guys go, and I'm going to try my hardest to keep you guys updated on when the next stream is gonna be. It might be, depending on how things go, it might be like a Thursday or Friday or something like that. But yeah, that's it. I'm gonna shut up now because I talk too much. So God bless. Love y'all. Keep being safe out there, and share this first official stream, and I'll be in deep gratitude and extremely grateful. Right? God bless. Love y'all, and peace out. Mis opiniones, mi fe, y todo lo que tiene que ver con lo que está en mi corazón para yo así hablar y la gente estar aquí, no solamente escuchando palabras mías, sino escuchando palabras que tú también en algún momento dado vas a poner en mi corazón, en mi mente para yo hablarla y para que la gente pueda recibir bendición de parte tuya. Yo te pido en este momento que cada oyente en este momento que esté aquí presente en este video, en este stream, sea bendecido en su mente, en su forma de pensar, en sus corazones, en su espíritu, que tu mano de bendición, de unción y de sanidad sea sobre su cuerpo, sea sobre su espíritu, que salgan de aquí renovados, Señor, que salgan de aquí transformados, no solamente por mis palabras, sino por cualquier bendición que tú hayas traído aquí a través de mí. Te pido todo esto en el nombre poderoso de Jesucristo, dándote gracias anticipadamente por lo que has hecho, lo que estás haciendo y lo que has de hacer. En el nombre poderoso eterno de Jesucristo, te doy gracias, mi Dios, gracias, te alabo, te adoro, te amo y gracias otra vez por esta oportunidad. En nombre de Jesús. Amén, amén. All right. So, Kodiak said I'll pretend to understand. All right, so yeah, I hope you guys were blessed. All right, doesn't matter what you came here for, doesn't matter what you were hoping to find or what you did find. What I do hope and pray is that all of you are genuinely blessed from this stream or by this stream, that y'all were blessed with like everything that was presented to you this night. And please, if you enjoyed what happened here tonight, because that was just the warm-up, to be honest with you. Like I said, Kiko was holding back. He wasn't being like 1,000% himself. He was acting, he was being professional. So if you enjoyed it still, that being the case, there's way more to come. There's way more to bring to the table. We're going to have a bunch of conversations. We're going to have topics that some of you guys, are going to be freaked out or weirded about, but it needs to be talked about. So I love every single one of you guys, and I'm really glad you all showed face here. Please, if you enjoyed what you saw here and you enjoyed what we talked about, share it with your peoples, share it with your peoples. Tell them to subscribe to the channel. I'll appreciate it. It'll help me out a lot. And at the same time, it'll, obviously like help motivate me to like keep working on this channel and keep not just pumping out content, but like actually bringing you guys quality content that you guys deserve. All right. Yes, I appreciate that. Bomb says, Te amo, chat y Jorge. We love you too, Bomb. And White Guy Wednesday says, Te extraño, Jorge. It sounds like he's in a telenovela. Te extraño, Jorge. Yes, te extraño también. Yes, buenas noches también, Bomb. Buenas noches. Yeah. Yep. Thanks, Constantine. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would do a roll call, but I can't like go all the way back. But yeah, for every single one of you guys that showed face, I appreciate the love and support as always. All right, and this is not the last time. This is just the beginning. This is just a warm up. So stay tuned for further episodes of Vision IView TV here on YouTube. All right, and shout out to everybody who shows love and support always to this channel and your boy JDQ. Man, like, I really do appreciate the love and support. You know, and I can't say it enough. I'm truly, genuinely grateful. Yeah, Jesús, tú también. Que tengas buenas noches. Que seas bendecido, tú y tu familia. All right? All right. Y'all stay blessed and safe. I'm about to go eat dinner because I am starving and dinner was like made like maybe like an hour or two ago, or something like that. So y'all stay blessed and safe out there. Yes. And I love all y'all as well. I really do. I really do. Y'all are great, man. Yeah. Yes, Kodiak, you do need to learn Spanish. Anyways, I'm out, y'all. Stay blessed, all right?
He holds it every year. I've covered it before because one of the years Kanye West and Marilyn Manson became best pals there, so to speak, at least in front of the camera for people to see. And this is when Kanye was first coming out telling everyone that he was the world's greatest Christian and that he was doing Sunday service and he was saved, even though his entire career is about mocking Jesus with Yeezus. And of course, Jesus walks. People thought he was Christian because of that. He's going on covers of Rolling Stone wearing the crown of thorns, stuff that's just a mockery to God. But anyway, this is interesting that I'm covering this. And it's not just because a lot of you demanded it. It's actually because I was working on a video covering what they're starting to do with virtual concerts in the metaverse. Now, how does this tie in? Well, I'll explain it to you, and I'll explain in Travis Scott's ties to the occult, the Illuminati, Satanism, through his music and his songs and through his relationships with people like the Kardashians. So where should I start? I'll start with the event that occurred. If you didn't hear, there was some type of stampede, people, kind of so many people at a concert that they were just squished each other and people got trampled, which of course is tragic in its own right. Things like that can obviously happen. But I think we live in a world where we realize when Satanists are involved, you can either look at them as hoaxes or rituals, or in some events, false flags. Now, in this case, there's not enough video, at least now, to show, and obviously here on YouTube, we can't talk about things being real or fake. We could just go with at least the narratives that we see. Well, here's where I'll start. Here's a guy who releases a song and an album on the same day in the last 24 hours called Escape Plan. So you say Escape Plan, interesting. Now, what have I been talking about recently? The escape plan, the elites escaping underground, escaping to the virtual realm. Well, this was what I was working on before this event happened. This is his virtual concert. Him, Drake, all of these celebrities are now beginning to do this. This is a virtual concert that they're holding. You might say, okay, what does that have to do with anything? Well, what is going on right now with the outbreak? How distant are we seeing people become? Not just social distancing with the 6 feet. People are becoming distant, and more hateful and resentful towards each other, which of course is biblical. But people in the end times, people are going to hate one another, despise one another. And really what we're seeing is a disconnect between humanity and one another and a connection with technology. People are more connected to their phones and technology, right? So since the outbreak has happened, there have been multiple things that have occurred at concerts.
Side-Town someone brought something up right now. It says someone was going around stabbing the fattest people with needles to make them overdose and fall over, and in turn causing more people to fall while Travis Scott yells "Okay" now side to side. Let me just say something. So one of the many reasons of why I never even really cared to like go out and like party and all that, right, is because of like stuff like this. Like, mind you, this is not the first time something like that happens, right? There's always almost always something that happens when like mass gatherings like this happen, like whether it be a concert, a club, whatever, right? A drink gets spiked with something, something gets laced with something else, something gets stabbed, you know what I'm saying, with like a needle that has a certain something, right? So many things, so many possibilities that can go on in parties, in clubs, gatherings. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and this is no offense and no disrespect to if anybody in the chat area does go to parties or concerts or whatever. No, I'm not saying like don't ever go to one ever again. I mean, you would be better off by not going, but I'm not here to like tell you whether to go or not. That's your choice. However, like, yeah, like this stuff like this happens in places like this. This is where people, you know, get somehow like without having to do anything with like drugs, but somehow, you know, get stabbed with a certain needle that has a certain something. And guess what? That person either dies or ends up getting hooked on something else, or just so many things can happen, yo, like so many things. And yeah, like if you're watching this right now, just kind of, I guess, take it as a warning sign. You know what I mean? Like stay away from these types of events, man. Like just don't. You know, just stick to just if you're gonna listen to this trash, then at least listen to it like at your house or whatever, and just leave it at that. Don't put your life at risk or in danger, okay, by going to these like huge gatherings where this is possible. You know, what Sactown just brought up. But yeah, yep, interesting. I'm telling you, like this is not new. This is not new. I promise you. Promise you, it's not new. All right, let's keep it going.
Concerts, especially obviously even before the concert, the event in Las Vegas, which occurred at a concert, they are preparing people to not be interacting in public anymore in spaces like this. And you might say, well, that's a crazy way to look at this entire event. I want to know if this is a ritual or not. Well, let me get into the ritual part after. Let me start with what I was talking about with these virtual concerts. Travis Scott is already known for his Fortnite Travis Scott virtual concert, which was watched by millions. This occurred in 2020. Drake is doing the same. They're telling these people to go into the virtual realm and perform their concerts, which means that humans aren't there interacting with each other. Now, one of the ways they can get people into the virtual realm is by scaring them from being out in actual reality, hanging around people, being near people, because it's so dangerous and scary out there. We have bang bang events that occur at concerts like Las Vegas. We have tramplings that occur like at this event. And again, that's part of how they're going to work people into the virtual realm. Now, his escape plan thing has to do with the virtual realm. The escape plan. What do you think he's talking about? He's looking to escape his relationship. Is that what he'll tell you? I got to get out of my escape plan. You know, you call this stuff music. I don't know. I mean, music in general is witchcraft and spellbinding anyway. I can't support any music, and I don't even think I can't remember the last time I heard listen to anything. It's been a long time, but obviously that's another story for another day. But here's another thing that ties into it with Escape Plan is this cover. This is the cover that he's using for his thumbnails. And I'm not sure if it's the album cover or not, but on YouTube, this is the thumbnail that he's using for his songs, his audio tracks, which usually is the album cover. It might not be. So it says, Weekly World Truce. The true dystopia is here. Okay. And the dystopia, okay, you know what the dystopia means? An imagined state or society in which there is great suffering or injustice. Typically one that is totalitarian or post-apocalyptic, right? So while you have him working and pushing the metaverse, this fake virtual world that they're trying to create, that they're trying to connect people to, that has to go with transhumanism, you have him with his album cover talking about dystopia, which has to do with totalitarianism and a post-apocalyptic world. This is the cover. Then you have this demonic, you want to call it reptilian, vampirian, whatever the word is for these losers. Demonic. Let's just call it this demonic thing there, right? And what does it say at top? Who knows what lies beneath the surface, right? A lot of us have been covering, obviously, the bunkers, the underground bunkers, and a lot of you have been commenting because a lot of you are extremely smart and knowledgeable. That's why I love having you guys here on the channel and on the website talking about how these things are going back where they belong, underground, right?
Thanks, John.
And then at
Appreciate
the
that.
bottom, when the end arrives, it's really the beginning. Because when the end arrives, was talking about the end times, these people are attempting to escape it. And it's the beginning of a new dystopia / utopia where these people live in a virtual realm, where they're uploading their minds, where they're using things like the Neuralink, which we constantly hear Elon Musk and all of these people talk about, and prepping people for TED Talks and everything else, getting them ready. Obviously, the technology is here. Now it's just about getting people prepared. So when events like this happen, you look at it from multiple angles, right? Right? You see the guy, he throws up devil horns. He's obviously a Satanist. He has a child with Kylie Jenner who was at the concert. The baby was at the concert. Kylie Jenner, okay, the Kardashian family is the most occultic family in Hollywood. That's why they're the richest and the most known. You can look at every one of them and you can see a connection. You can start with the mother, if you want to call it that, Chris, right? The OJ trial, very well connected to OJ. And obviously there's a lot of conspiracies about that. You have Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner now, right? Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner got in that car accident right before the transformation, right? Wink, wink, transformation, trigger word that everyone should be aware of, turning into Caitlyn Jenner, sacrificing many people. Lamar Odom with the situation that he went through with the other sister, Khloe. And then we have Kim, of course, connected to many things. And Khloe, of course, connected to even miscarriages and things like that. And then Kim connected to Kanye. And the two of them being the face of this, oh, well, they're pretending and playing the role of being Christians and Republicans, right? She's hanging out with Trump, working people over like Kanye is to try to get people on board with this antichrist acceptance that people are going to fall for. So this family is a high-ranking Armenian witch family. I've been covering it for a long time. Her with the vampire facials, eating the placenta on her TV shows. Even yesterday, I covered it with the desensitizing, prepping people for the bunkers and them going underground and living in bunkers, right? And then you look at this guy and you see, wow. And then he's got him, you know, his music video that comes out that day has just individual eyeballs on it, right? And it says Utopia, right? And he's got 1, 2, 3. He's got 3 all-seeing eyes and an upside-down pyramid on his shirt. Song came out the same day. What else do you see in the song? You see a massive ritual circle. He's standing there on a hilltop with his dogs or somebody's dogs, right? There's 6 dogs, another number. Inside of this circle, you can see around it. This isn't just some hilltop, and this circle is not an electric fence. It is a circle. It is a ritual circle. They probably up here on the rooftops perform many, many ritual sacrifices. Okay, this actually, when I see this, it reminds me of the McMartin stuff.
So yeah, go look up DUMBS, DUMBS, Sitetown. Go ahead and look up on Google DUMBS, DUMBS. I don't know if there's like a point, like a dot between each letter, or if it's all together. But yeah. So a lot of like celebrities, a lot of high-ranked people around the world, right? Artists, politicians, governors, whatever. They have been for some time now, like for years. Okay, I want to say like maybe around like 10 years or so, maybe a little more. They have been building bunkers, and some of them are out in the open, right? But many of them are like underground bunkers. I'm talking about like mansion underground bunkers, because yeah, they know what's to come later on, right? Whether it be whatever, a year from now, 2 years from now, 5, 10 years from now, they know what's gonna happen, and they're trying to protect themselves, which they won't be able to. They're not going to be able to escape the wrath of God. Nobody is going to be able to escape the wrath of God, period, right? But yeah, like they're going to try to, and they're going to fail miserably. So yeah, going back to this.
When Ted Gunderson showed the actual images of the house that got burnt to the ground, that was up in the mountains. It was so high up in the mountains that you couldn't see it.
Correct.
You couldn't see all of the the sigils and the magic ritual circles that were there, and he had to fly up there. You couldn't even drive up to it. You had to take a helicopter up. That's what it reminds me of, because they're so high up. Look how high up there. Now, I don't know if this is this guy's house or it's just some place that they go to perform rituals, because there's many houses that are out in the Hollywood Hills and in many other places where they just perform rituals. That's what they're for. They're there. Millions of dollar, $1 million homes that just go unoccupied and only used for rituals. And they show up there for the meetings and the rituals. And again, you look at the event that occurred, okay? You look at him, you look at the symbolism, you look at the family relations, you look at the Great Escape, you look at the cover of that, and then you hear a story about people being oh my goodness, they were in such close, so close to each other. And of course, the narrative that comes out of it, for one, is, well, they're not social distancing, right? They'll push that with Texas. They're not social distancing. Everyone's cluttered together. And also to continue to keep people distant from one another. This virtual world only exists with humanity distant away from one another. If people were close with one another and in sync with one another, nobody would want to go to a virtual realm. Everybody would realize the stuff they say in the news about race and everything else is made up. But they believe what they see. They believe what they hear. They need humans distant from each other. And then to go to this virtual realm where
Well, real quick, my life says, how about the ones who will escape to make new living in planet Mars? I guess it's safe to say that. Nope. No one is going anywhere. This Earth, as much as they try to make you believe that it's possible to go to another planet or whatever, that's not even possible, period. You can't. So the fact that you can't even do that just guarantees that there really is no escaping God. There is no escaping the wrath of God, period. Yes, this is true. That's why I said this is a great movie.
this guy comes up with Great Escape, he has all this stuff about a utopian, dystopian society or post-apocalyptic society, while he is one of the faces for this movement to get concerts offline, online, into the virtual realm of worlds like Fortnite, eventually the metaverse, or as most of you pointed out, the death world. What is it? Metaverse, the deathverse, right? It's all right in front of us for you to see. Now, I can't tell you if was anyone harmed or anything. I have no idea. And I wouldn't have any idea of knowing, because you can only see the footage they show, and then you could speculate on it, which is a lot of the stuff most of us have done over the years. You can see the people involved who get interviewed afterwards, but we can't talk about that stuff here. To me, the message of this is the things that I mentioned to you, what they're trying to do. The next big movement for them with this, because this outbreak has caused humanity to distance themselves from one another, is to get everyone away from each other and get everyone virtual, and to live in this dystopian virtual reality, which will be totalitarianism. So those are my takes on it. I was working on something with Drake and these other celebrities who are pushing this. And this is just a narrative that's going to come of it. Is it dangerous for people? What do you think people think when they hear this? When they hear of people getting trampled, they think, oh my gosh, I'm afraid to go to a concert. That's the first thing they think of. That's the very first thing. So people are afraid to go to concerts, go to sporting events, go places where people are going to be close and interact. It gets them distant from one another. Social distancing. The stuff that they're doing now has to do with humanity distancing from one another and then turning on one another, which is what we see with the left, right, and everything else. So that's my take on it. I've showed you him, devil horns, everything else, his connection to the Jenner Kardashian clan. And you could take that for what it's worth. And you might say, well, how could they do something like that, or make something up or anything like that? Well, we know that the Soroses and all these people plant people in crowds for events. You don't think that they can do something? Oops, I pushed the person down. How would you could say that anyone was guilty with all those people? We saw what they did on January 6th at the Capitol, planting people inside of a movement that was, just people, older people, not older, but many mixed people. But you saw the actual footage of people just holding up signs and stuff and on megaphones. And then you saw people suddenly turning into Spider-Man, climbing buildings when a caravan arrives and people jump out of it. No, wow, can't believe it. Could that be plants? No, couldn't be. The end game for them is divide and conquer. And it has more to do with just dividing us between the left, right. It has to do with dividing humanity, separating humanity from one another. So that's my take on this. I know a lot of you wanted me to cover it. I'm not covering it because it's trending, and I'm
All right. So the other thing I wanted to say, what he was about to say right now, like, I mean, I'll try my very best to be like a lot more up to date with like talking about these types of topics, right? Because that's kind of like what this channel's like gonna mostly be about. But there is gonna be moments where like I'm just gonna be like away from the computer or like away from my phone, and I won't be able to like get the breaking news out like right away. However, because we don't really do, I don't do this solely for like views or whatever. I do it to like bring content that needs to be talked about. It needs to be analyzed. It needs to be scrutinized. And so obviously, like, yeah, I'll do my best to like do it as soon as possible. But at the same time, I'm not going to like, put a lot of stress on myself to like make sure it gets out like, immediately. You know what I mean? Sapphire says I was folding laundry. All right, so my take on this, right? First things first. Let's start with the facts. Okay, let's start with the facts. What was yesterday? Yesterday was the 6th of what? November, right? Now, bear with me. All right, bear with me. I promise you, I'm not a tinfoil hat type person, nothing like that. But I do want you all to realize, okay, that once again, there is meaning behind when they do things, how they do things, where they do things, with who they do things, and what is displayed, right? So if yesterday was the 6th, right, and we are on the 11th month, okay, if you kind of like tilt that backwards, what does that really give you? You know what I mean? Upside down and backwards, 9/11. Anybody? 9/11, right? Okay, that's the first things first. So there is symbolism and meaning behind that. There's symbol and meaning and purpose behind this happening when it happened, which was yesterday, right? Once again, the 6th of November, right? 6/11. But if you invert and kind of like flip around that number, you get 9/11. Okay, so that's first things first. Second thing, once again, yesterday was the 6th, right? And it was also Jenner's 66th birthday, 666, right? 666. Once again, there is nothing left to chance. There is nothing done randomly. Okay. And for those of you who are going to say, oh, this is coincidences, listen, man, there's way, way, way too much. There comes a point where you have to like really tell yourself that it's a coincidence, and you got to like try to force yourself to believe that because of how overwhelmingly amount of times it happens. It's not the first time this happens like this. You know what I'm saying? And 9/11 itself wasn't like the first time that happened that way. The other stuff have happened on specific dates where it is tied into the occult. Like, I'm sorry, if you want to believe it's a coincidence that those two things alone are a coincidence, then there's no helping you. There's nothing I can say. There's nothing that anyone can say to help you like open your eyes. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I just won't even like attempt of like showing you the way. All right. Yeah. My life says, yeah, I love content that discusses topic that government and big industries don't want to listen. Yeah. Saiyan League says Travis could have known people were passing out, but not the severity of it. His handlers could have easily informed him, hey, 3 kids are passing out because drugs or heat stroke. We should wait. Yeah, man. And this is something that was brought up like many times yesterday, right? like that, how that's a fact. You got people with like the sound equipment, visuals, like the cameras, that they have headsets on and they can like, communicate and be like, hey, stop, this is going on or whatever. Never happened. Never happened. So you can see how everything was like orchestrated. The day that it happened, okay, with revolves the actual date of when it happened, also tied into the whole like Jenner 66th birthday happening, okay, and yeah, everything that happened within the whole circumstances of that concert. How Sci mentioned earlier, the fattest people like got stabbed, with like something to get like some type of overdose and die. I mean, listen, man, you don't have to hear me out. You don't have to like say, like, take my word as like, like set on stone that like this is like, the truth. But really, really taking consideration, okay, and taking the time of day to, not do this, but to be open, open-minded and really, really like take all this different information, put it side by side, okay, and determine for yourself if what I'm saying or what this guy on the video is saying makes sense, okay? And not only if it makes sense, like the the whole like purpose behind why they're doing it, if that makes sense. Think about it. Really think about it. Like social engineering is a real thing, okay? Social engineering is something that when I was a TSA officer, we were trained to look out for social engineering. Okay, this is social engineering and other stuff, a whole bunch of demonic stuff underlined, right, and satanic stuff at a greater level, right, to kind of steer the masses into a direction and desensitize everybody for what's to come. Yeah. Saying Lee says, I will say Travis' instinctive apology was really odd though, seemed fake and emotional. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. Because it's true. It's true. He really didn't mean that apology. Like he really didn't. Like you can see it on his face. Or not even on his face, but yeah, like you can tell in his demeanor. He really does not care. Yeah. Anyways. Um, you know, those are like my thoughts. I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but for now, I'll leave it at that. There is occult symbology behind when it happened. There is uh, satanic activity going on. When you got someone stabbing people with like, a needle, what I'm saying, that's carrying some type of drug or some sort. I'm sorry, that's satanic and demonic activity going on. Okay, it just is. There's no way around it. There's no trying to explain it. It was like someone crazy doing it or someone ignorant doing it. No, it's demonic, satanic activity going on. Period. I don't care what you say. That's what it is. All right. Yeah. One of the Kanye's concerts that the lights flash Satan. Yep. Yep. But yeah, I am going to wrap this up little by little. Like in about 2 minutes, I'll be like saying goodbye to everybody. But yeah, hopefully this kind of like sets the ground for another day this week where I'm able to actually have my co-host with me and they can like help me dive a little deeper and kind of like share thoughts and kind of like work off of each other and kind of like build a more concise, no, a more detailed case for like what happened yesterday. But anyways, for those who were able to stop by and show some love and support here, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really do mean that. It's not easy starting another channel from scratch, and not getting the full support of the previous channel. It's like really, really, really difficult. So the fact that you guys are here Means a lot to me. You guys are great people, a great community. All right, as it is. And yeah, there will be better content on the way. There's going to be better information, through this channel as we go. And yeah, man, just stay tuned. And we're doing our best to keep things going, right? Because, like I said, I'm gonna be doing this full time now on both channels, the main channel and this channel as well. So that being the case, I really, really need the support, all right? Because it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be a very narrow path for me. So if y'all can share this channel with like your friends, your family members, your neighbors, just kind of like help me rebuild this second channel the same way that you guys helped me build the first channel. I would highly appreciate it. Thank you, John. I appreciate that, bro. I really, really, everybody show John Davis some love in the chat, man, because he's always continuously like showing love, whether it be in the main channel or like this channel. I mean, every one of you do. Everyone does. Everyone shows me love and support in the live chat, and I appreciate all of you. But John Davis, I don't know, there's something about him that I really do appreciate, and I don't know. There's, I guess, like something special there. I don't know if God has something with you or whatever, but I mean, God has something with everybody. But there's something about John that I don't know. I feel like he's a unique person. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, so show everybody John Davis some love in the live chat. And thank you so much. I appreciate that. That means the world to me. It really does. And yeah, every single one of you guys. Emily Rose, John Davis, Kodiak, Sapphire, My Life, Sighttown, Felipe, Elaya, Pacho Rojas. Who else? Fight Pod. What's your story? Angels Win. Noah Michael. Trying to name Eric Night Vale. Gene Jr. Nat. Nightmare. Just Tom. Oside Patriot. Variety TV, and Mr. Belding. That might be everybody. Oh, of course, Bomb. Bomb since we're here. Was here. Jesus. Yeah, that's everybody. Yeah, for all of you guys, I appreciate it. For all the new subscribers, thank you for subscribing. And Sherry. Yes, same. Yep. All right, y'all. God bless. Okay. Y'all stay safe and blessed out there. There will be, I know this was a really good stream as it is, but yeah, in hopes of the upcoming streams, whether it be like later this week or next week, I'm really hoping to give you like even better quality, like content, better quality, like, visuals and all this other stuff. I do want to work hard to like get you guys, like give you like my best and give you like best quality stuff. So keep an eye out for that. And if anyone is wanting to help me out to keep things running on this channel, right, and give you a little better each time, y'all can go and help me this way. Actually, here we go. So if y'all want to, once again, as I always say, okay, you don't have to, but if you want to and can, all right, I'm just going to leave this right here, just in case anyone wants to and is able to, all right? That would be like the Cash App right there, right? Any little bit helps. Doesn't matter what amount is. Anything helps. And just think of it as like a way of helping me like whatever it is, either towards like new equipment or towards like actually paying for like the service of StreamYard. That way I can like do more stuff on it instead of just having like the free version and I only be allowed to do certain things. So just think of it like, yeah, for like supporting the channel in that way. Yeah, the rap documentary was very eye-opening. Yep, I agree. And if you guys are even interested in like watching any of that stuff, Ryan, what's up, Ryan? No, I have had no messages come in from Alex. No, I don't see anything from Alex telling me like what happened. But I'm not concerned. Like I know he's okay and everything. So like I know they're all right. Whatever happened, pretty sure they just like lost a battery charge or something along those lines. So I'm not too concerned. But yeah. Anyways, that being said, guys, y'all have a blessed night. All right, stay safe out there. And I love every single one of you guys. Until next time, this is your boy JDQ. And peace out.
I'm not afraid, I got more fight. A veces quisiera quedarme calladito, tranquilito, mansito, apartadito, sin abrir el piquito. Pase lo que pase, no mover ni un dedito, solo para que no digan aquí viene el cristianito. Hacer el papelito de que todo está bonito y no alarmarme ante lo corrupto e ilícito. Conformarme ante el sistema de este mundito y callar la verdad como si la verdad fuera un delito. No, yo pego el grito, póngase quien se oponga y a quien le sirve el sombrerito que se lo ponga.
Hey, what's going on, fam? It's your boy TLP, the Living Poet. Welcome back to yet another episode of Hispanic Hip Hop Videos Analyzed and Exposed. On today's episode, I'll be analyzing and looking into the music video for the song titled Ahora Me Llama by singer Karol G featuring Bad Bunny. As always, this is strictly what I personally picked up on when I watched this video, but please feel free to add anything else that I might have missed in the comment section below. Some of these things that I uncovered from this video could or might not be related to subliminal messages, things with double meaning, anti-biblical teachings, anti-Christ things, deep hidden meanings, and so on. I will first be taking a look at the visuals of the video, and after I'm done analyzing it, I will share the lyrics to the song and analyze them as well, while also providing some biblical scripture that actually goes against what the singer is trying to inspire and promote with this song. Let's get started. Starting with the title of the song itself, Ahora Me Llama, which in English means Now He Calls Me, which can also be looked at from both sides of the coin. It could be a female talking, now he calls me, or it could be a male talking, now she calls me. Both same concept within the meaning and purpose of the song. This can go both ways, although here it is referring to a guy calling Karol G after doing her wrong. This can be looked at from either side, as I said earlier. You can already assume that this could be, or most likely will be, a depressing or fake self-respect, prideful song, or something along those lines. Now, do we really want to listen to a song that promotes condemnation or an unforgiving way of life? A serious question to consider, as always. Moving on to the actual music video itself, we have a couple of key elements that will determine the feel and set the tone of the video throughout its entirety. And I will mention a few, if not all. So within the video, we're going to have dark visuals, kind of dimmed down lights, a dark type of production, foggy, either foggy or cloudy, however you want to look at it. The red and blue color lighting, as always, with these videos that are coming out nowadays. If we compare this video to Bad Bunny's Ahora Soy Peor video, it's extremely similar. Not only that, the song itself is extremely similar. The melody of the hook, the chorus, the feel of the video, it's pretty much Karol G's version of Ahora Soy Peor. if you really look at it that way. So they're just copying off each other. Nothing really original. It's just they're kind of like borrowing each other's vibe, borrowing each other's style, and so on and so forth. They have a throne in the video for the most part, which creates an illusion of power, pride, and authority, etc. Jewelry, even though there's not that much jewelry within the video, the very few pieces of jewelry that there are in the video do have subliminal messages. So we're going to take a look at that later on in the video. Also, the jewelry also stands for another illustration of illusion of power and wealth. Throughout the video, we're going to see a lot of duality, okay? Whether it be Karol G herself, Bad Bunny, or anybody else in the video. We're going to see a lot of duality. On Karol G's part, we're going to see provocative clothing. And even though I have to admit I've seen way worse provocative clothing in comparison with what she has on in this video, it's still wrong and bad nonetheless. So keep that in mind. It might not be over the top like other female artists in the past in their videos, but nonetheless, it's still bad, and it's not a good role model image for young girls. So, or any female at that. But anyways, we're going to see a lot of Freemason occult color schemes throughout the video. So we're going to get into the breakdown of the visuals in the video. All right. So right off the bat, the first thing we see in this video, as soon as you hit play, is this right here. All right. They don't even wait. They just right away, you press play, boom, duality. All right. This is like maybe from the start of the video up until 3 or 4 seconds of the beginning of the video. So already they're already letting you know what they're all about. Okay. And I thought this was kind of funny, but right away they couldn't even wait. And of course, because it only lasts about 3 or 4 or 5 seconds. Matter of fact, I think it does last about 3 seconds. They kind of try to be a little sneaky about it and try to do it fast, but you still see it. So they're not trying to be extremely sneaky about it. They just kind of want to be like subtle about it, if you will, which is how they always are when it comes to like videos and whatnot. So yeah, that happened. And then we have Karol G in the throne, okay? Like Queen's throne, or however you want to look at it, royalty. Given the illusion, the sense of empowerment, kind of like saying what I went through and what other females have gone through just makes us stronger and makes us more independent and gives us a sense of empowerment, and we don't need men, yada, 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 etc., which is not a good way of thinking. I do believe in like self-respect and valuing yourself as a person, whether you're female or male. But what I don't condone or what I don't support is this way of feministic thinking. And the other extreme is also bad too. I believe in equality and all that good stuff, but I don't believe that just because you went through hardship within a relationship or they cheated on you or something, you're already looking at men like they're all like that. Because once again, that could go both ways. Just because a female cheats on a guy doesn't mean that all women should be generalized. But anyways, so she's here sitting on the throne, and obviously someone's calling her, most likely her ex. It could be either her ex or someone that she was getting close with. There's so much that can actually be, thought, or that you can think of all this is happening, because nowadays relationships are kind of like some kind of fantasy. Most people don't really have relationships. They have fun buddies and all that other stuff. So, but anyways, she picks up the phone and she almost immediately puts it down. This is her putting it down, kind of like saying, no, I don't have time to hear what you got to say. You did me wrong, and I don't forgive you, or maybe I'll say I forgive you, but I'll still hold a grudge against you, which is not real forgiveness. So yeah, either way you look at it, it's still wrong. Like, if you're going to forgive the person, or you say you forgive the person, I'm not saying you should be buddies with that person, to the extreme, but I do believe in forgiving, forgetting, and moving on, or moving forward. So if you're holding a grudge after you say that you forgive the person, or you don't forgive the person, then don't expect to be forgiven. Just saying. And yeah, she's pretty much expressing herself here with what I just said a few seconds ago. Kind of like saying, oh, you did me wrong, and now I'm just going to waste my life away and have fun, supposed fun, go out drinking, go out chilling with my girls, so on and so forth, etc. Like, this kind of way of thinking really bothers me so much because, it kind of leads towards self-destruction. Like, you think you're having fun, but then, I don't want to get too much into details, but let's say within the whole, time that you're supposedly having fun, you get drunk to the point where you can't remember what happened the night before, and that's never good. I mean, that's never happened to me because I don't even drink, but I've seen it happen to other people, and I've heard, and it's just not a good look. So within the song, she's pretty much saying, you did me wrong, I felt so crushed, but I'm gonna empower myself, and I'm gonna go out, hang with the girls, have fun, supposedly, go out drinking the best drinks and party, and if I feel like doing something with somebody, that's my choice, and no one's gonna like do anything with me that I don't want them to, etc. It's just like you're pretty much hurting yourself. I'm just saying. And she goes on, and then it gets into Bad Bunny's verse, which is also dumb, but I'm not even gonna get into his verse, but pretty much it's the same thing that she's saying, only from the guy's perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like, he pretty much says that his ex or whoever he was hanging out with is stalking him, and it's pretty much saying, like, trying to brush the person off, the girl that he was with, and saying that he's gonna go out, hang out with the guys, and blah blah blah, and, same old story. So here we got more duality. All right, there's like maybe 5-6 different scenes where there's like duality within the video, but I wasn't gonna put them all in here. Just letting you guys know, like, it's repetitive within the video. So just letting you know. So in this part of the pretty much, I think, singing the chorus again, or the hook, or however you want to look at it, and they kind of place the camera in an angle where you can see her primarily, but they put it in an angle where you can also see the little bricks of gold, or however they're called. I forget how they're called, but yeah, these little like gold stones or gold like bricks on top of the telephone booth. Makes no sense whatsoever. Like, and this is a producer or director. I mean, I'm not a paid producer or director, but I've done videos in the past, and there's always a meaning behind visuals I put within the video. They connect with the song somehow, or they connect with the show that we're doing somehow. There's nothing randomly put there, just because. So I mean, it at the same time, they're focusing on her while focusing on the stack of like gold bricks on top of the telephone booth. And at the same time, let's see if I put it afterwards. Yeah, so 6 gold bars stacked as a pyramid. Okay, and I'm going to show you another visual after this. The top gold bar is tilted in a diagonal angle. Okay, the very top one. You know how like in the dollar bill, Like the pyramid has the top head removed from the rest of the pyramid. That's kind of like what it reminds me of in a way. It's kind of like separate from the top gold bar is separate from the rest of the gold bars and within the pyramid of gold bars itself. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Yep, there he goes. So yeah, the top gold bar is tilted. And they're wearing green and yellow. Karol G and Bad Bunny in this scene, they're wearing green and yellow, which those two colors, I'm not going to go in depth about what they mean in the occult, but they do have to do with greed, success, power, all these things that get in the way of being humble and all that other good stuff. So, I think in a way, if you look at it that way, then it makes sense that they're wearing green and yellow with these stacks of gold bars here. That would make logical sense, I guess, if you look at it from that perspective. Greed and power, financial success, yada, 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 and gold bars, meaning that they're stable and that they care more about getting money and fame and riches more than they do than the persons or people that they meet and their relationships. That's what I can gather from that. So moving on, we have this very adorable and cute skull and bones bunny head symbol right here. It's within a TV. So and it just like adorable and cute, guys. I mean, look at it. It's, the bones and like the little skull with the little like heart-shaped nose upside down and the stitches on the head and on the ear. Doesn't that look like something like so adorable and cute that you just want to hug it and you just want to kiss it and you just want to like give it to your moms as a gift and give it to like no, not really. Like, this is just them being, trying to gain a loyal fan base, and they're gonna make t-shirts off this logo, and they're gonna sell hats with this logo on it. They're gonna do merchandise with this, and they're gonna try to make it seem like something like cute and like what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say like just like kid stuff. Like, this is so innocent, and it's really not. This is just your old school skull and bones, just pretty much masquerading as something cute and something that you want to give to your girlfriend. And for any female that finds this cute and adorable or whatever, I feel sorry for you. Like, just saying, this is not cute. This is not adorable and lovable. No, it's disgusting. If you like this, you got problems. So we have Karol G, sporting that adorable, cute orange Freemason. Oh my goodness. She should wear that on a runway, along with all the other artists that have worn orange, symbolizing as Freemasonry, the occult color for Freemasonry. I mean, doesn't she just look fantastic in it? Look at that tank top showing like almost all the way up to her like private part. I mean, that is so cute. No, not really. This is not a good role model for any young girl or female. And I do repeat this because I wanted to, stay true to what I'm trying to say here. I think I haven't really looked into her other songs or videos, but I think when she first came out, it's kind of like the repetition of Rihanna. You know how when Rihanna first came out, she looked very innocent and like fun and just like party music type. And then somewhere along the line, she started making like dark music. This is kind of like the same thing that I feel, or the same vibe that I get from this chick, Karol G. She started off like like lovable and party music and happy-go-lucky type of girl, and then she's making this kind of music with this kind of imagery, projecting this kind of imagery and visuals to young girls and other females, trying to lead the way, and she's not doing a very good job at it. But anyways, that's like my little face of like, oh my god, I'm so excited. No, not really. This is trashy. And once again, if you're a female and you're into this and you think this is cute, you got problems. The shoes, however, look very nice. Just saying. Shout out to Milani. Yes, she also thinks that these shoes are amazing, which I agree. Everything else, though, is trash. I mean, the hoop earrings look cool too. But anyway, that's just me. This is my taste. Everything else, trash. All right, so we got Bad Bunny dancing here. And I think I took this picture here because I wanted you guys to really take a moment and look at these people. You know, they're wearing black, which there's nothing wrong with black. I wear black dress shirts and black jeans and, you know, but look at what she's wearing. She's showing her cleavage, showing her leg. And once again, I've seen way worse outfits on a female artist in videos worse than this, but it still doesn't take away that it's still trashy, it's still provocative, sexual, and not a good look if you're trying to be like a role model for like young girls and young girls look up to you. And this is not a good portrayal of, you know, someone who is the voice of a generation. I don't want to say this generation, but you know. So yeah, these guys, they got problems. So over here, I just wanted to like reiterate the whole yellow and gold or yellow and green wardrobe that they got going on. And in this scene, he's pretty much saying that he's better off being a single guy where he can smoke and drink and do whatever he wants and so on and so forth. And yeah, it's not a good thought process. That's what they're both pretty much saying within the song is they want to be by themselves. They don't want a relationship. They don't want to deal or find true love because they've been hurt. And they're promoting that if you're hurt by supposed true love, then just forget about it and just do you and be single and promiscuous and all that garbage way of thinking. So I'm not down with that. I do believe that everybody, if they wait upon the Lord and pray for it and be patient and explore meeting people and getting to know people, eventually they will find someone who will complete them. And I don't believe that, you know, you got to stay single and be promiscuous and have sexual relations with different people to find your, you know, your other half. I think that's a load of garbage, but you know, that's just me. That's just the way I think, the way I see things, you know, my personal opinion on it. But anyways, so before I close the video, as I said earlier, there's not a lot of jewelry in this music video, but the few jewelry that there is interesting. We've got the Ankh necklace, that Egyptian cross on his necklace here, okay? And I took like 3 different visuals so you can see that I'm not just making this up. We have a close-up right there and another close-up right there, okay? Once again, I'm not going to go into extreme depth about what the Ankh means. However, it does mean sexual sin. It's linked to sexual sin. So it kind of goes hand in hand with the song, you know, like what they're trying to say. Like, I don't believe in true love, so I'm going to have sexual sin with as many people as I can because it's fun and I'm single and blah, 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 blah. A bunch of garbage. But anyways, I'm just looking at it like, for real, dude, like you could have put any other necklace on. You had to put this one on. But then again, it makes sense because, you know, the purpose of the song is to promote sexual sin and all this other stuff. So it makes sense. And of course, it would not be a complete Illuminati based video without the pyramid hand gesture. All right. You saw the pyramid and the gold bars. And Also, the pyramid on his hat, which I didn't point out earlier, but he was wearing an Adidas hat, and the logo on the hat, you know, the Adidas logo is that new one with the pyramid shaped logo. So he was wearing that earlier. But yeah, he has to do the whole hand gesture thing just to make it official. All right. Now, in these next couple of visuals, they're wearing white. Okay, she's wearing white pants, skirt, and a white shirt, looking all innocent, looking all cute, adorable, white hair. Kind of like playing off as, oh, I said all that stuff I said earlier about, you know, hanging out and having sexual sin, but I'm really a nice girl. I'm innocent still. I'm still a good girl, like on the inside, which that's between you and God, I guess. I can't really judge you based off of that, but that's what I got out of it as I was watching the video. Like the way she dances here is more like playful, not as provocative as she was dancing earlier when she was dressing up in the green and yellow or the black outfit. And same thing with this guy here. Now, however, he is showing the devil horns between his legs. Just saying. He does this for a split second, maybe. But, I couldn't, go on through the rest of the video without pointing that out, because honestly, he could have done anything else. He could have done any other gesture. He could have done waved his hands over his head. He could have done the Drake dance. He could have done the Carlton, but no, he chooses to, do this pose and these hand gestures within his dance. Just saying, coincidence? I think not, but that's just what I think. This is my opinion. You're free to think however you want to think, but this is clearly him doing the devil horns between his legs right here, close up. So anyways, guys, I will bring up the notes and the song and the lyrics just so you can go along with me. And all right, so these are the lyrics. I'm not going to sing the whole thing, but I will, however, point out certain specific verses or parts of the song and kind of bring some scripture that goes against what they're saying at the moment. So right here we have Bad Bunny's verse. He says, "I'm better off single. I hang out, smoke, and do anything I want. Don't talk to me about true love. I got a Colombian chick and I, do her all the way," in other words. We have Colossians chapter 3, verse 5. It says, "Put to death, therefore, what is earthly in you, sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry." Now, within the song, the main thing is, aside from not forgiving the other person, which is also horrible, if you don't forgive, how do you expect to be forgiven? But that's for another video. And this part, the second thing or second main topic is sexual immorality. And this verse right here, this biblical verse, goes against this way of thinking. All right, so over here we have another verse where he's saying, "Yeah, me arriving with mines, my squad in whom I trust. I'm prideful and I'll never change. Don't keep effing with me, baby, and make your way to hell." Or away from me, however you want to, look at it. The verse that I found that, these are just basic, simple verses that kind of go against with what they're saying and what their thought process is. So in Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 5, it says, "Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from the Lord." So if you're trusting your squad, your homies, your friends, whatever you want to call it, and you're not trusting in God, and you're kind of like straying from God and running into the arms of your homies and friends, and you're making one of the biggest mistakes that you can make. You're running away from God's arms, his protection, and his will, and you're running into your own will. So that's never good. All right, guys. I'm going to leave the screen right here for a little bit so you can kind of like read what what it says in English or translate what it says in Spanish to English or how you want to see it. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for stopping by again. I appreciate the love. I do appreciate the support. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll really appreciate it. And keep in touch. Don't forget about this channel. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 11. This is our mission. Let's do it. All right. Let's do it for ourselves. Let's do it for our friends, family. Let's do it for the kids. All right. So God bless y'all. And have a good one. Peace out.
I'm not afraid, I got more fire. A veces quisiera quedarme calladito, tranquilito, mansito, patadito, sin abrir el piquito. Pase lo que pase, no mover ni un dedito, solo para que no digan aquí viene el cristianito. Hacer el papelito de que todo está bonito y no alarmarme ante lo corrupto e ilícito. Conformarme ante el sistema de este mundito y callar la verdad como si la verdad fuera un delito. No, yo pego el grito, póngase quien se oponga y a quien le sirve el sombrerito que se lo ponga.
Hey, Dios le bendiga y bienvenido al canal oficial de TLP, el poeta sobreviviente, donde estaré presentando el primer video de muchos videos o una serie de videos que estoy haciendo, analizando y estudiando los videos musicales de los artistas del género urbano allá en Puerto Rico. Aquí empezando con este primer video aquí. Tenemos por título de este video musical Tú no vives así, por el artista Bad Bunny, featuring Arcángel. Okay. So, este Bad Bunny aquí. Este video estaré tratando de resumirlo en solamente 5 minutos. Así que si hay blooper, pues me perdonan, pero estaré haciendo esto lo más rápido posible. Aquí tenemos a Arcángel. Como podemos ver, lo disfrazaron de el diablo o Satanás y se dice llamar el duende malvado. Aquí pues empezando el video tenemos una guagua de mantecado tratando de decir de una forma sutil que lo que van a traer ahora estos dos artistas pues aparentemente es algo sano, algo por puro entretenimiento y cosas por el estilo, pero estaremos viendo en los próximos segundos que lo que está dentro de la guagua de mantecado pues no es nada bueno. Así que su música está disfrazada como algo inocente, algo que todo el mundo puede escuchar, pero en realidad el contenido de la letra y el propósito que tienen las canciones y su letra pues no trae nada bueno. Aquí tenemos a Arcángel nuevamente con el disfraz de Satanás, del diablo, que pues ya empezando el video no es una muy buena imagen para los niños que están, afuera en este momento, pero ahí tenemos al Arcángel disfrazado de Satanás. Y pues como dije en otro video, cuando lo hice en inglés, que por lo menos pues representan al enemigo, pues a Satanás o al diablo, como realmente es. Es un personaje pues débil y nuestro Dios, Jehová, Jesús, mucho más grande y más poderoso, más fuerte que este individuo. Así que por lo menos hicieron eso correctamente. Aquí tenemos pues 2MM. No voy a entrar mucho en detalles de esto, pero si ven el otro video que lo hice en inglés, pues tiene un significado también oculto, pero pues no voy a entrar en detalles. En este video tenemos los personajes principales, Arcángel, Bad Bunny y los que lo acompañan enmascarados. ¿Por qué? Porque pues simplemente quieren lucir como algo que da miedo, que intimida, etcétera. Pero aquí vemos a Bad Bunny quitándose la máscara, porque aunque el mensaje subliminal aquí es que aunque el contenido de sus canciones, de esta canción como tal, él sabe que pues no es bueno, no es nada provechoso, como que era, no se siente mal. Dice, pues, no me importa, así que estoy disfrazado de esto, pero pues quiero dar la cara, por más malo que sea todo lo que voy a decir en estos momentos. Y están los demás disfrazados de otros personajes, un mono y un personaje de horror. Y como si no fuera suficiente con el disfraz de Arcángel, vestido de Satanás y del diablo, aquí tenemos a otro individuo haciendo lo mismo, con una máscara de Satanás, eh, mm, con los cuernos aquí, la cara roja, los dientes, you know. ¿Es esto algo que deberíamos exponer a nuestros niños a estas cosas? Creo que no, pero eso es mi opinión personal. Y hablando de eso, la pregunta mía fue, ¿dónde están los padres de estos niños? Porque realmente si yo tuviera niños, no los tengo, pero tengo una sobrina que la veo como si fuera hija mía. Jamás en la vida estuviera de acuerdo con dejarla a ella o otro niño afuera mientras estuvieran grabando esta cosa, you know, tan fea que se ve. Pero algunos padres piensan que pues esto es bueno para los niños, para que se entretengan y que salgan en un video musical. Después pueden decirle a los vecinos, mi niño estuvo en el video musical ese. So, 5 segundos de fama para todo el mundo, todo el que se quiera meter aquí. Aquí pues tenemos a los niños disfrazados también como los personajes principales de este video musical, como Bad Bunny y a los otros, porque quieren imitar a este individuo y quieren hacer sus pasos. Todo lo que estos artistas hacen, pues los niños y los adolescentes pues son como esponjas, lo quieren imitar y quieren ser como ellos y quieren actuar como ellos, etcétera. Lo cual no es correcto porque esto no es un individuo que debería ser señalado o proyectado como un modelo a seguir. Pero vamos a intentar ponerle un par a eso con la ayuda de Dios. Aquí tenemos al Arcángel que pues está todavía disfrazado de Satanás, bailando al frente del fuego. En resumen, casi lo que está diciendo es que aunque se queme, aunque a lo último se queme en el infierno, pues aparentemente y alegadamente no le importa. Pero para estos dos individuos y los demás artistas que, están todavía vivos y haciendo lo que están haciendo, tienen todavía un momento para arrepentirse y volverse hacia Dios. Así que hay esperanza para ellos. Vamos a orar por ellos y su familia para que pues, Dios haga cosas grandes con ellos y puedan ser utilizados en las manos de Dios y que esto sea algo del pasado y que pues Dios los utilice para su gloria, porque actualmente pues eso no está sucediendo. Pero anyway, si no vieron el primer video donde dije todo lo que dije ahora y están en más detalle, vuelvan al canal. Este mismo video que está aquí, pues está en inglés, si lo prefieren en inglés y con más detalle. Dios le bendiga. Este fue su hermano en Cristo, TLP, el poeta sobreviviente. Suscríbanse al canal, denle like a este video, compártanlo con su familia, sus amigos y que tengan un buen día.
I'm not afraid, I got more fight. A veces quisiera quedarme calladito, tranquilito, mansito, apartadito, sin abrir el piquito. Pase lo que pase, no mover ni un dedito, solo para que no digan aquí viene el cristianito. Hacer el papelito de que todo está bonito y no alarmarme ante lo corrupto e ilícito. Conformarme ante el sistema de este mundito y callar la verdad como si la verdad fuera un delito. No, yo pego el grito, póngase quien se oponga y a quien le sirve el sombrerito que se lo ponga.
All right, everyone. Welcome. This is your boy TLP, the Living Poet, and this is the first expose video on this channel, all right, where I will be analyzing music videos, starting with this one, all right? But before we get into that,
the whole point and purpose of this series that I'm working on, all right, is this right here. Okay, in the Bible, I want to say Ephesians chapter 5, verse 11, I believe. It says, "And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them." Okay, I'm going to try to keep this video short, but the point of it is to reprove. Okay, and we're going to be doing that by analyzing the content of the music video itself. All right, and everything that they stand for in the video. Okay, so this first music video that I am trying to expose here is titled "Tu No Vives Así," which translates into "You Don't Live Like That," or "You Don't Live Like This," or as commonly known right now, "You Ain't About That Life," which this song is by Mr. Bad Bunny himself right here. And this is a featuring artist which actually came out before him, but he's featuring in the song. This guy's name is Arcángel, or in English, Archangel. I wonder why he named himself that, right? But anyways, this is the name of the song, "Tu No Vives Así," which I already said translates into "You Ain't About That Life," which ironically, in the case of most of these so-called gangster rappers or thug rappers, it's not the case. I mean, maybe these guys came from the ghetto, maybe they came from the projects, and that's about it. Maybe they know people who kill people, maybe they know people who sell, etc. But I don't believe, not for a second, that these guys go on killing people, because obviously they would not be making music; they'd be in jail. So that's first things first. The irony of the name of the song and the rappers themselves. All right. So that's just number one right there. So we got this guy, which I already said his name is Arcángel, just as Satan. And he calls himself the evil midget in this song. He's pretty small. He's a small guy. Brother, if you're out there, watching this video, which I doubt it, but if you do get to see it, with all the respect, sir, you should go to the gym, work out, eat, because this is not intimidating. At least not to me. I don't know. That's just me. Anyways, so we have the projects here. One of the projects are ghettos from back home in PR. Now, this right here is an ice cream truck. And in symbolism within this video that I'm analyzing here, this represents something, good, innocent, harmless, safe, wholesome, something that everybody likes, because everybody likes ice cream, right? I like ice cream. You like ice cream. We all scream for ice cream, no pun intended. But this is a disguise, because we're about to see in a few seconds here what's inside this ice cream truck. All right. I think we have, here we go. So we have like children, like just kind of like watching from the porch and all this other stuff. And yeah, this is kind of like the artist approaching the project saying, hey, we're here to entertain. We're here to bring something that everybody can enjoy. Everybody is safe with, nothing to fear, nothing to be worried about. This is good, and we're about to see that it's not so good. So, anyways, who do we have here? Who do we have here? Satan himself? No, that's just like I said earlier, that's Archangel, disguised as Satan himself. And this is how they get you. They sell you a product that from the outside it looks like something harmless, innocent, just for entertainment purposes, just something to move to, just something to bob your head to. When in reality, the inside of the content, the core of the content is, the enemy. So the enemy masquerades himself as an angel of light, the same way Archangel here, Archangel, is disguised with the ice cream truck, when in reality, he himself is dressed as Satan himself. So, like I was saying earlier, at least, it's pretty accurate, this whole depiction of the devil or Satan, because I don't know about you guys, but me, my God, Jehovah, Jesus Christ, is all powerful, almighty, great, big, and Satan not so much. Satan may have some control and some authority here on earth, but in reality, compared to God, he's a weakling, just like here. Like, this is weak. This is not intimidating. This is not. Uh, this is just not strike fear, at least not into my eyes or my life. So yeah, good job in depicting what Satan or the devil, the enemy, is. Just like this, weak, skinny. Um, no offense to Adagangan, all right, if you're seeing this. And I'm not really trying to offend you, but I'm just saying it's a good depiction of, the enemy. So real quick, I just saw something interesting, which I didn't catch the first time, but second time around, I seen this Eminem 33 symbology on the ice cream truck. The reason why I say that is because they could have easily added in another M here, because this is another Eminem. This is a baby Eminem. These are adult Eminems, and they could have saved themselves the trouble, or the yeah, of like adding another M here. So there's, okay, but no, they decided to just, you know 33 Eminem, M to the side, 33 Freemasonry symbolism. I just thought that was pretty interesting. So we have the artists or the main characters of the video here all wearing masks. Arcangel wearing a Satan mask, Bad Bunny wearing a bunny mask, one of these guys is wearing like an old man mask, and the other guy's wearing a monkey mask. We're about to see it in a few seconds. And here we go. Monkey mask, old man mask, Satan, Bad Bunny. Now this, I just want to say real quick, Bad Bunny is, even though he was wearing a mask, he's taking it off because he has no shame in what he's doing. He has zero regret, if you will. He knows what he's doing through his music. He knows what he's saying. He knows what he is projecting. But by him removing his mask as fast as he does within the video, he's pretty much saying, "Yeah, I'm doing all this, and you know what? I don't regret it, and I'm not ashamed of what I'm doing. So I don't need to wear this mask. I don't care." That's basically what he's saying by removing the mask. So once again, in the music video, we have all this going on, Satan masks, which is to kids and children kind of scary. So why would you leave your children and kids outside watching all this going on? Where are the parents? And the easy and short answer to that question is parents don't care. If they could, they would be in the video themselves, because everybody wants their 5 seconds of fame. So by leaving the children out there to experience all this, they're pretty much saying, yeah, you know what? Have your 5 seconds of fame, guys. Just be out there, have fun, and this is all innocent. This is all, nothing's gonna happen. But you're exposing them to like just malicious, just disturbing imagery here. This is pretty disturbing to a child. This is, yeah. So is this. But anyways, I mean, I'm not saying monkeys are evil or look, bad, but within this context, where you got a Satan mask going on and a scary horror character mask going on over here, same thing in the back, it kind of falls into it. So, anyways, and what do we have here? A second devil mask, a second Satan mask. Yeah, like we really needed another one, right? But a random guy from the projects himself, probably. And let's look closer. Well, yeah, isn't this adorable? Isn't this cute? I mean, look at the horns and the red face and the fangs and the goatee and the pointy devil ears and the dark eyes. Isn't that just something just beautiful and adorable to expose to our children? I mean, this is fantastic, right? Right. I don't think so. It's pretty disgusting, disturbing. And here we have Arcangelo once again. Now, real quick. So he is dancing in front of the flames as if he's not worried. He's not regretful of the life he's chosen. So basically, this is a quick symbology of you know what he's going through. Even though he knows where he's going to if he doesn't repent and turn to Christ, he's not afraid. He's not ashamed and he's not worried. He's just confident that he will not get burned. But I have bad news for you. If you don't regret and you don't turn from your ways and turn to Christ, you will end up burning in this. This is small. This is like maybe a grain of sand of what will consume you in the end if you don't turn to Christ. So, call it tough love, but I'm just calling you to repentance, Mr. Arcangel. God loves you, Christ loves you, and you don't have to play hard, okay? Just turn from your ways, and this won't be an issue later on, right? And on Judgment Day. So we have here just a small part of the video. Now, very briefly, just we have all these children here, okay? And what I want you to get from this is the children here are wearing masks. Why? Because the role model or role models were wearing masks earlier. They want to be like this guy, they want to be like the other guy. They were wearing masks, so why not us? They follow in their footsteps, okay? Which shouldn't be. If any footsteps they should follow is Christ, and parents that teach them about Christ, those should be the role models. But you know, they want to be cool, supposedly like this guy. They want to act hard like this guy. They want to be scary, intimidating like this guy and the other guy. And so they end up doing what he does or what the other guys do. So yeah, let's put a stop to that because this is not. Once again, with all due respect, Mr. Bad Bunny, you are not a good role model for these children. You know. So yeah, that's what I want you guys to take from this image right here. Children wanting to be like a thug or gangster should not be a reality. And let's go back. I do have something else I want to share. Now, I wanted to do this video really fast, so I got just like 2 or 3 verses I want to put out there. Malachi chapter 4, verse 1. For behold, the day is coming, burning like a furnace, and all the arrogant and every evildoer will be chaff. And the day that is coming will set them ablaze, says the Lord of hosts, so that it will leave them neither root nor branch. Like I said earlier, Mr. Bad Bunny and Arcangel and all the other guys that are making this kind of like music or content and within their music and the music videos, if you don't turn from your ways, you will be set ablaze at some point, whether it be in Judgment Day or another day. You do evil, evil will come back to haunt you. And last but not least, with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. Right now, I just want to ask everyone to pray for these artists that are spreading poison within the youth and children back home in PR, and pray for them and for their families, because while they still have a breath of life and while they still are able to wake up, they have opportunity to be saved. All right. And these videos are not to go against their person. It's more of going against what they're writing and what they're projecting. Okay. Evil, projecting evil. But they have time. They have an opportunity to repent from their ways, turn from their ways, and come to Christ. All right. So let's pray for them, their families, so that they may be added to the kingdom of God. All right. God bless everyone. Thank you for your time. And please follow up with me on the next expose videos that I'll be doing later on throughout the weeks and months, exposing music videos from these artists and the content that lies within. All right. This is your boy TLP and Ephesians chapter 5, verse 11. This is our mission.
How he feels inside, and might also serve as a cross reference to him not being able to bear fruit. Now, when I say fruit, I mean the fruits of the Spirit. Obviously, this man is not of God, so therefore he cannot bear fruits of the Spirit. He acknowledges that. Now, I'm not going to mention all the fruits of the Spirit, but if you go take a look at the book of Galatians, chapter 5, verses 22 to 23 in the Bible, preferably King James Version, you're going to find the fruits of the Spirit right there. So, moving on. This right here is a black and white car. Now, typically, when we see or try to dissect Freemasonry imagery, it's a checkerboard. Now, they can't be that obvious all the time, even though for the most part they are. So in this video, what they decided to do was just, instead of the checkerboard, they just put some stripes on this white car, the stripes being black themselves. And there you have a little bit of Freemason masonry imagery, if you will. Now, you can't see it right here too good. I have other images later on in the video, but he is wearing a cross earring, okay? Kind of like a mockery towards a cross, all right? Now, he's looking inside the trunk. He's sad. He's, a little unstable while he's looking inside the trunk. He's seeing somebody inside the trunk. We're about to find out who it is later on in the video, but he does have someone locked away in his trunk. Now, here we have the first image or first time they present the character inside the trunk, masked, okay? 2 X's on the eyes, meaning that they're dead, okay? So, and there's also red and black colors here. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of red and black in this video, whether it be through the lighting or the colors themselves, there is a lot of red and black, okay? I'm not going to get into what that means. Look it up yourself, but things that I noticed. And we have a little close-up on the 2 X's here, which, you know what, also have another meaning, whether it be in Freemasonry, whether it be in Illuminati symbolism, which I am also not going to get into because that will take up the whole video. But if you haven't looked it up yourself, go look it up. 2 X's means something else. All right. So as he closes the trunk, he is kind of like a little bit relieved, but at the same time, saddened that he had to close the door on whoever's in this trunk, which we're going to find out later on in the video. Now he gets in the car, and as he's driving away, talking to himself, about the pain that he's going through, there's a part where a female right behind the seat just wraps her hands and arms around him. Now, within the video, I do believe it to be a hallucination because later on, he does physically encounter women. So this might be just going on in his mind. Okay, this is what he's thinking about in his mind. This is lust, sexual thoughts, and so on. All right, nothing that we should be indulging in, but he's thinking about it. Obviously, he's in pain, but he's thinking about that more than anything else at that moment. And then, of course, later on in the video, almost right after, we have a whorehouse here. You have, beautiful women. Obviously, this represents lust and sexual immorality and so on and so forth. None of these things that we should be partaking in. But, all right. We have him indulging and giving into his lustful desires. He's surrounded by women. These women are not ugly, but they do represent whoredom and everything that goes along with it. They're touching each other. I'm not even going to, what happens within the video because it's pretty visual, pretty explicit. And But yeah, this pretty much represents lust and more sexual sin. Now, if we look at the background over here, there is like an X on fire, but an X on fire at this angle. Okay, I know he's covering this side over here, but even if you take him out of the portion right here, to me, okay, this is just to me. This might just be me looking into things. I might be just seeing things. Who knows? But once again, my take on it. Actually looks like a cross on fire here, and we see this in many of hip hop videos, especially in the Jay-Z video, Run This Town, I think it was. It had something similar, and that also has another meaning, which I'm not going to get into. These things like this that have Illuminati symbology or Freemasonry symbology, I'm not going to go into detail about it because you can find information on other places. But I'm just saying that we have the example or another version of those symbology in this video. All right, we got a close up on the cross on fire here, and it's kind of like throwing like a shooting sign. All right, so there's a part in the video where he's with the women in the whorehouse, and he's looking very down, very depressed, very sad. Just maybe he doesn't feel like himself. He feels like, I don't know, some kind of regret, and out of nowhere, he kind of like looks at the camera, like surprised, like even spooked out, if you will, at some point. And it's because, well, what do you know? The character that was in the trunk early on in the video has escaped. Now we're about to find out who this character is. Judging by the hands and bracelet, we might already know, but take a closer look. He who was dead, all right, is resurrected. Is freed from the shackles that was like holding his hands, and he's just walking around, and he's about to unmask himself. And yeah, we have a Bad Bunny. Now, the funny thing is, I would think that this would be like a more normal version of himself, but it's actually just him, the way he is earlier in the video, same persona. So I thought that was very interesting how they would make a difference between this him and the other him. But, that's just me. Now, almost towards the end of the video, we have his friends, his crew, if you will. And notice how the whole video was like colored. And when we got to this part where he's hanging with his crew, the video turns black and white, specifically when he's with his crew over here. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And then you're going to see in a few seconds or later on, while I explain the video, he's wearing a upside down pyramid shirt and hat. Okay. They're throwing shooting signs towards the camera. And I'm going to get into, let me see. There we go. So we got the upside down pyramid on the shirt and the hat. Now, when I look at this imagery right here, all I can see is his friends within the video are one of those friends that are like, hey man, forget about her. There's plenty of girls that you can hook up with, yada yada yada, etc. If you're a person that has these kind of friends that actually motivate you into indulging in sexual sin and sexual immorality, then I advise you to just walk away from those friends, because they will lead you to destruction. You're already destroying yourself by doing what he's doing in the video, which is just being destructful and just careless with himself. And this does not add anything good. This just adds on to the fire. So if you have friends like that, just walk away. There we go. So towards the end of the video, we have a burning rose which appears in and out, and it was curious to me. I was like, man, well, that has to mean something, and I kind of like looked into it a little bit. And in witchcraft, I believe, so if I go to my notes here, in witchcraft, that does have a meaning. All right. That meaning is if you burn the ashes, that breaks ties with your former lover or former partner or former boyfriend or girlfriend, etc. And so I thought that was interesting. They have the rose burning throughout the last couple seconds of the video. It's like an in and out, fading in, fading out type of thing. And I just thought it was pretty interesting. There we have it again. Normal colors. And yep, here goes a note that I found earlier. This was on a list on, I think it was Tumblr, I believe, like on a witch page or whatever on Tumblr, saying the different ways of using roses within their spells and magic. And this was number 40. Burn them and use the ashes to break off ties with the ex-lovers. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And there goes the upside down pyramid on the shirt and on the hat, close up of it. And earlier I tried to show like a little cross earring that he had right here. Hopefully you guys can see it better here on this side. If not, there it is again while he's in the car. And yeah, that does conclude the visuals. Now I'm gonna quickly go, do like a run through the lyrics, all right, and kind of like give you like a summarized translation of the lyrics and kind of put like a little biblical perspective against what he's pretty much trying to motivate or inspire through his song. All right. So in the opening lyrics, he says he came out hurt last time he trusted in someone that he loved. He won't fall in love again. No, he won't fall in love again. Bad Bunny is showing his current emotional state. He is hurt, depressed, and has lost all hope on true, genuine love. Now, if we look at the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 5, it says, "Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from the Lord." Now, he's pretty much blaming all his pain, his depression on this girl, which I'm pretty sure, within the video or the song, they weren't married. They were probably just boyfriend and girlfriend. And if you're just boyfriend and girlfriend and you're putting all your trust in that person, like blindlessly, then you got problems. And especially if you're allowing this person to hurt you this much, you got problems. You are a weak-minded person, a weak human being, not strong in the heart. No offense to Bad Bunny or anyone else who has felt this way. We've all felt pain. I'm not saying if you feel pain, you're weak. I'm saying if you allow that person to cause you that much pain and depression and sadness and don't get back up and don't act right and just like brush it off, then you got problems. Moving on to the next part of the first verse. Actually goes on to the hook or chorus. It says, keep going your way, that without you, I'm doing better. Now I have others that do me better. If before I was, bad, I'm not going to say the actual word that he uses, but if before he thought I was bad, now I'm worse. Yeah, I'm worse because of you. See, he's blaming his ex about how he feels and what he's going through, and he's trying to act like if it doesn't matter, but obviously he's still in pain. So he's in such pain that he has started getting careless and promiscuous with many and different females. That's what he's trying to state in that former comment right there, lyric. But if we look at 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 18, it says, "Flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body, but he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body." By him saying, keep going your way, that I can find others that do me better, meaning like sexual intercourse and whatnot, he's saying that he's engaging in promiscuity and sexual sin, sexual immorality, which I'm totally against. God is against it, and he's promoting this. So him, the Bad Bunny, not God. And then it goes to the second verse. It says, "Today I don't want to smoke regular weed. Bring me that kush that will make me feel spectacular, to celebrate that you're not here to speculate or think wrong about me having a bunch of contacts on my phone." Now, because of his pain, he wants an escape through weed and admits to have been in some ways unfaithful himself because of the many contacts of females he had on his phone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be saying, I'm glad I can celebrate now you're not here to bug me about the contacts, that I had on my phone. That wouldn't make any sense if that wasn't the case. Now he says, "Today I drink and I'll go out. I'm gonna being unfaithful doesn't matter anymore." By him saying that, he's referring to himself because he tried being unfaithful, I guess. And then he says, "Because of females like you is why they say that all men are the same. If you don't know me, don't point at me, don't judge me. I know your wrongs." And then he mentions Hector, a father, saying that he's going to go out on the streets with his crew and whatnot. Now, he keeps hinting at being careless with himself to numb out the pain, and is even considering going out to the streets with his crew. And when you go out with your crew, in that scenario, in that case, when you're not of God and you're like in the world, you're just looking for something bad to happen, basically. And move on to the last part. Last verse, he says, "Because of you, now I do whatever I want. I only think of me first. Just throwing up money in a whorehouse. To hell with true love. I only think about making money now. Babe, our love is dead, and it'll rest in peace. Doesn't matter to me who you go with. Tell your mom that I don't need her anymore, and now that I have plenty of mother-in-laws." And then he talks about different women that he has connections with, or that he has the choice of being with. Pretty much, he mentions a blonde chick, a rocker chick, and a model. And he says, he finishes the verse by saying, "and even his fans." So he's even admitting that he's getting promiscuous with his fans and whatnot. I'm not saying that's a reality. I'm saying that that's what he states in the song. Now, through that last verse, he has become selfish and does not care about anyone else but himself, and only cares about money. Says that he doesn't care for just one girl. Now, now that he has so many options. And he says, "I'm not here for love of months. I'm not here for dumb fights. You should look for someone else who can kiss you. None of them look like me. Tell mom to not pray for me, that tonight I'm going out and just doing my thing. And no one can make me straighten out my ways." Now, with that last verse, he's pretty much saying that he lost respect for his life and doesn't care how he ends up, and even rejects any prayer towards him, and is acting and speaking like someone with a reprobate mindset. If you go to Romans 1:28, it says, "And just as they did not see fit to acknowledge God any longer, God gave them over to a depraved mind to do those things which are not proper." If you're going out on the street and you're doing whatever you want and have no regrets and getting yourself into trouble, then you're on your way and path to destruction. All right. So once again, let's pray for Bad Bunny and all these other artists that are just, filling the streets with poison with this garbage, not music, garbage content within their music. All right. So God bless you all. Thank you for stopping by again. I appreciate the love. Hit like, subscribe, and share this video with all your friends. All right. And I will see you guys next time. Probably sometime this week, maybe next week. We'll see what happens. God bless you all. Love you all. Have a wonderful day. And as always, Ephesians chapter 5, verse 10 and 11. That's our mission. Let's do it.
Hey, buenas tardes a todo el mundo. Dios le bendiga a la familia primeramente y a todos los amigos de Puerto Rico. Saludos desde acá de Deltona, Florida. Voy a esperar que par de la gente que ya les invité a este live stream lleguen. A lo que llegan par de gente, pues nada, me voy a introducir rápidamente. Nombre es Jorge Quiñones. Soy un humilde servidor de Jesucristo, un creyente en la palabra, en el Evangelio. No soy nadie importante al nivel de, ¿verdad?, muchas otras personas. Simplemente quería repartir una palabra que edifique a sus espíritus, un mensaje a la conciencia. Un brequecito. A ver si. All right. So anyway, voy a tratar de ser bien breve, bien rápido. No quiero ocupar mucho tiempo porque sé que a las personas que invité pues tienen cosas que hacer. Yo tengo cosas que hacer. Así que no quiero tardarme mucho. Rápidamente, el propósito de este video es hablar de la situación actual allá en Puerto Rico, concerniente a la música urbana, secular. Yo llevo un tiempo callado, sin decir nada, como casi todos nosotros. Cada cual sigue su camino. Salió una canción nueva, pues la ponen en la radio. Quizás a uno no le guste, cambie la estación y se acaba el problema, you know. Pero lo que sucede es que lamentablemente muchas veces los que no cambian la estación de radio son los mismos niños, adolescentes, jóvenes, y a eso es lo que quiero llegar. Rápidamente yo quiero, ¿verdad?, nombrar 2 o 3 nombres, y todo lo que voy a decir en este video lo voy a decir con el mayor respeto, el mayor amor de Cristo que yo pueda tener en mi corazón hacia estas personas, hacia estos artistas. Yo los amo en el amor del Señor. Quiero que Dios haga algo en sus vidas. Quiero que vengan a arrepentimiento. Quiero que ellos conozcan de Dios, del Evangelio, y que Dios pueda transformarlos. Pero en lo que sucede eso, hay que hablarle. Y no solamente hablarle sutilmente, sino hay que ser un poco más directo a estos artistas. ¿Por qué? Porque muchas veces uno generaliza tanto las cosas que quizás a los que están causando más daño no les llega el mensaje. Quizás de esta forma, siendo un poco más directo, ya sea nombrando su nombre, llamándolos aparte, Dios quiera les llegue este mensaje de amor de parte de Dios, primeramente, de parte mía, porque yo, como una persona que ama la música urbana, yo tengo mis raíces de lo que hago. Cuando hago música, cuando hago canciones, casi siempre está basada en el género urbano. Así que pues yo amo ese género y amo las cosas que se pueden hacer a través de ese género. Así que rápidamente, sin gastar mucho tiempo, Brian Roberto Roena, mejor conocido como Brian Myers. Dios te bendiga, papito. Si estás escuchando, si te llega este mensaje, Dios te bendiga. Cristo te ama. Benito Antonio Martínez Ocasio, mejor conocido como Bad Bunny. Dios te bendiga. Cristo te ama. Espero que te llegue este mensaje. Emanuel Santiago, mejor conocido como Anuel AA. Igualmente, Dios te bendiga. Cristo te ama.
Si te llega el mensaje, pues escúchalo atentamente, no lo ignores, recíbelo. Si te gusta lo que yo voy a decir, bien. Si no te gusta, pues simplemente cógelo como consejo. Austin Santos, mejor conocido como Arcángel, Dios te bendiga, Cristo te ama. Noriel y a Anonymous. Estos son, pues, artistas que están ahora mismo, si se puede decir, dominando lo que es el género urbano. Son una generación, pues, nueva, especialmente los últimos par de artistas que mencioné. Son jóvenes de edad bien, son menores, son 21, 22, 23 años, están empezando sus carreras. Ahora, con todo el respeto, quizás lo que vaya a decir ahora suene un poco una falta de respeto, o no sé cómo lo quieran tomar. Pero a todos los que mencioné, nuevamente, Dios les bendiga, Cristo les ama, y escuchen atentamente lo que voy a decir. ¿Están ustedes tan y tan enraizados en lo que es el dinero, la fama y todas las cosas que trae ser artista secular, que se les olvida que hay una niñez, hay una juventud en Puerto Rico, primeramente, que no solamente escucha sus canciones, que no solamente oyen lo que ellos dicen, imitan lo que ellos hacen, y los ven a ustedes como modelos, que se les olvida que hay una juventud, de que quizás ustedes viven la vida que están proyectando a través de sus canciones, quizás no, pero se les olvida que hay una juventud en Puerto Rico que lamentablemente no tienen muchas opciones cuando se trata de tener un modelo a seguir. Quizás no conocen del evangelio, quizás no tienen unos buenos padres, etcétera. Los ven a ustedes como ejemplos a seguir. Entonces, ustedes tienen una influencia tan y tan grande que no sé si es que se hacen los locos, no sé si es que ignoran esa verdad de que tienen influencia, tienen poder, tienen fuerza a través de lo que ustedes hacen. Yo no sé ustedes, yo amo la juventud de Puerto Rico, yo amo la niñez de Puerto Rico. Yo no tengo hijos propios, tengo una sobrinita, la cual la amo como si fuera la hija mía. La razón por la cual estoy diciendo esto es que hace un par de meses atrás, cuando empecé el trabajo que tengo hoy en día, que Dios me ha bendecido con un trabajo, pues, en el aeropuerto. Brevemente, yo tengo un compañero que también es puertorriqueño. No voy a mencionar su nombre, pero es un buen compañero, un buen amigo. Y yo lo respeto y él me respeta a mí. Nada, yo estaba en entrenamiento para empezar a trabajar este trabajo en Georgia. Y pues yo ponía mi música de rap cristiano en el cuarto, y él ponía canciones que yo no había escuchado. So, yo le pregunto a Dios, ¿y quiénes son esos? Y él me dice, fulano, 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 fulano. Y yo decía, wow, pero no hay que quitarle que estos jóvenes tienen una habilidad, un talento, dado por Dios. Eso no hay que quitarle. Yo soy el primero que reconozco cuando hay talento y habilidad, yo soy el primero que lo digo. Pero cuando escuchaba las líricas de sus canciones, hasta yo mismo abría los ojos bien grandes y decía, wow, pero esto está común y corriente en la calle allá. Y me dice, no, sí, esto es lo que está, como quien dice, esto está el día hoy, está por todos lados allá en Puerto Rico. Y yo, al momento que me dijo eso, yo dije, wow, las cosas no están muy buenas que digamos en la música, entonces, si eso es lo que está influyendo mucho allá. Y nada, como que fue algo que sucedió, escuché y no le puse mucha importancia. Pero después de eso pasaron los meses y poco a poco fui investigando a cada uno de estos artistas. Y dije, déjame ver si tienen otras canciones que pues no. Y lamentablemente iba por 3 canciones y todavía, la vulgaridad, el nivel de vulgaridad y las cosas que decían, demasiado de sexual, demasiado de explícita. Yo en mi corazón, yo sentí un dolor tan y tan grande. Yo me dije yo mismo, Señor, ten misericordia de estos muchachitos que no saben las consecuencias de lo que están haciendo. Yo brevemente, llámenme en vieja escuela o lo que quieran llamarme, pero hay una canción de Bicosí que dice Quieren, no la voy a cantar, pero búsquenla en YouTube. Y precisamente de eso es lo que estoy hablando ahora mismo. Son artistas que tienen talento, tienen habilidad, pero la están utilizando de una forma tan y tan desenfrenada, sin pensar a quién hieren. Después que consigan su dinero, su fama, su atención, eso es lo que le importa a ellos. Yo espero que eso no sea a ustedes, los que mencioné ahorita. Yo espero que, ¿verdad? Yo no conozco su vida personal, yo no sé si conocen del Evangelio, yo no sé, ¿verdad? Sus papás, pero solamente estoy hablando de lo que he visto y he escuchado. Cada cual se conoce por sus frutos. Yo no soy perfecto, yo no soy el más santo del mundo. Yo reconozco mis errores, las cosas que tengo que arreglar ante Papito Dios. Pero de una cosa que sí puedo hablar sin miedo es que de las pocas canciones que yo he grabado y he publicado, solamente hablo de cosas positivas, solamente hablo de Dios, de cosas que te fortalezcan a ti, a mí y para el bien. Yo no he grabado ni he escrito nada que difame a las mujeres, que le hable de una forma tan vulgar o que sexualice a la mujer de la forma que ustedes lo han hecho. Yo no sé, ¿verdad? Sí, porque esta es la cosa. Yo digo, wow, tantas canciones que han hecho hasta ahora tan vulgares, tan, explícitas, con el respeto, besan a su madre con la misma boca, como dicen por ahí en inglés, do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Like, piensen en eso también. Tienen su madre y los que no, quizás, repito, no sé, no conozco sus vidas personales y lamentablemente, pues, no quiero extenderme mucho en este video y entrar en detalle, pero rápidamente quiero tocar algunos versículos, porque esto no sería, ¿verdad? Un video con propósito si no fuera por la palabra. En Filipenses 5:11, que es lo que me trajo a mí a hacer este video. Perdonen, Efesios 5:11. La palabra de Dios dice: no participéis en las obras infructuosas de las tinieblas, sino más bien reprenderlas. Yo como creyente, yo como alguien que ama al Señor, ama el Evangelio, ama la niñez de Puerto Rico, ama la juventud de Puerto Rico, primeramente, y después global, yo tengo que decir algo. Alguien tiene que decir algo, porque esto no es nada nuevo, esto siempre ha existido música explícita, sexual, etcétera, y gente ha hablado en contra de ella, y por eso me tomo yo la responsabilidad en estos tiempos de levantarme en contra de este tipo de música, y no tanto la música, el contenido de la letra en sus canciones, porque yo también hago música urbana. So, no tanto la música, sino el contenido, el propósito de tus letras. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que estoy atacando. No estoy atacando a los que mencioné al principio del video. Estoy atacando sus líricas. ¿Ok? Las canciones, el propósito, los mensajes subliminales que hay dentro de sus canciones, cosas que llevan a la juventud, a depresión, a muchas cosas que pues lamentablemente solamente Dios puede sanar esos corazones. Pero anyway, rápidamente, con esto los dejo. Antes que cierre este video, porque no quiero extenderme, en San Juan, en la palabra de Dios, en el libro de San Juan, capítulo 7, versículo 24, ¿ok? Para los que dicen, está juzgando y ese está haciendo más que su trabajo, él es un artista, él hace las cosas por el entretenimiento, sea por el entretenimiento, sea para sobrevivir. Yo creo que los valores nunca, por más dinero que le den a uno nunca deja sus valores por dinero, you know. But anyway, en San Juan capítulo 7, versículo 24, no juzguéis según las apariencias, sino juzgad con justo juicio. ¿Y cuál es el justo juicio? El justo juicio es la palabra de Dios, aquella que fue dirigida no solamente al pueblo de Dios, sino al mundo entero. Así que con esto los dejo. Dios bendiga a cada uno de los que mencionó ahorita al principio del video. Los amo en el amor del Señor. Cristo les ama. Y este video, yo quiero que si lo pueden compartir, si les llega a ellos, bien, gloria a Dios. Algo sencillo, algo básico, y no entré mucho en detalle, pero no solamente a ellos, sino a todos los del género urbano allá en Puerto Rico, que les llegue estas palabras. Cristo te ama, Dios te quiere utilizar de manera mucho más provechosa y más beneficiosa para ustedes mismos y para el mundo entero si se dan a Él. Ahora, si se dan a sus propias pasiones y propio egoísmo, etcétera, pues el enemigo mismo, vamos a llamarlo por nombre, el diablo mismo estará utilizándolo a ustedes si no se deciden darse a Cristo. Así que nada, los amo, un abrazo de aquí, de Florida, Dios les bendiga mucho y síganme en el canal de YouTube. Voy a tratar de compartir el link en mi muro de Facebook. Los amo mucho a todos, gracias por compartir este video y que tengan lindo día. Dios les bendiga. All right, so real quick, I just decided to do the same video or a similar video, but in English, just so there's no excuses. All right, the same things I said in the last video, which was in Spanish. I'm gonna try to translate it in a shorter fashion. All right. This video is directed to the artists in secular music back home in PR. All right, Puerto Rico. There's a few names that I just want to mention briefly. I don't want to really give them too much time and attention because they already have enough of it as it is. But just real quick. So we got the real names, okay? Brian Roberto Roena Perez. That's Bryant Myers. God bless you, brother. Christ loves you. Hopefully this video gets to you and the message gets across. All right. We got Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, aka Bad Bunny. Same thing. God bless you and your family. Hopefully this video reaches you and the message gets across. All right. Emmanuel Santiago, aka Anuel AA. Same thing. God bless you and your family, brother. Love you in the love of Christ. And hopefully this message gets across to all of you. Okay. Same thing goes for Austin Santos, Arcangel. aka La Maravilla. And we got Noriel and Anonymous. So real quick, what I want to say to all of you and anybody else who is making this kind of music back home, all right, in Puerto Rico, you have to realize a couple things, all right? You guys are young, okay? You guys are in your early 20s. You're just starting out life. You're just making music for profit, okay? You're making music for money. You're making music for entertainment purposes. And I get that, okay? Like I said in the other video, I recognize talent and ability when I see it. I recognize God-given talent, okay? But my problem is, okay, and this will always be my issue. And maybe I'm speaking against it now because I guess there's a limit to how much I can put up with until I actually say something or do something about it. All right. This has been going on for a while now. It's nothing new. There's always been artists who have been sexually explicit with their music, with their songs. Artists who have been openly vulgar with their songs. So this is nothing new. Okay. We've all seen and heard this. The problem is that I love my youth from where I come from. I don't know about you guys, the guys who I just mentioned earlier. I don't know about you, Arcángel, Anuel, Anonymous, Bad Bunny. I don't know if you guys love the children from back home, from Puerto Rico, but I do. I'm passionate about the youth. I'm passionate about kids. I don't have a son or daughter myself, but I do have a little niece whom I love as if she were my own. Okay, and I care about her. I love her, and you know, I don't like the fact that already as it is, urban music back home is the most open one. Like everybody listens to it openly. This is our community listens to it. All right, it's a day-to-day thing. It's normal over there. The problem is, you guys, since I said earlier, you guys do it for money, entertainment, and what you forget to realize, or what you forget or ignore, is that we have little kids hearing these things. And you can say, oh, they don't have to listen to it if they don't want to. Their parents are irresponsible for what they listen to. That's not entirely true. Because you know what? When they get on the school bus to go to school or back from school, when they're at school, you know, they have access to internet. They have access to all your songs. They have access to everything. So you're poisoning the minds of young children into speaking this way that you're speaking in your songs, building a certain character that's ungodly. Okay. Now, I make music myself, you know, just for fun. I don't do it for profit. I don't do it to make money. None of that. I just make music, conscious rap music, because I like spreading a good word, positive vibes, and the gospel. All right. So to not make this video too long, because I know we all got things to do. As a matter of fact, if this video gets to you guys might say, I don't got time for this fool. I got things to do. But you know what? I have time for my youth back home. I have time for the children back home. Okay, I have that kind of time, and I'm gonna invest that time because I love kids from Puerto Rico. I love the youth from Puerto Rico, and I'm passionate about them. So you know what? I could be doing a lot of things right now. I could be doing a lot of things with my time. Maybe that might seem a little bit more purpose-filled, but you know what? I believe it in my heart. From God to speak up against this and everything that you guys are standing for. There's still time. God loves you. He wants you to use your talent and abilities for him. Okay. He wants you to use that God-given talent that he gave you. Okay. And that he allowed you to develop to the point of your success. for his purposes. Not for your own pleasure, not for your own gain, but for his purposes. Until you make that decision to give yourselves to him, you're being used by the devil himself. You know, I hate to be the one to say it. I don't know if you guys believe in that or not, but that's the unfathomable truth. There's no escaping that. If you're not using your talents and abilities for God, then you're using it for the enemy. That's just how it goes. All right. So without further ado, just real quick, I'm going to mention a few verses from the Word of God. All right. So real quick, we have Ephesians chapter 5, verse 11, which is the reason why I'm making these videos. Okay. I'm going to say in Spanish because it's your native tongue. I know you heard it in the last video, but here it is again. All right. No participéis en las obras infructuosas de las tinieblas, sino más bien reprenderlas. By making these videos, guys, what I'm trying to do is just letting you know what God thinks about what you're doing. If you believe in God, then you know that, you know what? He's not for it. He's not happy about it. And there's another verse in John chapter 7, verse 24. Sorry about that. Verse 24, chapter 7 of John. No juzguéis según las apariencias, sino juzgad con justo juicio. I'm not judging you guys by my standards. I'm judging you guys by God's standards and by God's word. Like my dad would say, no lo digo yo, lo dice la Biblia. Okay? Lo dice la palabra de Dios. No lo digo yo, lo dice Dios. So, esto es un consejo, una advertencia a esos artistas allá en Puerto Rico. All right? All those artists that are over there that are poisoning the young minds, this message is directed towards you. All right? Hopefully this message gets across to you guys. Hopefully you see it. Hopefully you take the advice. If you don't, that's fine. I know you guys believe you have better things to do, but take it as advice from a man of God. All right. Love you all, the ones I mentioned. All right. Love all of you. God loves you. Christ loves you. He wants to do great things with you guys if you allow him to. All right. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Everybody that's watching the live broadcast, love y'all. Thank you for joining me. God bless. Y'all have a wonderful day, and share this video with all your friends, and hopefully it gets across. All right. Have a great day, guys. Bye.
So, they're saying a lot, right?
Yep. No, you're fine. You're fine. So, I mean, it's Isaiah chapter 14, verses 12 through 14.
Verses what?
Verses 12 to 14. I mean, you could read more of those verses if need be, but the main ones are verses 12 all the way to 14.
Okay. So I'm putting up a commentary. It's like Matthew Henry.
Oh, good. I love Matthew Henry. Good stuff. Good Bible scholar right there. Or theologian, if you will.
So let me read this one part, right? So it says, great pride and haughtiness. Notice is here taken of his pomp, the extravagancy of his retinue. He affected to appear the utmost magnificence, but that was not the worst. It was the temper of his mind and the elevation of that ripened him for ruin. Thou hast said in thy heart, like Lucifer, I will ascend into heaven. Here is the language of his vain glory, borrowed perhaps from that of the angels who fell, who not content with their first estate, the post assigned them would vie with God and become not only independent of him, but equal with him, or perhaps it refers to the story of Nebuchadnezzar, who, when he would be more than man, was justly turned into a brute. King of Babylon here promises himself. So, like, up to this moment, like, most of this, if not all, is speaking specifically to that one king, right? So, going through this part of this commentary, like, really quick, is talking straight to that king, about that king, right? It's not comparing him, or it's not going deep into Lucifer, right? This one part right here, I don't know if you ever looked at Job 38:7. So right here, it kind of mentions this has been commonly alluded to, and it is a mere allusion to illustrate the fall of the angels who were as morning stars. But how have they fallen? How are thou cut down to the ground and leveled with it, that this weaken the nations? Right. So I'm guessing from this kind of like commentary, he doesn't really align it, right? He doesn't really sees that comparison. Now, I'm thinking we could kind of look at other commentaries and sees which ones of them do agree that that's a right interpretation.
Right.
I haven't really been too in depth with this topic to kind of like give too many opinions on different commentaries, but I know I've heard it in the past from different people. Is this something that it's one of those things that we really should take our time and look into the word and see if the interpretation that we have heard in the past is really expository teaching, right? Preaching. That the hermeneutics behind it are really lining up to what the Bible says.
All right. And exactly how you said, we have to like not only pass it through like a secondary opinion. Sometimes we have to pass it through like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different opinions, and kind of like really, pretty much like filter it as much as we can through like these Bible scholars that really take the time to like dig deep into this type of topic.
Mm-hmm.
But moving forward from there, let's say it is true. Let's say it is officially like aligned with that possibility that it was a parallel. Like on one hand, yes, Isaiah was talking directly to the king, and at the same time, while he was talking directly to the king, what he was saying was a foreshadowing of what had happened with Lucifer, right? So let's say it is true. Let's say that's official and that is correct. Going from there, do you think that Lucifer, understanding how much power he had through what he was able to do through music and through what many would consider like nowadays an equivalent to worship or praise, right? Do you think him knowing the magnitude of what he was able to do, right, with all that talent and ability and gift, right, he kind of like said to himself, well, if I can't do what I want with this gift and this ability in heaven, then I'm going to use it to my benefit down here on earth? Do you think at some point, and this is just personal opinion, of course, I'm not going to say, biblically, is this correct or not, but from your understanding, and kind of like knowing more or less, pretty much from what we have read from the Bible, how Satan is, do you think that's something that crossed his mind?
I mean, I think the possibility is there, right? The possibility is always there. Let's say he was in charge of the music. Let's say he was in charge of like doing that whole worship thing, right? So let's say he was, right? So I think it would be one of the ways that he would use to steal glory from God, right? And to try to get the glory for himself. or just to distract glory or to distract God from receiving the glory and just making sure that we're worshiping everything else but God, right? So I think it is one of the ways that the enemy uses to disconnect us from God. One of the things that I would say, I could see how a lot of people would go straight to the music aspect and kind of like stay in that territory. I see it as an he's everywhere aspect.
Right.
And so if you think about like movie stars, right, they get a lot of attention and people start praising them, start worshiping them, right? So it's a gift. Like I think you stated it perfectly yesterday. So God gives us the gifts. We kind of work with that gift, we make it grow, and then we make or take the decision. We're gonna use that gift to glorify and honor God, or if we're just gonna worship other things with that gift. And sadly, a lot of people use that gift and just use it to praise and worship everything else but God who gave it to us. So you'll see that in music, you'll see that in acting, you'll see that in drawing, painting. You'll just see it everywhere. And if you think about it, people that God has blessed them with a right, like smart mind and being business savvy, well, God gave them the gift, but they'll just take it and they'll use it to make maybe more money and worry about them and care about them. So I believe the enemy is slick when it comes to just making sure that we are distracted from giving all of the glory to God and give some of the glory to Him or to other things that are not God.
Yep. Now, that being said, this is not what I'm going to say right now. Is not to take away from what you just said. If anything, it's to explore that area. Are you aware? And I know, I guess, like in some ways you are, because I remember like in the past showing you some of this information myself. But are you aware that many of these artists, right? Like for example, Jay-Z, when he came out with, I think it was the Blueprint 3. There's a song where he says himself, in one line he says, "Jesus can't save you," right? And then you have Kanye West on one of his appearances or concerts on stage saying that he sold his soul to the devil. And then you have just countless and numerous like singers, artists, rappers mostly, kind of like openly stating how they have either in some way, shape, or form made a deal with the devil, and or just kind of like having like an antichrist spirit, right? The reason I'm bringing that up is because one of the points that I wanted to bring or make in the last night's stream is that's one of the many reasons why I believe, from what I've seen and read, that Satan primarily, I mean, he you're right. He uses TV, he uses shows, he uses movies, he uses a painting, he uses visuals, he uses whatever he can get his hands on to distract everyone, right? Because of course, as they say, the biggest trick that the devil has pulled is making everybody believe that he don't exist, right? Everybody knows that quote, but no one digs deeper and says, why are so many artists and like singers and like rappers like saying these things that they're saying, right? And some people might say, it's just like them expressing like their art. It's just them kind of just writing something just randomly, or it didn't really mean what they meant. They were just like just writing something creative or whatever. But it gets to a point where it's like, how many of them have to like keep doing that to where we have to like question it and be like, why? Like, why so many like artists and singers and rappers just doing these things and saying these things? And when you kind of like play back some of Jay-Z's songs in that same album, the Blueprint 3, there's messages that were placed there on purpose, because you don't do backmasking by accident. You know what I'm saying? That you don't put certain verses or words, by accident or randomly when you play back an audio to a song, right? So I guess with all that I'm saying, do you at least have the hide or kind of like hold the possibility that like the enemy greatly uses music to influence, to entertain the mind and kind of like stray it off the path, and all these other things that I'm not going to get into right now because we only have about 5 minutes left. But do you reserve the possibility for that?
Like what I would say is that I believe it's one of the streams that he uses the most. I believe it's one of the streams that is easiest for him to like use, right? But what I'm trying to say, I guess, is that even though I understand it's one of the streams that he uses the most,
right?
I would never want to mark it as this is the one that he uses and that's it. Right. Like just how there are singers or rappers, right, that in their songs they'll say something like "I sold my soul to the devil," right, or they'll say something bad about Jesus. Well, in the movies, you'll see actors saying stuff like that, right? People that write novels, you'll see them writing stuff like that in their novels, right? People that draw paintings, right, they'll put something like that in the art. So, in all of these different streams, people kind of say the same things, right, or do the same things, right? So, I do believe music is one of those things that is the easiest to like spread. If you want to spread a message, you use music. That's why I like commercials. They'll use music to try to get you hooked on that commercial and buying the product, right? So music is what they teach little kids in kindergarten, right? Preschool, how to learn letters and numbers. So just how music is so instrumental in teaching something and getting you to remember something. It's just that easy to make people worship different things. So I do like I said earlier, I believe music is one of the strongest avenues that he uses to derail people from serving the Lord. I just wouldn't say that it's like the only one, right? I believe just how there's singers and musicians that will say stuff like the ones that you said, right? Or do stuff that they do in the videos. There's actors or actresses that will do stuff like that, right? Or movie producers or movie writers that will put stuff like that, elements like that in their movies or in their videos, in their TV series. So it's all combined. Like right now, I started reading a book. It's called
3 minutes.
El Alma Artesanal. It's like the artist's soul or something like that. It's a pastor. He's from, I think it's Los Angeles. And basically the book starts out by saying, trying to kill this myth, the myth, that when people say, oh, I'm not creative, like, hey, that person, he's really creative, but I'm not creative. So the book, he starts it out by like trying to like kill that myth, because he's like, our God is the creator of the universe. Our God creates, right? Our God is an artist.
Amen.
And God made us, right? A su imagen y su semejanza, right? So I don't know how you translate that in English, but
so his likeness.
His likeness, right? So there's stuff that he put in us that makes us like look like him, right? Or be like him.
Right.
So what the pastor is getting at, right, is if our God is the creator of the universe and he created a bunch of things, he wants you to be a creator, right? So for you to create things, right? So just like that, the enemy's gonna try to confuse us, and he's gonna try to get you to use that gift that God gave you to use it for his purpose, for his will, instead of using it for God's purpose, God's will. Like I know yesterday you were looking for a name.
The pianist. You know who I was talking about. Yeah, yes, Jerry Lee Lewis.
Jerry Lee Lewis. So I looked it up for you, and I was going through the library of the university, trying to like do some research before the program. I couldn't really do as much research as I would have liked, but it's funny because there's this one book that the title just called my attention. I don't know how legit the book is. I don't know how legit the author is. I know the publisher is Harvard University.
Right.
So, I mean, that's not saying that it's the most spiritual book,
Right.
but at least when it comes to like scholarship or like academically speaking, it should be a responsible book, right? If they're publishing, I would like to think so. But the thing that killed me was the title and the subtitle. So the title is The Devil's Music, and the subtitle is How Christians Inspired, Condemned, and Embraced Rock and Roll. Right?
Interesting. That is an interesting book to look into.
Yeah, so that part, like when I read the subtitle, I was like, what? You know what I'm saying? How Christians inspired, condemned, and embraced rock and roll. So I wanted to read you a part from the book that I found to be interesting, and this is Jerry Lee Lewis, right? So basically, the introduction to the book is starting out like in 2014, when like Jerry Lee Lewis was 79 years old, right? And this saying basically he entered in a quiet, more reflective phase of his life. And in this moment, he was, kind of like they were doing interviews, and he was kind of like thinking about life and thinking about like different stuff that happened to him. His life was pretty tragic. He was saying here, like, he had like a couple like great hits. But in the middle of that, he had problems with the IRS. He had run-ins with the law. He succumbed to drugs and alcohol. One of his sons drowned in a swimming pool. Another died in a Jeep accident. So his life was kind of like pretty tragic, right? And I'm reading this part. I'm gonna have to look up some more information, because from what I'm understanding from this part that I'm reading, he like one night he showed up at Elvis Presley's like mansion, like waving a gun. And like I guess he was going after Elvis or something like that. So it's kind of like crazy how the intro to the book is. But basically, it says this: late in life, however, it seemed as though Jerry Lee wanted to set things right. I put God first now, always. An older Shaston, Jerry Lee, told Patrick Doyle of Rolling Stone magazine, I pray all the time. Really. I do a lot of what's required, he confessed. I pay my tithes, offerings at the Church of God in Cleveland, Tennessee. That's how I was raised, right? So it goes off more saying, that him, like Johnny Cash, like
that's another one, Johnny Cash.
I think that's one of the other ones that you mentioned yesterday. They were raised kind of like in the same denomination, right? They were raised in that Pentecostal type. So he says, I was always worried whether I was going to heaven or hell, he confided. I still am. I worry about it before I go to bed. It's a very serious situation. I mean, you worry when you breathe your last breath, where are you going to go? So basically he was giving like some more information. And then this and I'm almost finishing because I know our time is almost up. Like this guy doing an interview asked them, is it true that you believe you're a sinner and going to hell for playing rock and roll? And Lewis fired back saying, yep, I know the right way. He replied emphatically, I was raised a good Christian, but I couldn't make it. Too weak, I guess. So basically there, it kind of goes down and it talks about, how you're talking about Pastor Jimmy Swaggart.
Right.
Which was his cousin, right? You were
right.
kind of looking for these names yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And his cousin, which was a pastor, right? He was doing this time, like in the 80s, he was talking about how his cousin, how his family started rock and roll, right? So I'm guessing that's where the book comes up with that subtitle saying how Christians inspired it, right? Because like you were saying yesterday, like a lot of these people that became like great artists, like famous, superstars, rock stars, they began like playing, singing at church, right? And somehow they got drifted away. Now, this is where we're gonna go into this world that we're really not gonna be sure, and so we're up there, right? Or unless some of these people say, "This is what I did," this, you know, this whole "I sold my soul to the devil" kind of thing, right? Or is it just that I made a decision that I was gonna use my talents for this, right? And knowingly, instead of worshiping God, I'm worshiping other things, right? And one day in my life, hopefully, I'll get a chance to ask for forgiveness and get my stuff straight with God. So I guess there's a lot of things. There's a lot of information out there. We just gotta be responsible with it. I would say the most important thing, if all of this is true, is just for us to kind of like reflect every day, right? The gifts that God gave me to use for His glory, for His purpose. What am I doing with these gifts? Right? I mean, that's what I think should be the objective. If, like, let's say that Isaiah verse, if it has something to do with Lucifer, with Satan, then it'll prove something, right? It'll prove that he kind of dealt with that. But even if that verse has nothing to do with that, from how we see the devil work throughout the Bible, it gives us kind of the same playbook, right? He'll always try to get people to get distracted from God,
right?
And go and worship other things through different means and different avenues. So even if that verse wouldn't fall, I mean, everything that we're saying is still true to the character of who the devil is, right?
Right. Yep. And I'll follow that up with simply saying, you know, every single one of us, okay, you, me, people around us, right, people at work, people that we go to church with, our neighbors, friends, family, everyone has a God-given ability, God-given talent, God-given gift. Because, as you said earlier, when we are created by God, right, before we even enter the womb of our mothers, right, we are already designed to perfection, and God does give us gifts, right? It is up to us, you know, to place those gifts and abilities and talents into God's hands and allow Him to work through us and with us, right? To allow us to be a blessing to those around us. Or, you know, are you wanting to use those gifts and talents and abilities for your own gain or to worship other things, which eventually and ultimately end up worshiping the devil? Because if you're not worshiping God, that's just the way it is. If you're not worshiping God or living for God, no matter how you want to look at it, you're worshiping the devil. That's just the way it is. But yeah, so man, this was really good, man. And I wish we could like keep going all the way to like 5 hours straight, but that's not a reality. So so I am gonna cut this like in about 2-3 minutes. But before we do go, I want to remind everybody, all right, if you like what you see here tonight, okay, with this recording, like what we talked about, enjoyed the conversation, was this conversation of a blessing to you, then please share the stream forward with your friends and family, your neighbors, your coworkers, whoever you think this will be a blessing to, right? Also, same thing like I said earlier, if you wanted to help the channel out, help us grow, subscribe to the channel, give this video a like and share it forward, right? Pretty straightforward. And financially, if you can and want to, you don't have to, but if you can and want to, just make sure your personal finances are in order first before even considering blessing this channel. But there is the option on the bottom left and bottom right, the QR codes you can scan and help this channel keep moving forward financially. You know, it'll be a blessing to us and yourself as well. So that being said, all right, that being said, I believe this is one of those conversations and topics that can actually be expanded even more on, which we will do eventually at some point. We'll come back to this topic, whether it be a month from now, 2 months from now. But I want to have the whole panel at the same time on the actual like recording or stream. That way we can kind of like share opinions, information, from each other, like we did, between you and me just tonight. We could do
Yeah.
it with the other panel members or co-hosts. So that'll be in the future. Do you have anything to add from the investigation work you did before this recording that you want to add on before we close out?
Nah, I would just say we we gonna need more time to get more information, more in depth, and to make sure that we're being responsible, right, with handling the words. So yeah, let's see if in some time we could try to do this again and see if we found something different. See if what we're finding really matches with what like scripture, if it's on scripture. And a fascinating topic that I think it's important, and I think like you said earlier, right? At the end of the day, the objective, the purpose of this is for us to take a look at our lives and say, like, what am I doing with the talents that God gave me? Am I using it for God's glory, or am I using it for my glory? Which would at the end of the day be worshiping, the enemy. So yeah, let's just take a moment every day and kind of think, like, what am I doing with my life, with the talents that God gave me? And hopefully we could set a lot of this stuff straight.
Amen to that. Amen to that. All right, brother man. We're gonna close out. And we're gonna thank God for all the glory for allowing this to happen. And I really do hope this is a blessing for anybody and everybody who actually takes the time to look at this recording. And yeah, God bless every single one of you guys who's going to be watching this in the future. David, thanks for being here, bro. I really do appreciate you. I'm gonna let you go off the stream, and I'm gonna say some final official last words before I leave the actual stream itself. But thanks for stopping by, man. I really do appreciate your presence here.
All right, love you guys. Take care.
All right, peace. All right, so before I close out, just real quick, one last thing. Just make sure you're ready for winter, all right? With jdqjustdon'tquit.com. You can get your hoodie or t-shirts, prepare yourself for winter time. That's another way you can help a brother out and help support this channel and myself keep moving forward with what we're doing here, all right? So anyways, guys, God bless every single one of you guys. I love every single one of you as well. And as always, stay safe, stay blessed, and peace. All right. Yeah. Apparently, I was talking into a muted mic for the last minute or so. Sister actually pointed it out to me, so I do appreciate that. What's going on, Constantine? What's going on, Bomb? What up, Nick? What up, William? What's going on? Blessings and love to everybody as always. Yeah, so tonight's going to be a very interesting night because I do have my sister with me here tonight, and she's going to be a part of tonight's stream. And it's going to be hopefully a short one. I hope it doesn't really be one of those 3-hour long streams that sometimes or most of the time happens here. Bomb. What's going on, Variety TV? What's going on, Emily? Yeah. So, I was trying to say before my sister pointed out the muted mic, my sister and I are not experts in this field. We're not theologians. We're not Bible scholars, nothing like that. However, we do have a decent amount of knowledge when it comes to biblical matters and topics. And yeah, she's gonna help me with information. We're gonna go through the verses or some of the verses that have to do with this topic. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna give obviously the biblical perspective, and we're also gonna give kind of like our point of view of the biblical perspective. Before I bring her on, though, if you guys would be so kind to share the stream or channel with your friends and family forward, I'll appreciate it. Also, if the moderators can add some of the links to the live chat while my sister gets ready to be on, any of the links will be appreciated. I'm not going to say which one specifically, but y'all know what to do. And William says, yep, glad I found your channel. Yep, appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Frankie says you shouldn't give that much thought or time. He isn't worth it. While this is true, and I do agree, the Bible does tell us to learn the strategies of our enemy, and there's a reason behind that. If we're not prepared or understand how the devil works, we're not going to understand how to protect ourselves and fight a worthy battle against the enemy himself and the armies of darkness. So yeah, God does pretty much command us to be ready for war, whether it be spiritual warfare, war in the mind, in the heart and soul, spirit. Be ready for war at all times. And the only way to do that is to get to know the strategies of the enemy. And the way of doing that is through the Bible and understanding how the enemy works. So, all right. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. What's going on, Jesus, Mr. Greek God? What's going on, brother? Yeah, definitely. Frankie says he's a Bible reader and doesn't give too much info on him. I would respectfully disagree, but yeah. Yeah, Constantine says this spiritual war is the most crucial humanity has ever faced. And spiritual warfare and the spirit realm itself is more real than this physical realm that we're in right now. So let that sink in. But yeah, so to present my sister formally and officially, she is obviously my baby sister. We're about 8 years apart. She is a singer. She's a pianist, a musician altogether, along with a great. How do I say this? Very good programmer in different forms, if that makes any sense. Visual arts, graphic arts, graphic design, anything that has to do with UX design. You want to add to your portfolio here, so I can no. I'll cut it short. I mean, love her to death. She's very involved within the faith. She's very involved and active within the church that she is a part of right now, which is the one that I'm visiting as well. And yeah. You want me to say your actual name or just call you D, just to protect your name, even though some people already know your name?
I mean, it's not that they can pronounce it right away, but yeah, D.
I just
started with the letter D. Once they handle that letter well, I guess you can give them the rest.
All right. So she's giving me permission just to call her D for now. But yeah. So yeah, her second name Rachel. So I guess I'll just go with that, Rachel. And yeah, I'm gonna let her talk a little bit about herself. Let her introduce herself formally to the chat. I kind of like already introduced her, but if she wants to add anything to what I just said, she can. If not, then we'll just get right into it. You have any words?
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is, I'm just gonna say it, but I know it's hard to pronounce anyway. Dailian, Rachel. Well, his sis. I'm just here to just be a while with you guys and chat a little bit. He basically said everything. I'm a worship leader. What part of the worship group at my church? I like graphic arts. Anything that's design, like that's kind of me. I like to travel. Anything that's music related, that's me. So real fun to be here with you guys.
Awesome. All right. William says, hi, Rachel. And my wife is asking, did she say Dailiana? Close, very close. If you take away
that A,
that A at the end,
and
then
add an I.
Let me just write it here. No?
That's okay.
All right. So We're gonna right into it, and I'm gonna read a biblical verse that has a lot to do with what we're gonna talk about tonight. And just a quick reminder, all right? The point of tonight's stream, right, is to talk about how the fall of Lucifer slash Satan has affected mankind since that happened all the way up until now, and how it'll continue to affect humanity all the way until the end. Yeah, so the Bible verse I'm going to read right now, for the most part, this is kind of like the main verses that is brought up when talking about the fall of Lucifer and all that, and we'll go from there. But yeah, so it's found in Isaiah, right? The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 11 and forward, right? So here we go. It says, well, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, amen. It says, your pomp and magnificence have been brought down to Sheol, along with the music of your harps. And guys, I want you to keep that line right there in mind, okay? Along with the music of your harps. The maggots, which prey on the dead, are spread out under you as a bed. Just in case you're wondering why it's like phrased a little differently, or there's like added commentary, is I'm using the amplified version of the Bible. All right, so keep that in mind, okay? So I'll start from the very beginning, okay? Isaiah chapter 14, verse 11 from the Amplified Translation Bible. Your pomp and magnificence have been brought down to Sheol, along with the music of your harps. The maggots, which prey on the dead, are spread out under you as a bed, and the worms are your covering, Babylonian rulers. How you have fallen from heaven, O star of the morning, light bringer, son of the dawn. You have been cut down to the ground. You have weakened the nations, king of Babylon. But you said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mounts of assembly in the remote parts of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. But, in fact, you will be brought down to Sheol, to the remote recesses of the pit, the region of the dead. Those who see you will gaze at you. They will consider you, saying, is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook kingdoms, who made the world like a wilderness, and overthrew its cities, who did not permit his prisoners to return home? All the kings of the nations, all of them lie dead in glorious array, each one in his own sepulchre. But you, king of Babylon, have been cast out of your tomb, denied burial, like a rejected branch, clothed with the slain who are pierced by the sword, who go down to the stones of the pit, into which carcasses are thrown like a dead body trampled. All right. So in that verse, well, in these verses that I just read, yeah. Okay, so I am gonna read it in Spanish. Wait, hold on, give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna do this one. Just gonna look for the actual verse. All right, so let me read some of the comments, because okay. Dream floor, I was getting confused because I've seen the dream. No, Pops is not stopping by tonight. But at some point I would love to have him on here just so he could give some of his knowledge, because he I mean, to a certain degree, he is somewhat of a scholar when it comes to the Bible. So it'd be nice to have him on here at some point. Amen. Okay. Okay. All right. So now that we're caught up with the comments, my bad, y'all. Okay, so we read those verses, right? And we read that portion of that chapter, right? And technically, all right, it's talking about the king of Babylon at the time, right? it was Isaiah talking directly to the king of Babylon at the time. However, throughout the Bible, there's portions that have more than one meaning to them, meaning that sometimes someone will be talking to someone directly, but at the same time, they'll be foreshadowing that conversation towards somebody else. And there's different examples of that throughout the Bible. But this being like one of those main ones that everybody goes to, right? And before I continue, Diane, you want to add anything? No? All right. So yeah, for the most part, every actual Bible scholar talks about how, yes, technically it's talking to, the king of Babylon at the time, right? Calling him out and all this other stuff. But at the same time, it was telling a story and painting a picture of what happened with Lucifer, right? Whenever Daniel's done with that, I'm gonna look into a specific line that is mentioned, and it's pretty much like giving you like a clear picture of who was like Lucifer in heaven, right? Lucifer in heaven before he got casted down, and pretty much like shunned from heaven altogether, was the lead worshiper in heaven. Let me just change this back. Verse 7. Okay. Actually, no. Is it this one?
Sorry.
Oh, here it is. Okay. So in verse 11, you know how I told you guys to keep a certain line of verse 11 in mind, right? The one that says, along with the music of your harps, right? So there's other verses that go a little bit more in depth about Lucifer's position and role while he was in heaven. He was the one who led worship in heaven, basically, right? And the way he did that was with music, his harp. He's pretty much like the most looked upon, or I guess second in command when it comes to, or first in command actually, when it came to like the angels and all that. And once again, I'm not an expert, I'm not a Bible scholar, nothing like that. But in the past, reading through some of these verses and going a little bit in depth about, this whole topic, that's pretty much like what it brings up is Lucifer was indeed lead angel. It was almost to a point where it was like he was almost like God's like right hand man to a certain degree. Don't quote me on that, but that's pretty much like what it sums up to when you really dig deep about that information. But yeah, so that being the case, right, that Lucifer was in charge of music and worship in heaven, okay, that officially translated to him being like pretty much like lead in whatever he's been doing since his fall up until now, along with or through music. What do I mean by that? Well, very simple. As far as we know, in the secular mainstream world, okay, there is a strong belief that those who, give their life to Satan, Lucifer, however you want to call him, the enemy, and already have certain gifts in their possession, which are indeed God-given, because God is the one who gives gifts. However, when people decide to give their gifts to the enemy then in turn uses that gift for his power and for what his agendas are being built around of. Darlene, you want to add anything up until now?
No, I'm just listening. Just really good. Now.
I mean, it'd be nice to hear your opinion.
Yeah, I'll go along the way.
All right.
My opinions are very like simple and straightforward. Because I do kind of go with the line that Frankie was saying, and I do get your line as well. Sometimes we focus so much on a certain character, and I know that's not the case with Jorge or JDQ. I'm sorry. But I'm like kind of like the opposite. So I'm just like waiting for him to actually, go on like a full script and just give you guys the information that is still very important for us to actually know. This is always good to know both sides anyway. then I can give you like a positive one later.
All right, all right. We'll wait for that well thought out and well prepared opinion later on in the stream. But okay, so if we go back to the verse, right, and I think it's on number 12. Yes, Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. How you have fallen from heaven, right? And then there's a commentary that I'm actually going to see if I can expand on. There we go. It says many students of the Bible have felt that the passage which follows applies to Satan. All right, and this is why I use the amplified version of when I use the app of the Bible. It says, many students of the Bible have felt that the passage which follows applies to Satan. It is clear from the larger context that the passage addresses the king of Babylon, what I was saying earlier, but that does not rule out a secondary reference to Satan. Exactly what I said earlier. Many commentators are of the opinion that the arrogance expressed here is satanic, and that the passage correctly represents Satan's attitude because he was working through the Babylonian ruler. The Hebrew for this expression is translated Lucifer, light bringer, or light bearer, in the Latin Vulgate, and is translated this way in the King James Version. But because of the association of that name with Satan, it is not used in this and other translations. Some students feel that the application of the name Lucifer to Satan, in spite of the long and confident teaching to that effect, is erroneous. That the application of the name to Satan has existed since 3rd century AD and is based on the supposition that Luke chapter 10, verse 18 is an explanation of Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, which many authorities believe is not true. Lucifer, the light bringer or the light bearer, is the Latin equivalent of the Greek word phosphorus, which is used as a title of Christ in chapter 2, Peter chapter 1, 19, and corresponds to the same radiant and brilliant morning star in Revelations chapter 22nd, verse 16. The name Jesus called himself. This passage here is in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, clearly applies to the king of Babylon. All right, so like this pretty much goes with what I was saying earlier. It is strongly believed, even though right here saying like, that it's like it could be erroneous or it might be erroneous. Many of the greatest scholars, trying to remember the one that so like we could from a lot, Lex Lucado, or I know there's one specific Bible scholar or theologian that has many books and actually expands on the idea and the supposition that this indeed is actually correct, to kind of like side reference Satan or the devil through the verse that it's talking to the king of Babylon. But yeah, so going back to the actual verse itself, it says, you have been cut down to the ground. You have weakened the nations, king of Babylon. But you said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the remote parts of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. You know what's really, really interesting is, time and time again, whether it be in Genesis or in this passage that we're reading right now, the enemy, Satan, Lucifer, however you want to call him, has either always tried to trick mankind into believing this idea that we can be just like God, right? Or bigger than God, or like more than God, or as God, right? Right. And to a certain degree, we do have many characteristics that are of God or godly, right? However, God will always be God. There will always only be one God, period. There is no other God, but Jehovah himself, right? And yeah, it's funny how what caused the fall of Satan himself or Lucifer himself is that same exact thought that he could place his throne above God himself and be higher than God or higher than the Most High. It's like kind of like he tried to, since he knew already that he was like thrown out and with no option or no way of getting back into heaven, he knew that because of that same mistake that he made, right? And pretty much like screwed mankind over by presenting them with the same exact thought of them being able to be just like God or more than God, right? So that being said, from that point all the way up until now, right, he has been using those same lies time and time again. The first lie being that, you know, when someone makes a contract, quote unquote, with the devil, right, and the devil or the enemy says, hey, if you sign your soul to me, basically, I'll give you anything and everything you ever want here on earth, you know, and you'll be just like a god here on earth, and you'll be probably more than God here on earth, you know, if you do as I ask you to do for me, or as I walk you to do like for me, or if you allow me to work through you, I'll give you that and more. He even offered the same thing to Jesus. You know, like when Jesus was doing the 40 days and 40 nights of his fasting, you know, the enemy presented himself and said the same thing. Hey, if you bow to me, you know, I'll give you all this. I'll give you all these kingdoms and all this other stuff. It's the same lie that he tries to, well, actually he effectively gets a lot of people with that, but he attempts at getting a lot of people with that day in, day out, right? Tricking people into believing that lie. And at the same time, using his former ability, right, to weaken the nations through music, right, and through his abilities of I don't want to say just through music, but he has a certain talent, gift, and ability to this day to where he is able to subtly, sneakily, like sneak his way in through music, right? And whether it be subtle or whether it be blatant, he has always done this, and he continues to do this through like celebrities, artists, mainstream artists, secular artists, so on and so forth. Yes, yeah, Frankie said something very true. When Satan left heaven, he took 33% of the angels with him. Yeah. Yep. Correct. But yeah. So I'm gonna kind of like catch a breath here because I've done a lot of talking right now. But if Rachel wants to add on anything to what I just said, cool. If not, then it's not a big deal. Let me just try to read some of y'all's comments. Oh, okay. Emily presented Isaiah chapter 14, verses 11 to 12. All right, cool. Constantine, with a great comment, says they have certain demons that represent certain music instruments.
That's interesting.
I was about to say that is very interesting. And I know Constantine has been wanting to like talk about these topics for a while now, and I've been meaning to like bring him on here, and we're definitely going to do that at some point eventually soon because of the points that he always makes from time to time. And this is one of those comments that really catches my eye and my interest, and I do have to like brush up on that information and look into it. But I'm sure he has answers like this. Constantine says, Satan tuned Robert Johnson's guitar at the crossroads. Boy had no talent, but came back playing like 3 pros playing at once. Kind of like Jimi Hendrix, right? I think it's the same story of Jimi Hendrix and what's this other guy? The guy that used to play piano. He's somehow related to this preacher. Oh my goodness, I forget his name, yo. But anyways, yeah, there's been like many like well-known musicians and music artists that, yeah, 2 things. Either they had no talent at all and sold their soul to the devil and came back with like some of the greatest talent ever known to mankind, and or people that already have talent, but you know, the devil just kind of like channels demons through them with like their singing or their frequencies. That's the other thing. There's frequencies that, you know, singers allow themselves to be used by or with that cause, you know, certain types of like reactions from our spirit, our soul, if you will, our bodies, our minds. You know, that's a whole nother topic. And I would love to bring Constantine to talk about that because I'm pretty sure he knows more about that than I do. But yeah, there's certain frequencies that kind of like mess with our psyche and mess up with our brain and kind of like cause even chemical disbalances and all this other stuff. Let's see. There was violinist too from centuries back. I forget his name. His violin even got struck by lightning while he was playing. Well, that is interesting. Yep. Yeah, that's what we were just getting at earlier. We literally just kind of like mentioned that like maybe like 5, 6, 7 minutes ago. That is correct. And that's kind of like why he was placed at the position that he was placed in heaven. You know, he was the lead. He was the lead of worship. And that kind of like tells you a lot of like what music can do. Because if you're in charge of all of God's angels, okay, and leading them into worship, just sit down and think about that for a second and let it sink in. Lucifer, before the fall, okay, was the appointed angel for worship in heaven, meaning all the other angels in existence up until that point followed Lucifer in worship. You know what I'm saying? He not only led, but he was the greatest angel. Okay, and it's also said. I have to look up the information in the verse, but it's also said that God's splendor and God's glory reflected off of Lucifer. Think about that. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Okay. What do you think is going to happen when the greatest angel, okay, in existence, lead of worship, and the one to reflect God's glory falls, okay, and is now in the midst of humanity? What do you think is going to happen? You know, that's not too, you don't have to do too much thinking. You know, his ability and all these talents that he has are not taken away from him. He still has those same talents and abilities, those same gifts. The only difference is that now, instead of trying to become the most high or be like the most high, since he knows he's not going to get to that at all, or not even close, he is going to do his best to reign here on earth. And actually, I want my sister to look up a verse while I keep talking over here. But the one that talks about how Satan is the governor of this world, or something along those lines. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I know I'm like.
I think
yeah.
bottom line, with all that information that Jorge, I'm sorry, JDQ
That's all right. They don't
gave
need either
us.
way.
Overall, it's just so important just to know what is it that you're listening. It's like no brainer, you know, when you listen to the lyrics, even visuals. Like we've seen in the past couple of months, like the latest concerts that we've seen, like the visual effects. As a person that works with visual identity and design, there's a lot of like psychology, like in like everything that is done in a concert visually, and music as well. So it's just overall, what are you like feeding your soul with? Think bottom line, that's basically what it is. What are you feeding your mind, your soul with? What kind of music you let your ears put attention to? So, yeah, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, that was good. That was very well said. And that's something that this channel kind of like mostly strives to like point out is, you know, understand that what you listen to will cause a transformation, whether for better or worse in your life, in your mind, your soul, your spirit, your heart, right? So this channel, for the most part, we go through and analyze certain artists of the mainstream and secular music industry, and we go into like why it's not beneficial to listen to them, Or if there's anything good to take from whatever they make, we do that too, because there is positive and good things sometimes to take away from their work. And at the same time, we do obviously bring to the table what Christ-like or Christian musicians have to bring to the table and they have to offer, and it's kind of like not really put them head to head. I don't like saying that, but pretty much comparing, and kind of like really digging into what is more beneficial for your life. Not even want to say anything else before you leave, because I know you gotta leave. It's been half hour.
No, it's been a pleasure. Yeah, keep up the good work. Yeah, overall, like just be careful what you're feeding your ears. It's so important, like vital for your mind, soul, and spirit. I'm always how do you say, like, take that on the, like,
Oh, just kind of like summarizing, or
not like take that on the, like, it was like constantly
oh
ongoing with
okay,
the aspect of mental health, spiritual health,
right,
and how they're very similar. Same way, what are you feeding your body, like trash food, healthy food. Same goes with your soul, like what kind of music you're letting come into your soul, because it does make a big impact. I can tell you for sure. What is that you listen to? So just enjoy this time, get the info that you need and use it for good, so you can keep growing in the faith and etc. in your life, in your spirit.
man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have
Peace and love.
she says peace and love, y'all. And I will have her back definitely for another stream. Hopefully we can like do it a little better and prepare a lot more to give y'all like a lot more information. I'm gonna continue for a few more minutes, just because I have like a few more things that I want to say before I leave, actually like end the stream. But it was nice to have like my sister on here with me. It was always good to have a second opinion, and because we don't entirely think the same way sometimes, and it's good to have a different perspective on these matters and topics. So yeah, and no, man, I am not. I repeat, I am not. Nor will I ever be a Travis Scott fan. I know, Dream Flora was kidding here, but no, I have to say it out loud so just that it's clear. But I'm gonna let my sister go. She's gonna be back next time. She says, "Peace out, guys, and peace and love and all that good stuff." All right. So before I end the stream, because I'm gonna be like maybe like I don't know, hopefully not until 11, but maybe until 11 p.m. We'll see what happens. I guess how long it takes me to say what I gotta say. But yeah. So yeah, Constantine actually brought a good point. My bad, bro. He says, I was still thinking about my sister. He says 440 hertz in music was widely put in use by Nazis. Natural resonance of Earth is 432 hertz. YouTube removed all the songs that people retuned to 432 a few years back. That is very interesting, and I'm pretty sure that has to do with like what I was saying earlier, how frequencies have a lot to do with things that are a lot of people are able to do with those frequencies. Some of those frequencies have to do with like MK Ultra, mind control. Other frequencies cause actual hallucinogen type of effects. Other frequencies cause depression. Other frequencies cause happiness. Other frequencies cause an elevation of the mind to a certain degree, right? And these are all things to know, because once again, if you know the enemy's devices and the enemy's strategies and the enemy's like tools and how he uses his tools and weapons of warfare, you're able to better prepare yourself and equip yourself to not only protect yourself, right, but to fight back and attack back, right? So yeah, frequencies. Correct me if I'm wrong, Constantine, but along with everything that I just mentioned that frequencies are capable of, there's even YouTube videos that dedicate their content to making certain frequency videos to cause relaxation. Some of them cause concentration and focus. Other frequencies cause like a better, supposed better dreaming results and all this other stuff. You know, frequencies. Listen, when it says that, you know, I'm trying to remember the verse that it talks about. And this actually, hold on. All right, so I looked up this verse because I want to bring it up. Yes, binaural beats. Thank you, appreciate that. That's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, man, it's a real thing. And many people claim to, you know, actually get something out of it and actually like say that it works. I've never tried it myself. I was told by one of my coworkers a few years back at the airport to give it a try because I was telling them how I was having trouble like concentrating and all this other stuff. They recommended that, and I looked into it, but I never went through of actually listening to any of the binaural beats that, you know, I looked at. Yeah, see, yes, people will listen to them and be uplifted, have spiritual experiences, etc. They're usually tuned to 432. Now, let me just say this. For those of you who say, "Oh, the spiritual realm isn't real," "Oh, that's just you know, that's just mad crazy talk or whatever," "Oh, that's not like a real thing." Listen, people who have been or were Satanists or Luciferians or witches or warlocks and have actually converted to Christ, okay? Not another religion, not another cultural thing. When they converted to Christ, when they accepted Christ as a Lord and Savior, okay, many of them, if not most of them, have testified to, yeah, them having the ability to do astral projection, you know, go from where they're at in the spirit realm and go to like another state in the spirit and cause trouble, and then in the spirit come back. So it's a real thing, guys. It's a real thing. Once again, like I said earlier in the stream, the spiritual realm and spiritual warfare is 10 times more real than the physical realm. What you and me experience on a daily basis is nothing. It's nothing compared to what happens in the spiritual realm, right? Constantine says, I have a few months back while falling asleep and it gave me a wild dream. You should talk about 5-MeO DMT like, nah, man. I mean, I get what you're saying, but we'll see what happens when the growth of the channel continues. Yeah, bro. Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't even know because I've been so. Oh, this is another thing I wanted to bring up. Okay, so let me just say this, okay? And this, I was gonna say this on the other channel on the stream, but I guess I reserved myself for this stream, right? It has been years, okay? I want to say since 2015 or 2012, since I actually opened my eyes, you know, like to see life like for what it really is, right? And since that point up until now, I almost have completely disconnected myself from like mainstream stuff, okay? So like I don't keep up with like artists anymore. I don't keep up with sports anymore. I don't keep up with the news as much anymore. Just it depends on what it is. I don't keep up with any of that stuff anymore. And so, you know, when I talk to people, for the most part, you know, it's kind of like messed up because they'll throw so much information at me, like, oh, did you hear about this, this, and this, 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 and this, and this guy, and this guy, and this sports, this game or whatever. And I'll be like, nah. And they'll be like, yo, so what do you do? Like, how can you like not being paying attention to like any of this? I'm like, bro, because to me, none of that like matters anymore. And no offense to anybody that follows like sports or like keeps up with like music artists and keeps up with like actors or whatever, celebrities. That I don't have anything against whoever does keep up with all that. That's fine. That's okay. But ever since I actually woke up and like opened my eyes for like the first time years ago, I didn't find any of that productive, any of that to actually, help my life or build my life up. So, I stick to things that either build me up as an individual, build up my spirit, build up my mind, my heart, my soul, and of course things that I believe are worth fighting for, right? Like like catching the predators, right, or the pedophiles, or at least giving a platform for people who do catch these predators and pedophiles, and that's stuff that I believe is worthy of sharing and getting involved with, and looking at information about and digging deep about, right? But I don't want to. How do I say this? I don't want to upset anybody when they show or share information with me, and I'm just like, oh, I didn't know about that, or I didn't know that, or you know what I'm saying? It's not that I'm clueless. It's not that I've like completely entirely lived under a rock for years. It's I choose to kind of like not get involved with certain topics and information. You know what I'm trying to say? Like I don't want no one to like feel bad. Like if they try to talk to me about something or a certain topic and I'm like, oh, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Don't feel bad, It's just I have chosen to not, be as involved anymore with all those topics. Yes, Constantine keeps bringing up good points. He says, yes, and they use spiritual realm to influence us all the time. What do you think 5G is all about? Correct. They got entities out there conducting that dirty business, and we don't see it on this plane. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Jesus says right before Astro World Fest, Travis dropped 2 songs, Escape Plan and Mafia. Which, by the way, everything that they do is planned. Nothing is coincidence or random. No, everything is planned. Keep up with big media because I think. Yes, I do agree with that, and that's why I said earlier. It all depends. It all depends the news and information that comes out. If I deem it worthy of like warning others about or sharing it with others so they can better prepare themselves. Like the whole 5G thing. Alex and me have talked about it before on the phone. How when the whole pandemic started, that's right, I said pandemic. I don't care if my channel gets flagged or whatever, but that's what it is. Before or while it was happening, and like in the very beginning, and I was still having to go to work at the airport. Mind you, there was barely like no one allowed to be on the streets. Okay, at the time, only like police or people that were supposedly like emergency responders and whatever. And I was considered to be one of those emergency responders, right? Working at the airport as TSA. So I was driving to the airport a bunch of times, right, throughout the beginning of the pandemic. And I seen like these weird different poles being erected. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you call it? Oh my goodness, I forget the name of it. Y'all know what I'm talking about though. Like the actual network poles. I know there's a name for it, but right now I can't remember. But y'all know what I'm talking about. There was certain things being lifted, and I seen it, and I seen how like they tried to make it look like something else. They try to make it look like trees, but it was clearly something else. So, yep, I still get those cell towers. Yes, correct. That's what I was thinking about. Yep. Yep. So, William says mental health is it's worse it's ever been. People live in fear by fake news about the virus. They stop people going to the talk to that we need. Yep. But yeah, guys. So Okay, that I hope y'all understood what I was trying to say with everything I just said about me just kind of like choosing to like not be in the know of certain things. For example, I don't believe in the left and the right. I have, since maybe 10, 12 years ago or more, like 15 years ago, I have not believed in the left and right divide. I don't believe in the government. I don't believe that, you know, in my eyes and in my opinion, and in the years that I've been like looking into it, you know, they all work together to a certain degree, to a certain extent. They work together. There is not one side better than the other. It's a fake illusion, or sorry, it's an illusion that has been brought to our eyes to think that, oh, but my vote counts, or our vote counts, or I believe in this ideology, but I don't believe in that ideology, and vice versa. It's all an illusion to create the illusion of us having a chance, of us having an opportunity to change things. It's an illusion that we have a voice, that our opinion matters, right? Just as there's like illusions all across the board of like Pepsi and Coca Cola, it's essentially the same thing. There is no actual like real, true, genuine like difference. You know, it's all in all the same thing. So because of that, because of all that, yeah, I stopped. I just kind of like stopped myself from like continuing to keep up with all this nonsense, you know. Yep, exactly right. Constantine says, Dream, I watch mainstream sometimes to know my enemy. That's exactly why we're doing tonight's stream, and that's exactly why this channel is dedicated to going pretty much like digging deep as we can dig on mainstream or secular artists, and to kind of like show them what they're really about. Yeah, Calvin Constitution happened. Yep. William says, do you believe government's trying to control everyone? Yeah, they say they swear to God, kill 500,000 unborn babies. Yeah, man. I don't believe in the government, period. Like at all. Like at all. I don't believe in the system. I don't believe that any of them that are uh, selected, because that's the other thing. They're not voted in. They're placed in. I don't believe in what any of them have to like offer. Yep. So, Second of Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4, right? It says, among them, the God of this world, parentheses, Satan, has blinded the minds of the unbelieving to prevent them from seeing the illuminating light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. Now, yeah, that verse alone tells you, you know what I'm saying, just how deceptive Satan is, deceptive the enemy is, right? Once again, having the same abilities and talents and gifts that he had while he was in heaven, is using it to deceive and continue deceiving humanity, and is going to keep doing that all the way until the end, until all this is over. He's not going to stop. He does. I'm gonna put it to you this way: because he know he's already doomed, and I've said this before in one of my past streams, because he already knows he is doomed to damnation to all eternity. He don't want to be there alone. Like, who wants to suffer alone, right? So he's gonna try to drag down as many people as he can, right? So yeah, thank you for highlighting that. And yes, that is a good point that Emily brought, saying they view us as sheep, leading us to the slaughter. And to add to that, it's really crazy. A few years back, it was discovered that there was children meat found in McDonald's, like burgers and products, right? It was fetuses found in McDonald's, like burgers or food, and at the restaurants. Baby parts, baby feet, baby hands, just straight up like baby fetuses within the McDonald's food, right? And yeah, like a lot of people got to investigating, and there were so many videos and so many streams out there digging deep into the information of like why this stuff was being found. And it led to a Zionist group, right? That reportedly even admitted to like doing this, having like the meat produced in a specific factory to where they used fetuses to pretty much like fill the burger meat, right? And they admitted to it. They said, yeah, we that's the food of the as Alex would say, to the when Alex says playing around Goyim or whatever, right? He's doing his character as oh my god, I forgot his name now, Gordon Flowers. Yeah, like that's the same way they actually talk. The Zionists, they're like, yeah, that's what they're going to deserve is that's the type of food that is for them. Trash, unborn babies, like fetuses inside the meat, all this other stuff. Yep. There you go. There you go. And the information, what's funny is people like to like, say, oh, conspiracy theories and, they're crazy, they're not looking at reliable sources or whatever. But in reality, like if that were true, if that were really true, then the mainstream type corporations, like if they supposedly know that, people are crazy and conspiracies are like really wrong or whatever, they sweep things so under the rug and they hide so much information that is put out there. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? That you have to sweep all these videos and all this information that's coming out under the rug? Oh, because they're gonna say supposedly that they're trying to protect people so that people aren't misled or misinformed, right? But if it's not true and people won't be able to connect any dots, why sweep it under the rug? Why? What are you scared of? What are you afraid of? What do you think the people are gonna like find? That you have to like deflect in so many different ways, whether it be through comedy, whether it be through just brushing stuff under the rug, or just kind of like saying that it's misinformation. What are you afraid of? And I'm talking to Google, I'm talking to YouTube, I'm talking to Facebook, I'm talking to all these different like mainstream secular platforms that are supposed to be, freedom of speech friendly, but are not. Oh, that's right, Chet Goldstein. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm reading y'all's comments, by the way. That's why I'm over here like. Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah, these are the meaningful conversations. Really, really good to have, and it's kind of like, a little like messed up that that I'm almost here like by myself, but I'm not, because I'm with you guys, and you guys are obviously bringing a lot of good points to the conversation. Obviously, like this one right here. But yeah, like I'm hoping for the day that I can get the schedule right with some of my co-hosts, so we can get this going a lot better. Ryan, MV Kev is asking, what are we doing? We're talking about, well, we kind of already like finished talking about the main topic, but overall, we're just talking about, how the devil, right, Satan, has completely and utterly just deceived the world for so long and continues to do so. And there's people out in the world who are in control of a lot of things, right? Up in the higher positions that allow themselves to be used by the enemy. And yes, agreed. Green Floral says these are meaningful conversations we need. But Jorge, if your channel will be terminated, you are a bigger channel. Yeah, I know. And it is what it is. I would still, put the information out there regardless, one way or another. And I would make another channel, and I would keep doing it over and over again, just for the sake of getting the truth out there, getting the information out there. So, I mean, yeah, I'm hoping this channel would grow, but I'm also aware of that being a possibility. Yep. But I appreciate the words, though. Yes. I have questioned everything since 2006, I think. I think from 2006 forward, I've questioned everything. Me personally, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, the closest thing to that thought process would be the fact that we are indeed living in God's imagination, the same way that my cousin, presented that idea a few weeks ago. Yeah, that's the closest thing that I would agree on when it comes to that question. Is maybe I don't think we're in someone's simulation, but we are indeed, with no shadow of a doubt, in God's imagination for sure. So of course, that's just my personal opinion, though. We will all find out at some point, right? Whether it be in life or after death, right? Because I do believe in the afterlife. I do believe that we are all, we do have a life after this life, right? And my personal belief is, yeah, if you give your life to the Lord and you place your life in God's hands, and you have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, your afterlife will be with our Heavenly Father, right? And if you chose to live a life pretty much away from God and away from Jesus, right, then you'll have eternity, but eternity in hell. And that's just the way it is, you know? Yep. This is true and true. Yeah, no, I actually shared that in my Instagram stories. I put the image. I think it was a call for an uprising who shared it first. But yeah, that's gonna happen. Both in Arizona and also what was the other place? I know it's somewhere else, either somewhere in California or somewhere in Chicago or something along those lines. But yeah, it's gonna be like an actual thing, I guess. And yes, Wendy says CERN is opening up. Y'all ever notice, now that Wendy brought that up, y'all ever notice how in some of these like past movies, like pre-millennium, like pre-2000, and even some like post-2000, when speaking of or trying to present or project or display like futuristic type visuals, or like futuristic type references or space references, and like a spaceship is going through, traveling somewhere, it's like going through a tunnel. The same exact way they present that is like how CERN looks on the inside. It's crazy. I don't know if anyone like has ever noticed that here, but yeah, like I just saw like the Matrix again like a day or two ago, and that scene where like the ship is like going through tunnels or whatever, it instantly reminded me of like CERN. Yep. Yep, I have. Yep. Now this this is a tough one because, yeah, supposedly, which I want to believe that it actually happened because the way it happened, it was very intense. But some say that this was like supposedly like made up afterwards or whatever. But yeah, I really hope this was true because it kind of like gives you like a sign of like, look at this guy. The nouns, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he like worshipped Lucifer and Satan his whole life, and on the deathbed, he saw what was coming and was really afraid and really scared, and yeah. But who knows, man? Who knows? Yeah, I could. I could. Just make sure you send it to my Facebook Messenger, I think. Either Facebook Messenger or I guess like through Instagram DMs. Yeah, I know. I think I saw like a documentary on that where yeah, his wife said it. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I really do hope it is true. I mean, either way, whether he like accepted Christ on deathbed or didn't, like if he did, it shows you, you know what I'm saying, how much like um it's actually worth it from changing from like one team to the other. But if he didn't, but he still kind of like saw what was coming and was like, oh, like what have I done? What have I done? Type of scenario. That's also powerful as well. You know. Yep. I thought I did have you on Facebook. But yeah, just send it, and I'll share it. Share it through the DMs. Like if you share it through the Instagram DMs, I still have the ability to share it. Oh, y'all heard that? My neck. I just cracked my neck just now. I'm long overdue for a massage and a chiropractor visit, but all in due time, I guess. Yep, this is something that my cousin used to say all the time. Whether it be when he was like high or not high, he used to say this all the time. It's television, trying to program us up. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've seen this before. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna share the tab with you guys. Hopefully, Instagram don't act all crazy tonight. Oh man. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Just one last thing. If you can send it to my JDQ Just Don't Quit account, I appreciate it because I forgot that on the computer. For whatever reason, I'm not signed into the your boy JDQ account. So try sending it again, but just to the other account, the JDQ Just Don't Quit. Because yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so here we go. Let me just kind of do this and do this. And I wonder if I can. Yeah. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I'm going to save it so I can expand the image itself. It won't let me enlarge it straight up on the site. So, oh my goodness. Now it's acting all slow. It's not good. Excuse me. Apologize. Okay, so just okay. Window. Okay, almost there, guys. I apologize. It's giving me like a little bit of a problem here. But yeah, almost got it. Hopefully it lets me like share that specific tab. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, Constantine. Y'all can see this, right? I hope y'all can like see it because I can see it on my end, but I don't know if you guys can see it right away. Wendy, I'm actually glad you brought that up. Okay, so let's explain the whole logo of the channel, right? So, yeah, I told my sister from the get-go how I wanted the logo or whatever, right? But talking with her, and kind of going through the, pretty much the creation of the logo, I knew for a fact that, a lot of people that are in the truther movement or, are truth seekers, however you want to call it, they are going to right away be like, oh, that's Illuminati, that's the eye and all that. And for the most part, I really, really honestly, up until like the very end, I did not want that as like the logo. However, because it goes so extremely well with, uh, you know, pretty much like what is talked about on this channel, right? Then I was like, you know what? It is going to cause a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Controversy or whatever. And it is what it is. So long as the people that enter, whether it be out of curiosity or not, to this channel, are aware that we are against the Illuminati and we're against, what the mainstream media tries to carry out, right? The agendas that are formulated against us and all that, then it is what it is. But yeah, so pretty simple, pretty straightforward. What surrounds the eye, like what's surrounding the pupil, right? Sound waves, right? So this channel is about talking and analyzing music, analyzing the mainstream and secular music, and pretty much like going deep into Christian music and analyzing it and comparing the both to each other, right? And then you have the pupil in the middle, obviously to let you know it's an eye, right? And the vision eye view on the bottom, right? But that's all it really is. If anybody here follows like a call for an uprising, a lot of people will say the same thing about his channel. Oh, part of the Illuminati, he's got the eye, he's got the pyramid or whatever. But if you look closely and look at the logo closely, it's a crying, like a Illuminati eye that's crying, meaning like it's burning in fire, meaning that it's being destroyed. So, I mean, I know the logo kind of like might cause controversy, but that's something I really can't control too much, without yeah, it's just gonna happen. It is what it is. Yeah, man. I love A Call for an Uprising. He's one of the ones that led to like my awakening like a few years ago. So I look up to him in many ways, and I respect the guy. He has played a large role in me like actually opening my eyes to like the truth of the world. And big shout out to him. He does a great job. He's been doing a phenomenal job for years, and his content is just ongoing. And I don't know how he does it, but he's been doing it for years, and he has no sign of like stopping anytime soon. So yeah, a huge shout out to A Call for an Uprising. Psychedelics. Well, we're going to talk about it right now, but this is going to be the last side topic that we talk about before I end the stream. I'll just put it to you this way: anything that elevates your mind superficially, right? Pretty much is not to be messed with. Let's just put it that way. That's just my personal opinion, my personal belief, right? There's a reason why God wants us to stay sober, right? When dealing with like psychedelics or anything that causes you to be like spiritually uplifted and all this other stuff, you're messing with the spirit realm, right? Right now, you and me as human beings, we have not been yet transformed, right? Because if you're of Christ, if you're of God, and you're waiting to be called up, right, to heaven, it says that we will be transformed, meaning that our spirit is going to take on another body, right? Why? Why is that needed? Well, so that we can be ready to experience what's awaiting us, right? So when you play around with psychedelics and anything that kind of like lifts or kind of like manipulates your spirit or helps you get in tune with the spirit realm itself without being ready for it, a lot of things can happen. You could be deceived with by demonic forces. You could be deceived spiritually. There's people that have been uplifted spiritually, and they have found like what they call like spirit guides and whatever, and they get led to false religions and false beliefs and all this other stuff. So my personal opinion and belief about psychedelics is don't play around with them, don't do them, because our bodies are not meant to experience any of that right here on the physical realm. So yeah, those are my thoughts. All right. So that being said, guys, I am gonna start little by little closing the stream. Hopefully on the next freestyle like stream, which I consider this to be one, I'm able to have some of my co-hosts on here to help me get through the topic and conversation along with you guys. But this was good. This was good. I believe every stream that this channel has had lately has been of a blessing to everyone who has entered, everyone who has actually taken the time to like listen to the conversation itself and add to it, like Constantine and Emily have, and even Dream Floral. But yeah, so I want to thank you guys for taking the time to be here with me. I really do appreciate it. You guys are the best supporters. You guys are the best viewers. I've always said that, and I'll always say that. Especially on this channel, you guys have a lot to add within the conversation, within the topics, and I really do appreciate that because it's what keeps the conversation going, right? So yeah, let me just make sure I close out. It's a possibility, man. It's a possibility, and nothing can be ruled out when it comes to like the Antichrist topic. Nothing can be ruled out. It could be literally anyone. I mean, the Bible does give certain specifications in different parts of the Bible, but yeah, we can't rule that out as a possibility. The artificial intelligence being Antichrist could be. It's a possibility. Yeah, man, I agree 1,000%. And I definitely will have you on one of these streams. So be on the lookout when it comes to like the DMs on Instagram. And yeah, just be on the lookout for that, because obviously I would love to have someone that both is into these conversations and topics, and at the same time might have possibly either the same or more information than I do. So, yep, you guys are great, man. You guys are great, and I really do love being in the presence of you guys. Good night, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, could be too late, because I mean it says in the Bible that he won't appear or come until the church has been lifted, right? So if you didn't go up and to meet Jesus, to meet the Lord, whether it be in the rapture or whatever belief you have about that, which is another conversation for another day, then yeah, if you're still here, you will definitely see the Antichrist, and it's not going to be good. So just leave it there. Anyways, guys, good night. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yep. I will. I trust me. I do not bring up. I don't bring anybody on here without them being prepped. So you got my word that I'll tell you in advance. Yes. Same here. Much love. Yes. Always searching for the truth. Wherever the truth leads, that's where I want to be. Right. Yep. All right. Yes. One more thing, guys. If y'all can do me a huge favor and share this channel and these streams forward to your family, your friends, coworkers, anything anyone who you think would benefit from them, I'll appreciate it. Also, if you wanted to help a brother out, okay, bottom left, bottom right are the QR codes for helping a brother out. All right. If you want to help support the channel, help keep me moving forward with this channel, I'll appreciate it. You don't have to, but if you can and want to, the QR codes are right there on the bottom left and bottom right for you guys to pitch in and help me move forward financially with keeping the channel alive. That way we can give you guys better streams, better quality content, better visuals, better everything in the long run. All right. That being said, guys, God bless every single one of you. I love every single one of you as well. Y'all have a blessed night and a blessed awakening tomorrow as well. And yeah, thank you guys for being a part of this. I really do appreciate every single one of you guys. Appreciate that, bro. That honestly means a lot to me. It really does. All right, guys. God bless. Love y'all. And as always, peace out.
Always kind of thing.
Right.
So the product that they're putting out there, most of the time it's just like it's cool music to bop your head to.
Right.
And it'll have some like catchy things that is kind of like cool to save them, you know, or like a catchy hook, a catchy chorus, and that's cool. There's nothing bad with that, you know, about that. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, you know, most of the songs should have some type of message like on there. Should have some type of like inspiration, correction at times, you know.
Right.
Words of encouragement, words of faith, words of joy. And then sometimes I get a little bit worried that we're just trying to sound like really, really cool and say catchy things. And, there's a video that just came out. I don't know if you've seen this video. I'm not gonna mention the name.
Okay.
Maybe we could talk about this video on another topic. But the video, man, the video was clever. It dropped, I think it was this week. Have you seen that video? I'm not gonna mention the name of the person, but if the video was really, really clever. I don't know if people want to know the name of the artist, like they get asked, but the video was really, really clever from the beginning to the end. Yo, man, they had like crazy good ideas for the video. When you listen to the lyrics of the song, you really can't understand like what's the message. Like, what am I taking away from the song? You know, is it a song that I'm gonna say, you know, the video's tight? 'Cause if that was the mission, if that was the objective, then they did it. You know, man, thumbs up. You know, they got me to say, yo, that video was really, really, really tight.
I have an idea of maybe which video you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because there was one that was like circulating like these past few days, like really hard.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not gonna like mention it either, just to kind of, I guess, keep the suspense. And
Yeah,
then
I guess we'll keep the suspense, and if people want to know, they could ask, and then maybe we'll do another video and we talk about this, you know, next episode or next week. But really, really dope concept. But again, what's the idea? Like, what are we trying to do? At the end of the day, there should be purpose behind what we're doing. If their idea was, you know, create a song that people could listen to, you know, at the gym or at a house party, and, you know, let's have a good time, I guess they did that with that song and with a song that they had came out with like before. But if 10 of your songs is that, we really got to be careful with, because I think we might be losing sight of what's really the mission and what's really important. So, yep.
So, I mean, before you go, because not to like kick you out or nothing like that, but just I'm trying to keep that in mind. But so, oh man, how do I say this? So everybody has their own personal opinion, own personal taste, right? Yeah. And you know, everybody is accustomed to like liking what they like, right? But I've said it once in the past on one of the last episodes or whatever. You know, I know it sounds crazy, but there's got to be a way. We have to be able to like find a way to formulate some type of like gauge or something to where like, all right, this is the way we're going to like evaluate these songs and these genres or whatever. Because while it is true that everybody's own opinion is everybody's own opinion, and everybody's own taste is their own taste, that's true, and that will always remain true. At the end of the day, there's got to be a way to evaluate songs and their music genres, and to kind of like really figure out what type of like life value is it adding to you. You know what I mean? Because there's music out there that, you know, if you're someone who's like depressed and like sad and like you're like dark, and you know, there's music out there that feeds that type of like mentality and feeling, right?
Right.
So, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not really doing anything for you. If anything, it's setting you back even more, because it's like keeping you in that type of mentality instead of like bringing you out to the light, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I think that's like an excellent point that you're making. We should be able to put everything into perspective and like category, right? So whenever you're in a church, there's specific songs that need to be played because it's part of the moment. It's part of the objective of what you are doing inside a church service. So when it comes to like different genres and different styles and different, you know, songs, like each one should be like within a specific category. So we shouldn't like judge them all the same and use the same metrics for all of them. Because at the end of the day, like you said, I mean, there's different reasons why I'm gonna hit play on a song. So if I'm at the gym, if I'm gonna run, I'm probably gonna put a type of song. If I'm gonna have my devotional time with the Lord and pray, I'm gonna play a specific song. So most likely the song that I'm gonna use to like have my quiet time to pray or read the Bible, it's not gonna be the same one that I'm gonna be using, you know, when
to work out
or having like a party, you know, with the youth group at my house, you know. So yeah, I think it's one of these things that maybe we should talk about it at a deeper level.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I mean, something I think if people look at it through those lens, you know, that through that perspective, I think most of the people will get it. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, because, and not to extend this more than it should or whatever, but I mean, I know people. Like I know people on Instagram, Facebook,
that they're into a very dark lifestyle
Mhm.
altogether, like in general. Like I'm talking about, and no, this is no offense to that person or this type of person, but um, they're into like this dark, like satanic type of like music, right?
Yeah.
And but then you're always talking to them or like messaging them, and they're like depressed, they're sad, and they're like in a lonely place or whatever.
Yeah.
But then you go like watch like their stories or whatever, and it's like this like dark, what I'm saying, depressing or really just high strung like satanic type like music. I'm like, yo, like what do you expect? How do you expect to like feel if you're like feeding that same type of like spirit,
Yeah.
And I mean, I just want to help people like find music that will help them like in every way, shape, or form, like spiritually, mentally, whatever you want to call it. And I think throughout time, through these different episodes and like podcasts and all that, little by little, we'll find a way to kind of like like I said earlier, find like some type of gauge or way of evaluating to where like, all right, so this song, yeah, it's instead of like feeding your soul, it's actually like destroying it. So we don't recommend it or whatever
Yeah.
because of this, and this. And then vice versa, this we would highly recommend because it is kind of like contributing to like like a happier, motivational, inspirational lifestyle or way of thinking or way of talking, speaking life into yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I mean, like, awesome point. Like, at the end of the day, like you said, like you're feeding it. So it's like seeds that you're like planting, and that's what's gonna grow. I mean, if you're listening to music that talks about being lonely, about hating other people, about being mad at the world, that is what's gonna grow inside of you, and that's what you're gonna produce.
Yep.
Those are the fruits that you are gonna be given, right? So
Exactly.
if you go backwards and you say, I'm gonna plant seeds of joy, happiness,
Mhm.
peace.
Mhm.
That I think that's what's gonna grow, and that's what people's gonna see, and that's why people are gonna come to you, and they're like, yo, I want to have what you have. How do you have that joy, that peace? In these times that we're living in, that the world is just crazy, and people don't know what to do with their lives. People
Mhm.
need people that have fruits of peace, of joy, of patience. Like we need that. The world needs that. So yeah, hopefully it'll happen. We keep going at it.
Yeah. Yeah. But we'll figure out a schedule at some point, man. But
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
I won't keep you any longer. I know you got stuff to do and all that. So I mean, once again, it's up to you. If you say, nah, I could be on for another 5 minutes, that's fine. But if you feel that you have to go, I'll completely understand. That's fine
Yeah,
by
like
me.
so for next episodes, right? We could plan it ahead this week. We're getting ready. Like we have like a conference on
Oh, that's
Saturday,
right. That's right. Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
and we're still like trying to like do the testing, and big shout out to my wife.
Yes,
Uh,
please. You
she
could plug
she
all the way through.
yeah,
Okay.
she's basically doing everything that has to do with the conference, and
Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull up her
but she's telling me not to move. Okay, let me too much on the share.
I mean,
So basically, we're getting ready for that conference. It's a conference on growth, right? On like it's based on the John Maxwell 15 laws of growth. We're both part of the John Maxwell team, and we're basically gonna be sharing that content with people where we live at here in Puerto Rico, and it's gonna be online. It's gonna be in Spanish. So if anybody's interested for the English version, I think we're probably gonna do that like later on,
nice.
maybe next year. But like I said in the beginning, we just love seeing people grow, and when it's in ministry, it's through church, but in the community through different ways. We just love seeing people grow in their finances, grow in their professional, in their education. Just we love seeing people grow. So
Keep us in your prayers so that goes good on Saturday, and that we could do this project that I know that's been on your head for a while.
Yeah, man, it's been in my heart for like the longest time. And you know what? Sometimes we're so caught up with like wanting to do things so perfectly, so organized, so strategic. You know, no, I'm not going to start until this happens, or until
Yeah.
we get this down to the T. But I'm like, yo, sometimes that be happening so often that I'm like, yo, let's just get this started, man. Like, let's just start, and we'll figure things as we go. Obviously, we're not going to go completely like haywire here and be like, all right, I'm not going to use a
Yeah,
microphone
like-
or whatever.
So I was talking with somebody this like last couple of days on about God code. I was like, yo, my brother, in some things he's always like ahead of the game, and he's like a visionary, and he sees things like when I didn't see things, like when you used to say, yo, this YouTube, this Facebook, this is like the future, like people are gonna be getting on this, people are gonna be watching this, you're gonna be able to get yourself like all across the world. I was like, man, ain't nobody got time for that, you know. So, but then like,
Yeah.
6 years later, and then so anybody out there that's still in the chat, ask JDQ at one of these episodes to play snippets from God Code, and you guys are gonna laugh so much. So it's one of those things. It's one of those things that projects that I'm pretty sure that if you are able to bring it back, it's gonna be a blessing to the world. People are gonna laugh, and we'll be able to have so much fun with it while giving good value to people that people need it. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and we are gonna bring that back. You know, I was talking to Pops about that, and you know, I told him I never really wanted to like let go of that channel and like let go of that content, but like once I moved, it just became like
Harder.
a lot more difficult to like keep track of everything and like get the show rolling or whatever, because it was like made up of various people, and you know.
Yeah.
But we will definitely get back to that, because yeah, I am gonna show like a small snippet of it, and I'm sure everybody's gonna laugh, but in a good way, like in a positive way.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely get back to that at some point, man, in the future. But yeah, man.
You can show them that one guy that got pulled out of the church for playing on his phone. All right, man. Hey, I'm gonna let you guys go. Love you. God bless. God bless everyone, and hopefully see you guys soon.
Awesome, bro. Hey, God bless. Love you, man. Thanks for being on here. And you are officially a co-host to this channel. So you're not a special guest, like, and that's it. You're like one of the co-hosts of the channel. So I will have you back here at some point, whatever, whether it be next week, next month, whenever we decide to like schedule like the next episode. So I can't wait for that to happen, bro. Appreciate that.
Let's do it, bro. Love you guys.
All right, bro. Peace.
Bye.
All right, so that was my brother. That was my big brother, David. And Anthony L in the chat saying, JDQ, Ray is calling you. However, I'm looking at my phone. I'm looking at different parts of like Instagram and messages and my phone. I do not see anything. And obviously it would be weird to call him like right now while being live or whatever. But I do let him know that I don't see anything. And that I do apologize if he was calling and I didn't see the call or it didn't like notify me or whatever. I generally do apologize about that. So yeah. And they is in your DM requests. Is that it? Hold on. Let me check, because I honestly don't see anything. Unless, let me see. But why would he be hidden? Yeah, I don't see him. Not even in the request. It's weird. That's weird.
I don't know. I don't know why I don't see them. Not even like in the request area, but not a big deal. There's a reason though. There's a reason why I'm doing this stream like on the secondary channel. I listen. I don't mind starting from scratch again. I've had to do that for the most part of my life is start from scratch, and it is what it is. It's part of life, having to rebuild and just kind of like build stronger and build smarter the second time around. So this second channel, while it is going to take some time to build up and obviously build up the community and all that good stuff, it's going to be well worth the wait because I mean that was only like a few minutes with my brother, and and if that few minutes with my brother was of any value to you, then it's worth it. And I do believe there was a lot of value within the few minutes that my brother and me were talking. So that being the case, this channel will be moving forward. I am going to try my best to kind of like, slide some of the people from the main channel to this one. And obviously, I don't really care about numbers. However, I do want to kind of like see like a healthy growth in the community. Meaning, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want people who really want to be here to like be here. So, if you're on the other main channel, and I don't know, for whatever reason, you don't like my voice or my face or whatever, or like how I talk, how I communicate, whatever, that's fine. That's completely fine. And, you don't have to be on this side. However, if you do find, I don't know, like my personality, worth a watch, or like the way I talk or express myself, or the content that I'm going to be providing on this side, then I highly, highly, highly suggest and recommend that you come on over to this side. It's going to be a lot cleaner, a lot more edifying, a lot more. It'll be like pretty much like feeding your soul, basically. All right. And I mean, y'all know I keep things as PG-13 as possible, right? So on this channel, even more so. So if in the main channel I keep it clean and wholesome and all that, then even more so on this channel, because this is quote unquote technically like a Christ-centered channel. I guess you could call it that. So that being the case, we have to kind of like watch ourselves, because Jesus be watching a little closer. Anyways, I am going to show you guys the clip that my brother was talking about. And, I'll be on here for a while, just to chat it up with you guys and all that good stuff and share some different content that we've had in the past. So while I do that, while I look up the video that I'm going to share or whatever, I want you guys to like comment in the live chat area, right? And let me know what you thought about the conversation that my brother and me just had. Was it edifying to you? Like, did you find it helpful in any way, shape, or form? Did you find it interesting? I want and need some feedback, because it's what helps the episodes like grow, and like fix things that need to be fixed. You know what I mean? So hold on. This is webisode 3. So if y'all can kindly comment that in the live chat area, I'll appreciate it. It will mean the world to me if y'all do that. Man, this is weird. I would have thought that, I mean, I guess it's been a while. Let me see if I can filter how to search this, because yeah. All right, here we go. So we're gonna put this one. And I know some of y'all like already seen like some of the videos because I've shared some of them in the past. But yeah, I'm gonna say that yeah. I mean, every episode has, like a comedic effect to it. Because yeah, I was trying to be like funny with the content, but at the same time, like I wanted it to be like educational at the same time. So
God Code, like the channel, is basically kind of like an insider look to someone who, like, for someone who isn't a Christian. It gives the person like a chance to like look inside of, like, you know, how things like operate in the church or operate like in the faith and all that good stuff. And you know, we use some humor, so it's kind of like easy to digest. But overall, you know, it's good educational stuff. So if I can find it, dear God, or you know what? Hold on, I think there's another way of me doing it. I'm over here killing not killing myself, but you know, y'all know what I'm trying to say. Where on God's earth is this? Maybe if I look over here. Man, this is terrible. Oh wait, okay. I might have an idea. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I might have an idea. I think it might take me a little longer to like find the video that I'm looking for now, because yeah, like I said, it's been a while, and I've had to move so much stuff around and like save videos under a different name and put them under like different folders and blah blah blah. So that kind of like makes things like a lot more difficult to like find. So y'all gonna have to excuse me for like a few seconds while I find it. Because yeah, apparently looking for it like through the actual name or whatever, it's not gonna work. So, well, you know what? Maybe if I look for like the last one. Usually that's the one that everybody like goes to. Yeah, I get so mad because it used to be so easy to find like the channel and the videos, but obviously like when you don't keep up with a channel and you don't keep like consistency and putting out content or whatever, like it just gets drowned in the thousands and thousands of like videos. It's terrible, man. And I can't just go. It's like a pain right now to like find that channel or that video. And the thing is, nah, I can't even find it over here either. Oh, come on, man. And by the way, if y'all like typing something, I can't see anything. Let me see. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate that. Oh, my sister's actually in the chat. What's up, Dalian? Yep, that is true. Yo, my bad, y'all. I know I'm taking forever to find this, but I promise you, like once I find it, it's gonna be completely worth it. Every time I bring something on here, like sharing content or whatever, it's always worth it. So I can promise you, or at the very least, give some type of guarantee that you'll at the very least enjoy it somewhat. Oh man, this is terrible. Like that content is so drowned so deep into all these other crappy videos that, and no offense to the other like content creators, man, but dear God, like it should be as simple as typing in the name of the video and like that's it. But no, that's not the case. Oh, okay. Man, yo, this is terrible. This is terrible, terrible, terrible. Michael. There we go. Okay. All right. All right, hold on. All right, so I'm gonna put
I think it's episode 3. Yeah, it is. All right. So here we go, y'all. All right, mind you, this was what year? 2015. This is like before I came over here to the States again. All right. So enjoy this clip from God Code episode 3. And yeah, my brother actually said a very true thing, and he said that I was like ahead of the time back when I was working on the show, and I put like a lot of we put a lot of effort into it, and it was awesome to like do this. And yeah, my sister's gonna remember this, so we're gonna start this from the very, very back. All right, and your boy was in charge of the editing and putting the music together and the whole script or whatever. My sister was really good at like directing things and like putting things like where they should be so it looks better on camera. And she was kind of like the I guess like executive, like not executive. She was like the director, I guess, in a way. So all right, enjoy this. There goes your boy. There goes JDQ, just being distracted by his mobile device instead of paying attention to the message of the Lord. He was playing Angry Birds on the phone instead of listening to the word of God at the Lord's house. Take him away, brothers. Take him away. And what this says is the distraction off of like a mobile application could cause the deviation of a blessing. So, in case you were wondering. All right. And let the show begin.
Yo valorizo demasiado lo que estás hecho por mí. Tú has sido fiel, por eso es que yo no te cambio por nada. No hay nadie como tú. Hello world.
Now,
es importante buscar diferentes recursos que hay.
Notice, let me go back here and just show you guys something. All right, so if I go, let's see, let's bring you. All right, so before every like interview with the people that were on the episodes, there was like a question to be answered, right? So it says, ¿qué hacer cuando tiene un trabajo que impide congregarte regularmente, right? What should you do if your job or career profession prevents you from going to church regularly, right?
Es importante buscar diferentes recursos que ayuden a nuestro crecimiento espiritual,
And then you
ya sea
got,
a través de libros, programas radiales.
you got obviously the audios in Spanish because this was meant for a Hispanic audience, but you have English subtitles on the bottom. You can't see them all like because like of the format that I have it in right now. But if I were to like change it or whatever, you could like see all the words or whatever. So it was like a bilingual
Programas de televisión
type of thing.
que nos ayuden a nosotros a crecer más en el Señor, ya que se nos hace difícil llegar a nuestra iglesia local. Son lo que Dios abre la puerta para otro trabajo. Vamos a crecer a través de estos recursos.
La palabra de Dios en Hebreos 10:25 nos dice que no dejemos de congregarnos como algunos tienen por costumbre.
Mind you, so the point of the show, which I think we did a pretty good job at, we had to condense, like I think it was like between 3 or 4 questions every episode, and under about 5 minutes, or like I think the goal was like less than 7 minutes, so like 5-minute videos. So for the most part, you'll see like 5-minute videos or 7-minute videos or somewhere in between, right? And yo, like there was so much recording going on and so many bloopers and but it was fun, man. It was fun. And I'll always say this, like There's nothing that anybody can tell me, or like no one can tell me any different. Like the most exciting and fun and fulfilling times of my life have always been and will always be when it comes to like serving the Lord, you know, whichever way that is, whether it be like playing the drums, because I used to play the drums at my old church, singing, you know, preaching or teaching or giving a conference or doing drama or making these videos. Like these videos, every time we did them, like I had so much fun and it was exciting and it was fulfilling and it was motivational. It was inspiring. Like it was a good time. It really was. And it's funny because once I came over here, right, back in 2015, I want to say like maybe weeks, maybe like months afterwards or whatever, or maybe around the same time. There was like another channel, I think on YouTube or Facebook, that had started around the same time or like after us. And, you know, like they really went really far with like their version of doing things because they were able to stay consistent. The only reason why this channel and these videos aren't obviously operating anymore is kind of like almost the sole fact that I came over here. Had that not happened, there would have been more chances of you know, of the channel still being like active nowadays, right? But you know, like it was kind of like funny to see like other people like follow suit and kind of like you know, follow the footsteps that we like left for them, you know. And I don't know, I mean, I don't know if they know it or not or whatever, but it's just gratifying to kind of like know for yourself that you were part of like the initial movement of like this type of content, you know. I mean, to be completely honest, you know, some people might say, oh, you know, he ripped off Guy Code or whatever from MTV, which partially is true to a certain degree, because yeah, like the concept of like short mini interviews answering like really interesting questions or whatever, and kind of like cutting back in between like different people and all that. Yeah, if that's what you're gonna point out, then for sure, yeah, that kind of came from that concept. However, the questions that we were answering like on these episodes and this type of show obviously adds like more value to your life, like by far. So that being said, let me hit play again.
Nosotros como creyentes tenemos que dar el primer lugar a Dios de todo. Pero con esto yo no te digo que tú dejes tu trabajo.
I quit. I quit.
Pero que si tu trabajo te impide llegar a la casa del Señor, que tú ores al Señor, que tú confíes en Él, porque Él conoce tu corazón, Él conoce tus necesidades. Solo crees que Él hará.
Eso es fácil.
Yeah, I guess in the editing, I could have raised up the words a little higher, I guess. I don't know.
Por lo tanto,
we didn't have that problem before, but I guess, I don't know, something changed.
Si le quieres ver como Dios, trabaja a tu favor. Pon a Dios primero antes que tu trabajo. Primero, acuérdate que primero es Dios, segundo Dios, tercero es Dios. Y si sobra, Dios. Si no, renuncia al trabajo o a la iglesia.
You know, we answer like why Bible study services are important. I mean, you really can't go wrong with the questions that we ask and answer, you know?
Y para guardar su palabra necesitamos entenderla. So por eso es importante la escuela bíblica.
I think the intros to all these episodes, yo, were like, I don't know, some of like my favorite stuff to do. Let me see which one it is. I think it's this one. Hold on, I forgot what the intro for this. Oh yeah, okay.
En serio, ¿tú no fuiste al culto de hoy porque te quedaste viendo el final de una novela? ¿En serio? ¿En serio?
Very dramatic. Love it.
Yo valorizo demasiado lo que tú has hecho por mí. Tú has sido fiel, por eso es que yo no te cambio por nada. No hay nadie como
Really gotta fix this for next time.
Esto es de dedicado para muchos que dicen que porque
Pues nosotros
I mean, look, questions like this, you know, how do Christians have fun? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, man. Listen, when I tell you that it's worth a watch, it's because it really is worth a watch. Like there's only 4 webisodes out there, but I mean, listen, they're they're worth the watch and the repeat watch because it's like I said, it's funny. It's you know, it's clean fun, and you learn a lot, man. You really do. Anyways, yo, it is 10:30 p.m. on the dot. Cannot believe I'm saying that. But yeah, it's getting late-ish. So that being said, I am gonna call it a night because it already is like past the hour mark. But yeah, I do believe tonight's stream was a success, like for the most part. You know, having my brother on here and explaining himself and like getting somewhat deep into like the topic that we were talking about earlier was gratifying. It was nice. And yeah, we are gonna try our best to schedule like a set day and time to like have the podcast. And you know, I still got like 3 or 4 more people to like introduce to you guys. And for that second person, I really hope that it happens soon because he wants to share like so much with you guys. You know, he's an artist himself. Like he's a rapper, he's a singer, he's a writer. He produces his own music, and I can't wait to introduce him to you guys because he's a phenomenal human being. He's a deep thinker, you know, like myself. And you know, he has his own personal way of like expressing himself, which, you know, I know most people would feel like happy with, or like at the very least entertained, because to be completely honest with you, like I mean, yeah, I can talk all night or whatever, and I can somewhat like entertain you like with like a few jokes here and there, like a few like short what do you call it, small talk type topics, right? But the person I'm talking about, you know, he could go on and on and on and on with like no pause in between about various topics. You know what I'm saying? Dalian's saying webisode 4. Oh, I think I shared it before, but sure, yeah, I can do that one too, yeah, for sure. This is one of my favorite intros of one of the episodes. Back when I still had my good hair. Oh, hold up. It's not sharing. Hold up. It wasn't even sharing. Give me 1 second. That's like a big blooper on my end. Oops. My bad. I apologize. Give me 1 second. And here we go.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you in my face. You know, I don't always sin, but when I do, I seek forgiveness in Jehovah through Jesus Christ. Stay holy,
Oh man, tell me, man, like good stuff. Man, it's a little bit frustrating to not see it all the way, like.
Cuando uno acepta a Jesús como su exclusivo Salvador, uno recibe alegría, paz y sabiduría. De esa misma manera uno va a ofrendar. Uno va a vencer la tristeza que uno llevó al culto, o que lleva ya un tiempo, y uno la deposita junto con lo monetario. De esa manera uno recibe alegría. Esa alegría que uno está buscando. Esa alegría que uno se supone que
Yo creo que cuando uno da la ofrenda, uno no debe de pensar, ay, ahora no tengo chavos para cuando salga aquí y comprar un mantecado o lo que sea, sino pensar en que tú estás bendiciendo la obra y que Dios te lo va a multiplicar. So, la actitud sería like, de gozo, de alegría, porque estás aportando para la obra del Señor. Y obviamente, así que decir.
¿Y qué es una red social?
Oh God.
Las redes sociales son páginas donde tú puedes tus amigos
Como una portal.
no para hacer comentarios.
Oh man.
¿Y qué es Interflex?
Yeah. Ove Maria. Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing
Mira. Yo mejor sigo
doing that
entrando,
character, yo. Look at that. Well, hold up. Let's appreciate. Let's zoom in here just for a second. That's clearly a wig, obviously. This is my grandfather from my mom's side. Wow. I mean, I had like really curly hair and all that, but it was never like this exaggerated. So, but yeah, let's
Y así mantengo mi testimonio limpio, intachable. ¿Okay?
Uno se supone que sea el reflejo de Dios, la sal del mundo. ¿Qué pasa? Que si nosotros nos ponemos a discutir o a causar molestia y estragos en las redes sociales, nosotros no estamos dando ejemplos, no somos ejemplos de nada. Estamos siendo igual que ellos.
Ok. Todo el mundo, ya sean tus familiares o tus amigos, o
I
hermanos
think
de la iglesia,
this is around the time that I
o
started
gente random
spinning
así,
out. And you can tell right
están
here.
mirando qué estás escribiendo en tu muro de Facebook.
Kind of
Twitter.
sucks, but
Así que simplemente vela bien qué es lo que vas a escribir, con qué fin, con qué propósito. Mide bien tus palabras, que no vayas a herir a nadie con lo que digas o con las palabras que vayas a usar. Y simplemente pues estar a la guardia y en vigilancia de cómo tú te vas a expresar por medio de esas redes sociales. Eso es todo.
But yeah, I mean, y'all get the idea. Y'all get the idea. I mean, I could be here all night showing you like episode after episode, but what y'all really got to do is go to that God Code channel, all right? You can put God Code Original Official, I guess, and subscribe to the channel and all that good stuff. That way you can like check out all the videos and yeah. Actually, you know what? I don't know if I showed this one. Hold up. I mean, I'm pretty sure I showed this one. Yeah, I did. I did for a small amount of time, but I did. I had a bunch of different hairstyles, actually. I had spiky hair for a while. I had curly hair for a while. I had like that Daddy Yankee haircut for a while. What else? I had the faded, like a low faded cut. Technically, I did shave my head like once. What else? I had like poofy hair for a while. I don't know. I had a really wide variety of different hairstyles. Maybe that's why I don't have any hair anymore. But yeah, man, that is that. So if y'all want to subscribe to the channel, like to the God Code Original Official channel, that'd be great. Oh, okay, yeah. That's the one I actually have here. So let's show them that one. Why not? It's not gonna hurt to show them that one. Here, let's do. Which I'm pretty sure I've showed this before, but it doesn't hurt to show it again, right? Yep.
Hey man, who's that cat coming down the street?
I don't know, but it sounds to me like that's Wicked Man with the bone.
Sure having himself a ball.
Look at this. I'm imitating like 1970s like basketball moves and technique. So if y'all gonna like point and laugh, y'all really pointing and laughing at, you know what I'm saying, like the old school NBA type style of basketball play. That's what's going on there right now. All right. So keep that in mind as you see me pull off some groovy moves. All right. I mean, look at that. Underhand. Boom. Made it. Can't see it, but I made it. So I got all happy for it. Look at that. I'm so excited and happy. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the defense. Look at the defense. Come on now. Look. Arch back. All right. Hands out. Boom. Afro almost in the way. Got it. Boom. Rebound. Pass. Shot. Missed it. Grabbed it. Faked it. Kept it going. Boom. Hands up in the air like if I really didn't care. Nice. Got the ball back. Oh, holding it back. Holding. Oh, behind the front. Oh, look at this. Behind the back pass in the front of his face. Boom. Right to the next player. Boom. Hook shot. Made that. Not really. I missed it, but you know, it looked like I made it, so worked out fine. Telling y'all, see, some people don't even know. You know what I'm saying? I love acting, man. I mean, I don't love it, but I enjoy it. I enjoy acting, you know, especially when it's like something like this. Boom. And of course, I allowed my brother to show off on this one. So please enjoy and put your hands together for the legend himself, Sticky Fingers McGee.
Come on, I guess I'm just a misfit, huh? Yeah. Am I coming right now? No, do I come right now?
Pay close attention to the handles here.
Yeah.
They're ready.
I just say, real skinny, loud color tints, body marked up like a phoenix. I don't push a Maserati, Beamer, Benz, or Bentley. And yeah, I wrote a foreign, and this I look spiffy. Hey, go ahead and doubt us, you know about us. And we ain't got to follow, then we take another route. No, we ain't blowing trees, bro. When you see me, I'm in Uptown, baby. What you know about me? Oh, nothing really. Well, let's change that. See, I came back and took a break, but now break that. Formerly known, yeah, I made that. And them cartoons every Saturday. Get your breakfast.
And he actually plays like this in normal games.
Like barcodes, y'all got jokes like Bart Simpson.
He literally plays like this. Normal, regular, average game.
Fish is a man, so I stay looking. Catch the nets like I'm straight.
Like no one's acting
Yo,
like
like so
straight up
hard.
just
Why don't you face your
natural.
on Facebook? Say you try to make me straight crooked with the porn sites, but I ain't looking.
Really, really great handles from Sticky
Going to
Fingers
take
McGee.
every ounce of consecration and dedication that you have.
Oh snap!
Now,
Y'all know who that
realize that
is.
some have tried to blur it.
I ain't gotta say his
and
name.
Make you think you can hold of the world with one hand and God with the other, but you can't do it.
Ooh,
And that's our problem in the church today.
ooh.
You can't do that. God still demands some things of you. That's the reason tonight that there aren't 100,000 people here. It's because, and I weep many times, but I get over television and I tell the saints, leave the liquor alone. Leave the dance halls alone. Leave the Coors alone. Leave the Mogan David alone.
Man, my grandfather would hear me
Leave
saying,
the dirty jokes alone.
"Oh yeah,
Leave the rock music alone.
oh yeah,
Leave the country western music alone."
oh yeah." That's what my grandfather
You
would
see, it
say
starts dividing.
when there was like some strong
People
preaching
start
going
saying, I
on.
don't want to listen to that because
Oh yeah means
they
like listen up.
Born to lose. You got me? You
You got
listening
me?
to me? It's people start stepping by the wayside. But I can't help that. I'm just a messenger. I'm just a voice. I'm just telling you what I believe God's told me to tell you. You don't like it, talk to the boss. That's the way I feel about it. But I'm going to preach you the truth. I'm going to preach you that which I believe this word tells us. All right.
Ooh. And then new school preaching. I'm just comparing like
Lazarus was dying at this point in time.
Which, by
When
the way,
Jesus heard that, he said,
this guy's
"This sickness
great.
is not
I mean,
unto death,
I haven't
but
seen
for
him
the
in a
glory
long
of God,
time,
that the Son
but
of
back
God
in
may be
these days,
glorified through it." Next.
he did a great job
Now,
with
Jesus loved Martha and her
structure
sister
of
and
the
Lazarus. Now,
messages.
what a strange thing, you know?
Really, really
this guy's
biblical
dying, all right? And they told
type
Jesus about it.
messages.
And the Bible says, now Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. Watch this. So when he heard that he was sick, he stayed 2 more days in the place where he was. Did you hear that? So, emphasis. So when he heard that, the one that he loved is sick.
Gotta
When-
love the
so when he heard
accent,
that,
man. I love
he
it.
stayed. The reason he stayed is because he heard that. Now, you see
It's
that.
almost
so far.
like listening to like
In other
Jackie
words,
Chan preach.
Jesus loved Martha and her sister
Almost.
and Lazarus.
This guy sounds
so when he
a
heard
lot
that,
more
in other words,
eloquent,
you must know,
you know?
whatever he's
A
delaying
lot
for,
smoother.
he's delaying
but
because he
it's
loves
the equivalent
Martha, Mary, and
of
Lazarus.
if Jackie Chan
because
were to like
he
convert
loved,
and like
he
preach.
delayed.
This is somewhat what he would sound like.
No, you're missing something. Yeah, come on, church. The reason why you have
Yeah,
that
come on,
verse
church.
in verse 5. Now Jesus loved Martha, the sister, and Lazarus. All right, then they saw when he heard, he delayed. That means the reason he delayed is because he loved them.
Ooh.
But Lazarus
Deep.
died. Do you understand?
Deep.
So, in a way that we cannot fully understand.
So deep that I'm drowning.
Okay, in this story, we know that Jesus went. Lazarus was dead 4 days when Jesus raised him from the dead. Okay, Jesus revealed, I am the resurrection and the life. So there's no death for the believer. Okay, but for death's sake, Jesus delayed.
Yeah, I
Jesus
would hope
delayed so that
yeah.
they will have a greater revelation of him than anybody else.
Yeah, some great preaching, man. And the moral of the video, for the most part, times change, styles change. However, the essence will always remain. The essence of the gospel, the essence of the faith, the essence of salvation, and all that good stuff will always remain. Whew. Come on now. Put your hands together. Hmm. Anyways. Yeah, man. Good times. Good times. Yeah, man. Y'all need to check out this channel, man. God Code Original Space Official on YouTube. All right. If y'all want to like check out the videos back to back from start to scratch. And get like a feel for like how the show was and all and how it began and all that good stuff. Jenner? I mean Gen 3JR, Gen 3 Junior. I don't know. Well, not much, man. Not much. Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate the love and support, as I always appreciate it for every single one of you guys that are in here. I will start calling it a night though, only because yeah, it's like 10:47. I do have to go to work tomorrow and all that good stuff that comes with it. But yeah, this was a good time. All right, very wholesome, unique, exciting, funny, insightful time here. So for everyone who did show up, I do appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. May God bless you and your family. And we will be back here. I don't want to like promise anything, but I want to kind of like say sometime like maybe Thursday or like Friday of like next week ish. So Wednesday Bible study. Nah. I mean, that might become a thing at some point, but we would have to like change like the actual date for that. But yeah, you'd have to scroll back and like rewind the stream to kind of like get a feel for like what the podcast or show was about. But yeah, at the very end there, I was just showing like that episode. I mean, it wasn't even really an episode. It was more like an extra type of a clip, just comparing the times and all that stuff. Anyways, love y'all. Stay safe, stay blessed. If y'all can show this stream or the past streams that we've had on this channel, or just kind of like send the channel forward to your friends, your family, your neighbors, your pets, your grandmas, your baby mamas, your mama's mamas. I'll highly appreciate that. Yes, it was good to have him here. And yeah, like I said, we're gonna have like
the other co-host on here, and there's like 2 or 3 more besides him. But it's mainly gonna be like let me see, 1, 2, yeah, it's gonna be like 4 main co-hosts and myself. So it'll be good, man. Once we get this channel and the actual like podcasts themselves like going with like the full amount of like people that I want to be on here, like the panel, it'll be great, man. It'll be great, good stuff. Because like I said, we're gonna be talking about music. We're gonna be talking about the faith. We're gonna be talking about the gospel. We're gonna be talking about conspiracy theories and all that good stuff. And so yeah, it's gonna be a good time, man. We just gotta slowly build up to it, but that's what's gonna be happening on this channel. So if you're into that, please, please, please do not forget to subscribe to this channel. Do not forget to hit the notifications bell and put it to all. And please, for the love of God, do not forget to share this channel with anyone who you think would enjoy it. All right. And even if you don't think they might enjoy it, share with them anyways. That way they can decide for themselves. And yeah, that being said, don't mean to sound redundant. I love you guys. Stay blessed and safe. Good night. Until next time, love y'all and peace out. This is your boy JDQ with Vision Eye View.
All right. And it is officially 9:01 p.m. Eastern time down here in beautiful, rainy Florida. That's right. It has been raining in drones these last few days. But as most of you already know, your boy here enjoys the rain. I don't know what it is, but I really do enjoy it. Like dark, gray, cloudy, rainy days. It just brings like a lot of peace and tranquility to me. It's like a therapy, right? But anyways, that being said, what up? What it do? It's your boy JDQ, and without the crew of Vision Eye View. Someday, maybe someday. But for the meantime, we're about to have a good time regardless. You know what I'm saying? You know what it do. A quick shout out to absolutely the phenomenal people that we have in the live chat area at this very moment. Vladimir, Tetris God, Lala Blue, who else? Excuse me. Rod Plum. And I think there might be, oh, there we go. Hello, beautiful. Lynn M. Hello, welcome to the stream. I think there's like a few more people, but I can't see the name on here, so it is what it is. Yeah, we will go through the routine, although I don't even really like see it that way. But I try to somewhat do some type of like a routine, pray for the stream in advance, right? With you guys, and at the same time, go through some scripture to remind ourselves why we're even here to begin with. Because of course, the vision of Vision Eye View TV is to bring people to open their eyes to the realities of a lot of like subliminal, satanic, Luciferian underlinings within the different entertainment industries, right? Mainly the music industry, secular / mainstream music industry, right? And of course, try to bring people to truth and do what we can on our end. Even though we don't have all the information, but of course we try to do our due diligence to look through the information and let the people decide what is true, pretty much. Obviously, there's only so much that I can do on my end, and as time goes by, we will do our very best to make sure that the information provided is vetted and scrutinized and analyzed correctly. That way, no stone is unturned, and we can provide everyone with enough information so that people can do, make their own educated decision whether to believe what we present to them or not, right? But yeah, Terrence, Victor, and VCAP. Oh my goodness, it is me. What up, Ryan? It's good seeing you here, bro. I really do enjoy the fact that you take the time to be here. Everybody. I appreciate every single one of you guys being here. Always supporting the baby channel. This is like the secondary channel. So of course the viewership and the support is not big, but it's like I always say, to me, it's not really about the numbers, it's about the quality of the people behind the viewership and supporting. So if you're here already, I really do appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, because by being here, you're believing in the channel, you're believing in what the channel represents, what the channel's trying to do. And so that means a lot to me. But anyways, I digress for now. I'm gonna do a quick prayer in Spanish. If you want to join me in English or whatever language is easiest for you to pray in, you can join me. And if you're not a believer in prayer, that's fine. It's not a big deal. You could kind of like glance to the side while us people of faith finish our prayer and our conversation with the Lord before we start the stream. And just real quick, just a reminder, this is not a Christian channel, okay? This is not a religious channel. However, it is a Christ-centered channel. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, I'm not trying to get on here and preach to you. I'm not trying to, to convert anybody. I'm not trying to, put any of my beliefs on anybody. However, because I am a man of faith and I do believe in God, I try to have Christ and God at the center of the purpose of this channel. So hopefully everybody understands that, right? Anyways, here I go with the prayer, right? Amantísimo Dios y Padre Celestial, te damos gracias por otro día de vida, lleno de bendiciones, lleno de salud, lleno de oportunidades de acercarnos más a ti, mi Dios. En esta hora te presento esta programación, te presento todo lo que se ha de hablar esta noche, todo lo que se ha de revisar juntos aquí como una comunidad, mi Dios. Y te presento cada mente, cada corazón y espíritu aquí presente, escuchando esta programación y viendo la información que se va a estar presentando, mi Dios. Yo te pido con todo mi corazón que seas tú hablando a través de mí, que no sea solamente yo ni mis pensamientos, sino que sean tus pensamientos en mí, mi Dios. Que seas tú siendo de bendición a través de mí. Y que yo pueda ser utilizado como herramienta de bendición para todo aquel que esté escuchando o viendo esta programación que está ahora, Padre. Te pido todo esto creyendo y confiando en ti. Te pido también por la situación en Ucrania. Te pido que tú obviamente guardes, oh Jehová, a las personas que estén por allá pasando situaciones de guerra y lo demás. Te pedimos por la vida de ellos, su seguridad, su salud, su protección, Padre. Envía a tus ángeles a protegerlos y que todo, mi Dios, al final del día salga mejor de lo que mucha gente se espera. Te pido por la vida de cada uno de los que estén viendo esta programación, Padre, su salud, su estado mental, su estado espiritual. Te pido que tú los bendigas, que tú los fortalezcas. Cualquier petición que ellos tengan en esta hora, Padre, te las presento. Presento sus familiares, todo aquella petición que cualquiera de ellos tenga en esta hora. Te pido que tú pongas tu mano de bendición y de doctor o médico por excelencia, lo cual tú lo eres, Padre. Te pido estas cosas creyendo y confiando en ti, dándote gracias anticipadamente por lo que has hecho, lo que estás haciendo y lo que has de hacer. En el nombre poderoso, eterno de Jesucristo, te pido estas cosas, dándote gracias, mi Dios. Amén, amén y amén. Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bomb. I appreciate you. And it's really great to have you here too. I continue to say, even though I just kind of did a little speech earlier about my gratitude towards you guys, but when I see certain specific people, of different backgrounds and like different beliefs and all that, it really warms my heart because it is a huge, huge testimony that, you know, the fact that we can gather here together, and the fact that I know that some of you have different beliefs and different backgrounds and different faiths, you know, even with that in mind, and me knowing that, the fact that we're here together as a family, trying to get to the truth, trying to go through the information together, you know, and trying to make sense of a lot of things together, right? And that really does like bring a lot of joy and happiness to my heart, you know. Fun fact, some of you might not know, but I know most of you do. But for those of you who don't know, so I am a PK. What is a PK? It's a pastor's kid, right? So my father was a pastor. My father's father was a pastor. They were both evangelists at some point in time before that. And so I am not in ministry. I'm not. I'm not a minister. I'm not a preacher. I'm not an evangelist. I'm not a pastor. And currently, I'm not seeking to be any of that, right? However, I have been told many times through other pastors and preachers throughout my lifetime that I do have the heart of a pastor, right? And you know, the first few times that I heard that, I really didn't understand it right away. But I think throughout time, I came to an understanding that, you know, I care about people. I love people. I want to see people doing good, doing well. And you know, like I genuinely see people through God's eyes. That's why, you know, a lot of conversations that people might have with me, I always tend to see the best in people first. I'm not saying that I don't see like evil in anybody, because you know that'd be like a huge error, right? I do see, of course, if there's evil in someone, I'll see it. However, I do my very best to see everyone through God's eyes, meaning, you know, I look at everyone and I just like God, I'm very understanding. You know, I'm extremely understanding. Sometimes I'm too understanding, if you get what I'm trying to say. But anyways, I think I missed some things in the live chat over here. I'm reading. I'm not a saint, Tetris. I'm far from it, actually. But you know, I try. I was talking to somebody earlier today, and I was telling them, you know, no one's perfect, you know, and no one down here on earth is a saint. But there's a huge difference between people who actively, you know, day in and day out pursue perfection and pursue holiness, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually one of the best things you could do is pursue holiness, right? Because pursuing holiness just really means like pursuing God. The closer you are to God, the more of God will rub off of you. You know what I mean? So, but I do appreciate that. Was one of the, yep, I could definitely see that bomb. But yeah, all right. So, yes, constant and never-ending improvement is the phrase. In fact, I think the phrase that I used when I talked to that person was, you know, there's you really don't lose anything, you know, by pursuing perfection. If anything, you improve along the way in your search for perfection or holiness. You know what I mean? You don't lose anything. You just gain so much. So I appreciate that, Bon. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So that being said, and that being out the way, I'll just leave this up here for now. I appreciate those words. We have, you know, a really fun time ahead of us because your boy here, your boy's laptop is actually not acting up tonight. Interesting. And if you notice, you know, I titled the stream differently tonight. And you know, I'm not saying it has anything to do with that, but I just find it extremely ironic and funny how you know, tonight I have a different type of stream talking about different things that I wasn't talking about the other night. And yeah, Bob saying don't jinx it. Right. Everybody's like, don't jinx it, man. Hey, you're doing good. Don't mess it up now. Yeah. I know, right? But yeah, I think it's funny though. You know, tonight we're gonna be touching on other matters and topics, and so interestingly enough, the stream is going smoothly. My laptop's acting fantastic right about now. And yes, I mean, we're about to have a good time, y'all. So just hang tight. The first thing we're gonna do is actually, because believe it or not, your boy here has not heard Kanye West's gospel album from start to finish yet. My sister actually was playing some of the songs, I think yesterday, and I didn't really notice until like after like the second or third song or whatever, and I was like, wait a second, is that this fool's album, that gospel album? He's like, yeah. I was like, oh. So I didn't really like listen to the whole thing in its entirety. I'll probably leave that for before I end the stream. But I do want to review some other music that has been on my radar. And aside from that, I do want to give my feedback on Kanye West's documentary. I watched it, I want to say like about a week ago or something like that. And I do want to talk about it, and I do want to bring up certain things that were, you know, brought to our attention within that documentary that I think we should shed a little light on, because, you know, a lot of times we're being fed like the superficial stuff, you know, like, oh, this is how it went down, and this is what happened, and this is what the adversities that he went through, and this is, you know, his life story, blah blah blah. But if you read between the lines, and if you like really dig deep and take the time to, you know, go through some of the information that's like presented to us, you know, you actually find out certain things that don't add up, you know, and don't make any sense, and just there's dots to be connected, and so on and so forth. Yeah, the ET song, yeah, I mean, that's something that needs no introduction. The ET song by Kanye West and Katy Perry, definitely satanic. But all right, so just to give me like a few seconds to make sure I pull up the right tab and all that good stuff, because I know how it is. I know how it is with StreamYard. Gotta be a little patient. But so far so good. I have zero complaints of the speed or the smoothness of everything we got here. Let's see. What's this one? To review. Let's see how we're gonna do this, because I want to pick one that has all of them. Okay, let's do this one of this. We got more people. Oh, we got Miss Emily Rose in the house. Well, hello there. Emily Rose, thank you for stopping by. Your presence is always a blessing. So I appreciate your presence here. And of course, Constantine, same to you, my brother. May the Lord bless you from the most highest place, and just pour down blessings on your soul, your mind, and your heart, brother man. I cannot wait to have you on the show. That's going to be amazing. And I do have a feeling that it is going to happen soon. So we do have to communicate afterwards and talk about it. But I do have a feeling that it's getting close to that time to bring you on here. So heads up on that, all right? Mandy King, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the love and support. Who else? I'm just saying what's up to the new viewers that I see. Dynamite Sticks. Salute to you, sir, or miss. I don't even know. All right. So, people know y'all ready now. We're about to party up in here real quick, because my guy here never lets me down. So let's see what he picked up in the studio for this last album. All right, got Alex Zurdo, all right, featuring Christian Ponce. All right. Oh, hold on, is this the first song on the album? No way. Really? Interesting. Okay. All right, fair enough. Let's see what they got. Here we go. Hold up.
En la vida, lo que contamina sale de tu interior.
Not to show my face in a second.
Eso necesitas un detox. Alma y corazón, al uso de razón, a la mala intención.
Wanna be so far.
Detox, al alma y corazón,
That's my type right
al
there.
uso de razón, a la mala
Tell you. Hey.
Traigo medicina que elimina las toxinas del cerebro que imagina y camina pensando en ruina. Es mucho mejor que la aspirina, con la fe de vitamina y con un crédito que nunca declina. Casina, sin miedo pa' que suenen las esquinas, que tengo adrenalina para los cambios de rutina, que no temo el sistema que domina, que nos llama la propina. Pero Jesús está en la cocina, atina, dale para el templo y deja la cantina, que el diablo ya prendió todas las turbinas y tú en Teresina. A Cristo le cerraste la cortina y creíste más en el virus de China y eso no combina. Sin Dios no se sale ni a la esquina, es como el mic y la cabina, como las rosas y espinas, como el beat y la bocina, como el chisme y la vecina. Juntos de frente siempre a lo que se avecina. Afila lo que vas a echar en la mochila, que la conciencia pasa.
I'll tell you later, Texas
Te
guy.
veo muy seguro para el cielo haciendo fila y cuidado si en la hora al diente mientes como Camila. Vinila, y a los pequeños no le pongas fila, que donde quieras estás viendo un Godzilla. La Biblia va en la mente, sácala de la axila, que las tinieblas te van a matar como el tequila. La vida, lo que contamina, sale de tu interior. Por eso necesito un detox, alma y corazón, al uso de razón, a la mala intención. Detox, al alma y corazón, al uso de razón, a la mala intención.
Tú necesitas un detox si eres de los que juzgas sin justo juicio, pero más fuerte que para los del vicio. Si eres de los que fronteas con el servicio, I'm sorry, tienes que volver para el inicio. Esta no es la iglesia primitiva y tampoco lo será si esta generación no tiene iniciativa. Y si Cristo viene se quedan abajo, porque no es el trabajo, es el corazón lo que mira el de arriba. Dejen ya las competencias y la guerra, que va a llover para arriba el día en que aparezca un hombre que no erra. Si a la tierra la vida te aferra y vas a quedarte cuando Cristo vuelva, por más que no quieras. Esto no es un conflicto bélico, si somos un cuerpo en Cristo, porque actuamos como parapléjicos, que no vamos a sanar, dicen los médicos, pero ese no es el Cristo que me predicó.
Alma y corazón, al uso de razón, a la mala intención. Detox, al alma y corazón, al uso de razón, a la mala intención.
Es Cristian Ponce, Alex Zurdo.
You know.
I don't know. I think I might make my own version of this beat and do something like really different. But so for those of you who have been like not around for a while on this channel, this type of stream, talking to you touches God. So when we do like music reviews, like I'll play the song. Right after the song, I'll do my best to translate not the lyrics, but the intention or purpose of the song itself. Then I'll do like a quick review of what I thought about like the beat. I'll do a quick review about like how I feel about the matchup between the voices, and all that stuff. So this song is the first song in the album, Detox, right? Obviously, that word speaks for itself. Is really self-explanatory, right? But overall, it's funny because I was talking about this on the last stream, if I remember. We all need to pretty much like empty out like our mind, our hearts, and our spirits of things that have been accumulating, a lot of our time, thoughts, and feelings, and purge those things out and replace it with the best medicine, which is, of course, Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, right? And so by detox, we're detoxing all those, like, I'll just say hurtful, right? Because I want to use another word, but I'll say hurtful and not so much beneficial things that we leave or let reside in our thoughts, in our minds, in our hearts and spirits, right? And purge those out and replace them with Christ. So that's kind of like a real quick, like, crash course, like summarized version of what the song is about. Because that's me, like, really, really crunching it down to like the talk to me like I'm 2 years old type of version of it. Going through this real quick because I really don't want to take too much time reviewing the album per se. I just kind of like want to blast through it. But yeah, the beat is my type of beat. I love that type of beat because it's simple, right? And yet the tempo of it allows you to do so much with it. You can go fast on it if you want. You can go laid back on it if you want. Depending, of course, like what style like you're into and what style you're able to perform on it. But the tempo that it holds within like the track, it allows for so much versatility, right? And of course, me with so many options. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not gonna like try to rap fast on it, but the opportunity is there for those who like rapping fast. They're able to do it on it if they want. The featuring from Cristian Ponce, I think, was a good fit for that type of like beat because I've noticed that Cristian Ponce, the majority of his tracks are basically around that same tempo, and I guess I don't know if it was like a choice beforehand, like have him in mind and then made the track that way, or if he had the track that way set up and he just happened to know that it would be a good fit for Cristian Ponce. But in my opinion, it was a good pick. It was a good choice, a good a good spot for him. Lyrically, they both had a lot of punchlines in there, a lot of meaningful punchlines. But I think, I don't know, like in my opinion, there was a lot of good punchlines, but at the same time, like I feel like there could have been a few more like meaningful like punchlines within the verses. The chorus is catchy, obviously, so that's something that you need for it to be catchy, so like keep the person like there sitting to the rest of the song. Yeah, I think that's it for now, as far as like my review on that. Yeah, no, the rhythm is lit. Yeah, agreed. Let's see what's next.
Que aquí yo me voy a quedar, aunque las vacas estén blancas, de los problemas me río y de Dios nadie me saca. Hey. Tú botas humo, yo boto un zoom. Tú tienes un humo, yo convicción. Toma sustancia para tu diversión. Yo tomo esto en serio para mi salvación. Me dio más vida que un gato y no le salió barato. Tengo vida eterna por obediencia, claro que firme el contrato. Tengo paz en mi casa y su favor que me abraza. Su amor me llevó a las alturas y sin tener que trabajar para la NASA. Y les digo, no, de aquí no me voy. Tengo más victorias que Floyd, hoy te voy, que yo estoy bien donde estoy. No se equivoquen, conmigo no. Yo estoy seguro con aquel que me llamó. No se equivoquen, conmigo no. Estoy seguro y no me llamen. Que aquí yo me voy a quedar, aunque las vacas estén flacas. De los problemas me río y de Dios nadie me saca.
Yo no me muevo como un maniquí. Van a seguir viendo a Jason aquí. La cuenta de un político me sentí. Tengo más de lo que me merecí. Agradecido por la salvación. No tengo buena, pero sí visión. Él me hizo un arte, soy de exhibición.
I don't know about that changer, but got me outside.
No soy como Judá. Quien me salvó no murió como Buda. Me rescató de eso, no tengo duda. Soy como el Lebron, no gano sin ayuda. Aunque traigan orden de desalojo, lo siento. No se equivoqué, conmigo no. Estoy seguro por aquel que me llamó. No se equivoqué, conmigo no. Ya se los dije, no me llamen porque
Que aquí yo me voy a quedar, aunque las vacas estén flacas. De los problemas me río y de Dios nadie me saca.
Hey, Mr. Jason, Alex Zurdo, Bumpy, No More Tears, la familia, Z Music.
Come on, Cons.
Y aquí yo me voy a quedar, aunque las vacas estén flacas.
Ooh. Woo-hoo. Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to talk about it real quick. That was a very, very interesting, aggressive, like party-ish type music, which is it's like duly needed. Like it's I'll just say this: a lot of people have the misconception that Christians they don't have any fun. They don't. You know what I'm saying? They don't enjoy music. They don't dance to music or whatever. Because for a long time, it was very taboo for any Christian to like dance to music or like actually enjoy it for the essence. But over like I want to say the last 20 years or so, I'd say 30. No, not 30. 20-ish years. There's been a strong movement for allowing people to like get to know that other side of Christian or Christianity, to where our God is a God of joy. Our God is a God of happiness. You know what I mean? And to a certain extent, he's a God of a lot of like parties. To a certain extent, like, you go to the Bible, there's a lot of different feasts. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying he's a party God. I'm just saying that he is a joyous God. He's a God that fills us with a lot of happiness and joy. So of course, there is music out there. So like if you're like cleaning your car, you're not gonna have like a worship song like cleaning your car. But you could do that. It just doesn't make any sense having the option to have like something like a music that's very happy and very joyous. You know what I mean? We have that available to us. Variety TV, what's going on, man? Blessings and love to you, sir. Blessings and love to you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, exactly. Music exists in different for like different reasons and purposes. And I've talked about it before, like if you need to pray, there's music for that. If you need to like actually like do laundry, but you want to enjoy your time doing laundry and have fun with it or whatever, there's music for that, as you can see. So, so on and so forth. More fire and brimstone. Yeah, man. Same here. Okay, what language it is, if it resonates with it. Yeah. If it resonates, it resonates. That is correct. Indeed. As musicians, we can both attest to that. But all right. Next song. Oh, wait, actually, I didn't review it. I got so caught up in the moment there. Heartbreak music. Exactly, yeah. Making dinner project. No, you're good, bro. You're good. And yes, music. Listen, music is much more than us humans understand it to be. Music, and again, Constantine can attest to this, but music and frequencies found in music can do so much more than just change a mood. There's so much beyond that, and that's part of the reason why I started the second channel, to talk about these topics and really analyze them and get to the bottom of it. You know what I mean? Because music is it's more important than people know. I'll just leave it at that. So yeah, that song was definitely a happy-go-lucky, feel-good, party-ish type song. I appreciated it. The beat goes hard, except for that one part where there's like a counter tempo, like change up. I was not too happy about it. Like, of course, it went with it or whatever. But it caught me so off guard, like, and not like necessarily like in a good way. I don't know. I feel like for that type of like song, it's good to keep the pace the same. I mean, yeah, you want variety within the song or whatever. So there's different ways of doing that, but they chose to go that route and like changing up and do some kind of like weird counter tempo. And I was like, oh man, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, everything else was dope though, man. Like the matchup was good. Good voices on the track. Great, hook. I mean, yeah, it's basically saying like I laugh at my problems, basically. I'm not gonna remove myself from or like leave my faith. I'm gonna hold on to my faith and just laugh at my problems. That's what the song's about, basically. Swinging those, yeah, exactly. Tedges, we have to push through, bro. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of the whole like Ukraine situation, like as we all are. But you can't dwell in sadness. You cannot dwell in negative like feeling and negative thoughts. We have to push through, and even more so for them, like in their honor. Being able to push through mentally and emotionally, and being actively praying for them and for their protection and all that, can only be done when you're in a good state of mind, right? In a good state of mind and heart and soul. So that's why you have to try to like push through and feel good and try to be as happy as you can, because the happier you are, the more at peace you are, and the more at peace you are, the more you're able to do, right? Exactly. Thinking negatively doesn't lead anywhere. But yeah, okay. Here we go. Next one.
Yo sé quién vive en mí y por eso soy así. Y además entendí el por qué estamos adelante. Yo sé en quién yo creí y por él decidí. Ya que tú sabes a quién tengo. Yo tengo a Dios, tengo paz, tengo fe. ¿Qué más? Tengo amor. ¿Qué más? Lo que el mundo no me da. Tengo a Dios, tengo paz, tengo fe. ¿Qué más? Estamos adelante. ¿Qué más? Lo que el mundo no me da. Pues adelante, adelante, te lo aseguro. Tan adelante que hasta me viene el futuro. También vi a los que me levantaron un muro. Cómo se chocaban con el suelo bien duro. Así que adelante, adelante, y la cruz es mi cetro. Tan adelante que el presente para mí es retro. Tanto me adelante, que todavía no he empezado y ya terminé. Pa' que te vaya bien, no es lo que tengas, sino a quién. Sin Dios en el corazón, no está más atrás que el cerquillo Lebrón. Yo tengo a Dios, tengo paz, tengo fe. ¿Qué más? Tengo amor. ¿Qué más? Lo que el mundo no me da. Tengo a Dios, tengo paz, tengo fe. ¿Qué más? Estamos adelante. ¿Qué más? Lo que el mundo no me da. Pues tan adelante que ahora pico en la meta. Pa' tu enfermedad tiene la receta. Cuando él me alienta, mi fe aumenta. Ya sé que Flash se ve en cámara lenta. Porque él me puso valor, aceptando el dolor en la cruz por amor. Subiendo de nivel como ascensor, dando luz y calor como lo hace el sol. Adelante Daniel, que no se contaminó. Adelante David, que falló y se levantó. Adelante aquel que un día lo aceptó. Adelante Denise y adelante yo. Yo sé quién vive en mí y por eso soy así. Y además entendí el por qué estamos adelante. Yo sé en quién yo creí y por él decidí. Ya que tú sabes a quién tengo a Dios, tengo paz, tengo fe. ¿Qué más? Tengo amor. ¿Qué más? Lo que el mundo no me da. Tengo a Dios, tengo paz, tengo fe. ¿Qué más? Estamos adelante. ¿Qué más? Lo que el mundo no me da. Pues.
Man. Terrence, I wish, man. That's months away, but I appreciate that. I know what you're trying to do. I appreciate it. Got that 50 Cent music in the background playing in your head. No, but yeah, another like feel good, like happy go lucky type song. Yeah, I think I'm seeing like a pattern here within the album, and it's interesting. If it is indeed what I think it is, then it's very much appreciated what he was going for with this album. I'm gonna like retain my opinion on the overall like, purpose of the album, but if I am right, or if I feel like I am right, I'll leave it for like the end of the review after all the songs, which is only 9. Hopefully we can get through them, but if not, I'll do like half or whatever, or half-ish, and get to the other stuff that I'm gonna talk about tonight. But yeah, there's really not much to say. It kind of like speaks for itself. You know, it's basically like the direct translation is like that he's ahead, you know, or us being ahead, you know, as the body of Christ, we're ahead. And you know, people say that it just mean that they're winning, they're triumphant, and so on and so forth. But yeah, MD Cap Southwest, Jeff, is correct. The instruments used in that beat overall in the beginning sounded like pipes, not pipes, but yeah, like pipes of some sort, and it kind of like reminded me of like music of like the mountains or whatever, like music of like mines or something along those lines. And then of course the integration of the Caribbean-ish type sound to it was beautiful. I mean, Caribbean music will always be up there for me. So the fact that he was able to intertwine those two styles is interesting, but it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, great vocals, great beat, great purpose behind the song. You know, I'll just leave it at that for now. But I really don't have anything like negative to say about it or any constructive criticism. I think it's perfect the way it is. So next. Let's see. Speaking of Caribbean-ish, it also sounds Caribbean-ish.
Yo voy a hacer lo que tú quieres que sea, lo que sea que eso fuerte. No voy a hacer lo que quieren que yo sea, aunque el mundo se moleste. Yo quiero ser un vaso para dar de beber. El agua de vida eterna les voy a ofrecer. Oh, yo me disfruto vivir el cielo. Camino confiado cerca de ti. Oh, yeah. Yo me disfruto vivir el cielo. Siempre esperando y pensando en ti. Dios, el amor que tú me das, que está dentro de mí, le doy a los demás, desde que me rendí como brisa que abraza tu amor. Es así, no se ve cuando pasa, pero está ahí como brisa que abraza tu amor. Es así, no se ve cuando pasa, pero está ahí. La vida que yo quiero contigo, yo la prefiero, no te niego, yo no quiero más nada. Como el con delicadeza se mete por mi cabeza y en el resto ya no pienso más nada, ya. Porque me levanta en azul a tu cielo, esa paz que ya no puedo esquivar. Y como águila cogiendo vuelo, a su felicidad y no va a regresar, ya. Solo quiere hacer lo que su padre requiere y no lo que el mundo quiere. Mi voluntad se muere, mi corazón prefiere y te quiere. Yo voy a hacer lo que tú quieres que sea, lo que sea que eso cueste. No voy a hacer lo que quieres que yo sea, que el mundo se moleste.
This is terrible.
Un vaso para dar de beber.
Oh,
De la
man.
vida eterna les voy a ofrecer. Y yo me disfruto vivir el cielo. Camino confiado cerca de ti. Yo me disfruto vivir el cielo. Siempre esperando y pensando
Yes,
en
it is
ti.
considered reggaeton.
El amor que tú me das
What up, JW?
está dentro de mí. Le doy a los demás desde que me rendí. Como brisa que abraza tu amor. Es así, no se ve cuando pasa, pero está ahí. Como brisa que abraza tu amor. Es así, no se ve cuando pasa, pero está ahí. Hey, de la A a la Z que sepa, Alex Zurdo, dinámico otra vez. Hey, Khalil, ya tú sabes quién es el Leo Pa. De la A a la Z Music. Así es tu amor, Jesús.
So, yes, beautiful song. And Mandy Kane says this one is pulling some emotion for me. And I'll tell you why. Very simple, very straightforward. It is a love song to God. It is an emotional, it's like romancing God. You know what I mean? Like in a very, obviously, the very innocent, positive way, not rude. But like, you know, like just showing like God affection and love and devotion and honor and just like worshiping, praising Him like, through, But it is indeed a romantic song, but towards God himself. So if you're feeling some type of way, it's because that's, you know what I'm saying? Like anytime someone is showing love and affection to God, it's a beautiful feeling. So you might not have understood the words or whatever. However, the purpose and the meaning behind it, for the most part, you can kind of like feel what that person is trying to convey. You know what I mean? By the feeling of the song itself. So yeah, I mean, geez, I have absolutely nothing to add to that. It's a love song to God, and it's much. Again, these are songs that are much needed. Okay, we need more songs like this that actually show devotion and just like, yeah, emotional in a good way for sure. Yep. Yeah. I don't know what to. I think it was JW that brought up was it JW or I know someone said, oh, okay, Dynamite. Dynamite said Steel Drums were bringing it up. They didn't do steel drums, but if you listen closely, they had like a weird whistling sound in the background that was kind of like making up for those steel drums. But I do agree with you that steel drums would have brightened it up a lot more. So maybe, okay, this is a big maybe, maybe I might overlay some steel drums on it just to see how it sounds. If I end up doing it, I'll let y'all know and I'll put it up or whatever. But yeah, you're very right about that. Steel drums would have made it sound a lot better. So let's see. We're not going to hint cheese and change, but this is it. Yeah. Oh snap! We got Jaime Pimentel in the house, man. What's going on, brother, man? May the Lord bless you and your family and your loved ones in a mighty, mighty way. How about that? How about that, Knuckles? And you're correct, JW. That is very true. All right, so I hope everyone understood that song. Hopefully. We'll do this next one, and then we'll get to the other stuff that I want to talk about.
Hey. Dicen por ahí que la vida hay que vivir, que la pierdes si no la aprovechas. Pero para vivir, en verdad hay que morir y sin pensar entrar por la puerta estrecha. La nota sube y te lleva a la nube y puede ser que en esa nube él venga. No habrá escalera ni nube, allá arriba no suben. Aborrece el mal que te entretenga y no te agarre de sorpresa, que pronto él regresa. Pórtate bien, búscalo ahora, que nadie sabe el día ni la hora. No te agarre de sorpresa, que pronto él regresa.
I'm a terrible salsa dancer. Like, I'll make up for it with swinging my hips, but as far as like steps and stuff, terrible.
Nadie sabe,
Put a rose in my mouth.
Agregarlo todo y que un día todo acabe. Deja que esa mancha Jesús la lave. Tu alma tiene tos y la cruz tiene el jarabe. La paz para tu vida sedienta. En el mundo ni Google la encuentra. Por mi alma pagaron un precio. Si no lo aceptas, la tuya sigue en venta. Loca, loca la vida loca. Que tú eres libre, lo que sale por tu boca. Te sientes bien como un whisky a las rocas. Pero no es lo mismo beber que vivir en la roca. Loca, loca la vida loca. Que tú eres libre, lo que sale por tu boca. Te sientes bien como un whisky a las rocas. Pero no es lo mismo beber que vivir en la roca. Sube y sube y te lleva a la nube. Y puede ser que en esa nube él venga. No habrá escalera ni nube, allá arriba no suben. Aborrece el mal que te entretenga y no te agarre de sorpresa, pronto él regresa. Pórtate bien, búscalo ahora, que nadie sabe el día ni la hora. No te agarre de sorpresa, que pronto él regresa. Pórtate bien, búscalo ahora, que nadie sabe el día ni la hora. De la A a la Z, ey, y verán al Hijo del Hombre que vendrá en una nube con potestad y gran gloria. Aprovecha y búscalo mientras pueda ser hallado. De la A a la Z, Alex Zurdo, Caldetronic, Maelo.
Wow. Interesting. And one more time, interesting how that was the last song I was going to review for tonight before stepping into the rest of the content for this stream. And I'll tell you why. You want to know why. I'll tell you why. Look at here. You see what happened is that we've got a situation in here. And we're just about to talk about it, okay? We're about to talk about the topic tonight. See? So, okay. First of all, let's go to what the title says. It says, "Portate bien," which means be good, right? Yeah, it did seem short, right? Geez. This song is talking about what I was talking about on my last stream on this channel. For those of you who were there on the last stream, where I had problems on my laptop that switched over to phone to do the stream, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? Let's talk about the urgency of being prepared, because we are indeed. Yeah, train. We are indeed in the end times, and I'm goofing off right now. You know, I'm making jokes or whatever, but it's no laughing matter. The whole us being in the end times, and I pretty much was saying on the last stream that we do need to prepare ourselves mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, correct? And so I really don't think that it's coincidence that that song is on this album that I have not, really had a chance to really review or hear it. And I find it interesting. Yeah, for sure, yo. I find it highly interesting how that song relates to that topic. In other words, he's saying like, be vigilant. You know what I'm saying? At all times, every day, because every day could be the last day, whether it be because of the rapture or whether it be because of death or whatever it may be. Right? We don't know. We don't know how much time we have here on Earth in life, or before the rapture itself happens. Yeah, exactly, Tons. But be ready, be vigilant. The Lord asks from us to be vigilant, because as a thief in the night, he will come for his people. I don't know the exact verse and chapter, but he did say that it would happen like a thief in the night, that he would, you know what I'm saying, take his people. You know what I mean? Hágase tu voluntad en la tierra como en el cielo. Danos hoy nuestro pan de cada día. Perdona nuestras ofensas como también nosotros perdonamos a nuestros ofensores. Amen to that. Amen to that. So, that being the last song that I'm reviewing about from that album tonight, I guess we'll transfer over to what I wanted to talk about. Which, by the way, real quick, amazing beats, amazing topic, subject matter. Executed it perfectly. Hook was very nice, very peaceful, and at the same time, stern. It could all in tomorrow. So give it a minute to. Yep. Yeah, I was just talking about that the other day, man. You know what's funny is I actually brought to my family's attention yesterday or last night. I was talking to them, and I brought up an idea, and I want everyone to listen to me very closely because I don't know if y'all might want to bring this idea up to your families and friends, right? They might look at you funny or like if you're crazy or whatever, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure most of them will understand the perspective, right? So, I was talking to my family, my parents and my sister, and I was like, this generation, like my parents, my sister, and myself, I really do believe that we will be alive to see events, powerful events, whether it be that that some of us might be part of the rapture, right? Or some of us, sadly, might stay for the great tribulation. But overall, a lot of us are going to be alive to see or witness or experience a lot of these great events, powerful events, right? And I told them, because of that, because I do believe that, our generation is going to be witness of that or experience it or whatever, I think we should spend the rest of our time here on earth together, reflecting with each other and dialoguing or talking about moments that we've had with each other, remembering good times, reflecting on, these 30 some years that I have lived like with my parents and my sister and my siblings. Pretty much just kind of like reminiscing, how good of a life we've had up until now, how blessed we have been up until now, because of course it could always be worse. You know what I mean? As bad as we might think we have it in our lives, as bad as we think that we're going through it, there is always someone on earth who's going through much worse than you are. And so, I was talking to them and I was like, I think like once a week, whether it be like on a weekend or whatever, but like once a week, we should gather, around the table without any distractions, without our phones, without our tablets, without TV, and just sit down at the table and just reflect and reminisce on our life that we've lived here, not here in this building, but like on earth together. You know what I mean? I think it's a very healthy therapy that we all this is, of course, is my opinion. Like I'm not saying you have to do this, right? But in my honest opinion, I think it's something very, very healthy for any person, any family, out here, especially nowadays, where there's a lot of distractions. There's a lot of social media competition. There's a lot of TV trying to distract us. There's a lot of like news that tries to distract us. There's a lot of entertainment trying to distract us. And I think because we are indeed in the end times, I think it would be something extremely healthy for the brain, for the soul, the spirit, and the heart to have that close time with the family, and yeah, but I mean, they agreed to it. So like once a week, we're gonna try to set out time, to like talk and reminisce and all that, and reflect on life, our life together as a family. Um, and aside from that, game night, a family game night, and of course a night to like go out of the house as a family, whatever, go eat together, watch a movie, whatever. Um, the family, if some of you didn't know, the family is like the thing that's attacked the most. The enemy, Satan, Lucifer, the devil, however you want to see him or call him. He attacks the family a lot. So if the family strengthens itself, if the family unites, if the family gets closer and has a healthy bonding experience, and they remain as close as they can as possible, it is a lot more difficult for the enemy to strike, and make things harder on the individuals because of the families are together and united and all that. So, quantum, yeah, the family that prays together stays together for sure. Yeah, guard your mind, your heart, and your spirit at all times, every single day. Every single day. And this is what I was talking about the other day. I told you guys about the challenge, that every night, pray to God, renews our minds, our hearts, and our spirits. And every morning that we wake up, ask for the same thing, because it's something that we should be doing every single day. Renewing our minds with His thoughts instead of ours. Asking for His strength instead of being strong on our own. Pastor for that's it. Yep. Exactly. So, and you know what's crazy? What's crazy is one of the things that led me to this realization, funny enough, I don't know if any of you have seen that movie, Don't Look Up on Netflix, I think. If you haven't watched it, I recommend you watch it, but obviously don't watch it at an alpha state. Watch it, knowing in advance that it is trying to portray some type of like propaganda. But, however, strangely enough, at the very end, something happens, and it just kind of like it hit me hard. I was like, yo, yeah, if something like that were to happen or whatever, like I would want so much time to reflect on life and like talk to my family and friends and all that, people I love. And so I think to a certain degree, thanks to that movie, like my mind started thinking like, every second that I'm alive from this point forward, I should really try to have a healthier connection and life with my family. So let's see, as relative tomorrow's favorite. But today is electric. It's electric. Current. Yeah. Very, very well said. But let's see what else. Okay, so let me get this out the way. Boom. Major. Hey man, apparently your girl has a warrior spirit, so that's respected. That's what's up, bro. Okay. So I wanted to talk about that for a little bit, and the takeaway from what I just talked about just now is, in my opinion, we should all be doing that. just set out like one day to where you can talk to your family members and reminisce and reflect on y'all's like lives together. You know, I think it would be helpful for all of us or anyone really. To be honest with you, it honestly wouldn't take away anything. If anything, it'll add on to the bond that you share with your family already. So, moving on to the next thing, which might be the last thing I talk about before I leave tonight. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. Let me just pull up the tab. I apologize. So, until the tab. Yeah, Tetris, that's you shouldn't be watching that much news, bro. Remember, the elites of the world control the mainstream news media. And while certain elements of what's going on is true, there is actually conflict in these people, suffering and dying and all that. There is an agenda behind all that, and there still is a lot of elements of it being like a controlled event. So try not to watch too much news. It's okay to watch a little just to kind of be up to date with what they're trying to pull on us, but don't overdo it because it'll create unnecessary stress. But yeah, all right. So I watched this about a week ago, maybe a little more than that. And yep, program. Okay, Ultra, mind control. Okay, so this documentary, I gotta tell you, man, they really, really, really enjoy pulling at nostalgia and using nostalgia to influence you, right? And to get you in a position to where like you feel like almost compelled to feel sorry, for like Kanye, and like want to listen to like his whole story, and it pulls up a lot of emotions for sure. And I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of like had to like shake myself out of it because I was like, oh man, I remember those days. I remember when that song first came out. I remember when he was starting out. Oh, this is cool, to see like the behind the scenes of everything, his relationship with his mom, and blah blah blah. And I had to shake myself out of it. I'm like, hold up, bro, hold up, wait. Don't forget, man. Fish sticks. You like fish sticks? Yeah. You like putting fish sticks in your mouth? Yeah. Then you're a gay fish. Yo, that episode kills me every single time, yo. What? Why though? Why you saying I'm a gay fish? Hold on, I'll get this. I understand. I'm a genius. Oh man, yo, he tried so hard to understand the joke. He never understood. At the end of the day, he did not understand it was a joke. And then, of course, they disposed of Carlos Mencia in a very gruesome way. But anyways, that's not the point. But I'm a little happy that somebody brought that up because I wasn't going to, so I'm glad somebody else did. Anyways, yeah, this documentary is very superficial. it does give you like a little insight of like behind the scenes, and you get to understand certain elements of his life, you know, a little better, like his relationship with his moms and how close they were, and how much she would encourage him, and how much she believed in him, and how much, you know, she just poured Kanye with so much confidence and so much pride and all that. Yep, that is true, Const. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, and VCAP, that's not for me to decide. Who knows? Based off of like what I've seen, and based off of like what I've experienced that he's done, you know, since his conversion, I know some people can be like a little upset with me, or like mad at me, or, you know, disagree with me, whatever, and I get it. You know, I understand. I understand where the differences, you know, might come here, but in my honest personal opinion, I don't think that he truly, genuinely converted to Christ. I can't. And I know it sounds off. I know it sounds weird. It sounds like out of left field. And some of you are going to say, "Oh, but what about his Christian album? What about his Sunday service? What about him like announcing that Jesus is King?" Yeah. The problem with all of that is I forgot who I was talking to, but I was telling them like that's all fine and dandy, and necessarily you don't have to convert to Christ to say all the things that he said or do all the things he's done. But as the Bible says, you know, by their fruits you will know them. And I think I brought it up on the last screen, but the fact that, you know, just a lot of weird things. But the main one I always use is like the fact that he had, and I know Constantine isn't going to like this because he told me last time he's into the person I'm about to mention, but but the fact that he had Marilyn Manson on stage with him, when you know, most of us know that Marilyn Manson, that for the most part, he's someone who, you know, yeah. I'm not gonna like bring up exactly what, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. Exactly. Only God knows, and you know, I'm sure deep inside Kanye, like, yeah, he is fighting to get out of his MK Ultra like program. But I don't know. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Pick and choose what we see. Neo Media. But what was I getting at? Yeah, there's a few of the things that aren't really, you know, obviously for obvious reasons, because, you know, they just want to give you the superficial, like, one-sided like story of like behind the scenes of the Kanye's like come up and everything, right? And like the rise and fall, basically, in the recovery of Kanye and all that. But the whole like mom dying situation, like, I don't know if y'all have heard like the 911 phone call that was made for Donda, you know, Kanye's mom, and it's extremely disturbing. And I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm laughing at like it's the irony that most, if not all, of these like celebrities, whether it be singers athletes, actors, comedians, you name it. People who are put in the forefront of entertainment. Somehow, in some weird way, like for the most part, I'm not saying all of them, but for the most part, it's like when they're reaching these new heights of their career, these peak moments of their career or profession or whatever, like they lose a cousin in a terrible accident, or their mom or their father or their brother or their sister, or somebody in the family always dies, bro. And ironically, it almost always happens again, not to sound like a broken record, but it almost always happens when they're like reaching like milestones of their career, whether it be like a big boom or explosion in their career or their profession, or they just got discovered, or their album just got like they caught like wildfire and it's all over the place for whatever reason, or whatever, you name it. Something almost always happens to a family member, bro. Like that's like a conspiracy like 101, like look at Jordan. I think when I don't know if it was like his first championship or his second one or whatever, but in one of his like championships, he lost his dad. You know what I'm saying? Like, jeez, there's too many to name right now, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like, it's like a given that if they're reaching new heights of their career or their profession or whatever, like someone in the family has to die. Yeah. Yep. Telling you, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's not conspiracy if it happens so often. Just saying. Repetition, reading between the lines, and events that just happen to repeat themselves amongst celebrities and all that. It's just odd. Crazy, right? Yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, y'all, on the surface, it's a nice documentary, but yep. At the end of the day, they will never ever reveal to us like the truths that lie like behind, the behind the scenes. Ain't that funny? how even behind the scenes, there's like so much more behind those scenes that we'll never, we'll never see, we'll never have access to as far as like evidence and proof goes. The closest thing that people have, as far as like blood sacrifice from Kanye's part, like sacrificing his mom, is the phone call. It's like the 911 phone call. And I know someone out there on YouTube like has it. I'm not gonna bring it up right now, but I was watching it the other day and I'm just like, wow, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like the the urgency, or the lack thereof urgency to take his mom to the hospital and all that. It's just like ridiculous. And just so many things, yo. So just so many things that just don't add up and don't make sense. But obviously, one of the things that you can like testify about the most is, his mind, going through these really weird episodes. Okay, that's the other thing. You can see a clear difference between Kanye when he started okay, before he went big or whatever, right? Up until like I think it was like the third album, maybe it was like the third or fourth album, where you kind of like see him like having these like weird episodes, these like weird like psychological, you know what I'm saying? Like just like whoa, like where'd that come from? Like what are you talking about? You know, it's one thing to like talk deep, but another thing to like talk like nonsense, you know, so on and so forth. Hold on, I think I missed something over here. American City. Sure. Huh. American City. American City. Interesting. You could like text me that later and remind me. That would be great. Oh, that's what's up, Variety. Yeah, there's a lot of holes in that documentary for sure. Agreed. That's what I was getting at. It's like, yo, there's so many things that I just don't know about. I think that's right. Yep. Yeah, this is this. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Oh, what? Yeah, go Bulls. Yeah, I want Bulls to win, especially if it's against the Jazz. Really, Utah Jazz? I mean, I haven't seen their team as of lately, so I don't know who they got on the roster. But regardless, Chicago is one of my teams. So go Bulls, indeed. Actually, 1 second. Check something out really quick. You apologize. Okay. Oh, what? The Mormon Jazz? What? Get out of here. Okay. All right. So that being said, that's my feedback on the documentary. It's very superficial. It's something that it's kind of like there for like, kind of like feeling bad like for Kanye and all that, basically. And of course, to bring your mind to a nostalgic state of mind, so that you aren't able to truly like read between the lines of like certain topics that are talked about in the documentary. It kind of keeps you on that alpha state, playing with your emotions, playing with your the past, and like I remember those days. I remember, like it started out and through the wire. Through the wire is one of my I think it's number one of Kanye's like songs in my opinion. But through the wire, because of how emotional it is and because of how like the whole concept and story of like pushing through the situation that he pushed through, the car accident and all that, right? It plays on your emotions, and you want to feel like yeah, like the underdog is like making it or whatever, like if he could do it, I could do it too, type of feeling. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's like the superficial essence of the documentary. Uh, is there a lot and a lot more to be discussed? You know, within topic matters that are touched on there, and like dig deeper and like pull up information and try to make sense of it. Yeah, there's a lot to discuss about the documentary. Um, yeah. Wow. That's crazy. Organize people. All right. I will set my wicked things before my eyes. You know, and I think I've explained the logo of the channel before, but there's a reason why. Yeah, I know it's a little like controversial or whatever. Some people might deem it controversial, right? But it's very simple. And of course, by the fruits you will know them. And the fruits that I have given up until now on this channel is directing you towards Christ, directing you towards looking for the truth, directing you towards asking questions, directing you towards opening your eyes, right? And paying attention to what you listen to. And that's what the whole point of the logo is. Let me take this out the way. And I don't know why I'm explaining this right now, but just, I guess like a reminder. But yeah, if you look at the logo, right, there's an eye, right? But there's sound bars that make up the outline of the eye, right? So the whole point is, I'm telling you through the logo, pay attention to what you listen to, right? Again, pay attention to what you listen to, whether it be the mainstream media, whether it be the news outlets, whether it be the music, whatever it is, pay close attention to what you listen to, what you allow your ears to pick up on, what you allow your brain to, keep from what you listen to. So just that's like a brief, quick reminder in case anyone didn't know or have forgotten. But yeah, that is very true. First step to the truth is realizing everything you thought was the truth is a lie. The only thing that remains true and will always remain true forever and ever is God Almighty, His Word, and what He places here on earth to do. That's it. That's the only truth. That's the only truth that really exists. God, His existence, the power of truth behind His Word, and His promises with us. That's it. That's like the only truths that really, really exist. Upside down word, guys. But yeah, all right. I think that might be it for tonight. Hopefully, everything that was discussed and talked about, hopefully it blessed someone out there, whether it be people in the live chat or afterwards. Yeah. However, before I go, I already prayed about it at the beginning of the stream. I did present everybody's requests at the very beginning of the stream, but I do still want to open up this moment in case anyone needs us as a family, secondary family, to pray about anything specific. If there's any prayer requests, let us know now or forever hold your peace. Just type it into the live chat area if there is indeed something that any of you want us to pray about and present it to the Lord. Yeah, into that. Sure. Anybody? Any takers? Any prayer requests? Any situations that any of you want us to pray for or pray about? I'm gonna give you guys a few minutes to think about it. No one loses anything by receiving prayer or receiving blessing. Quite the opposite. We can gain so much through prayer, and of course, yeah. Terrence, I was thinking about that too. Terrence's mother, Jeannie, right? I think Terrence's mother is Jeannie. From what I remember from last time that we played. I hope I'm right. Please pray for my brother. Okay, good. No, not you, Mandy. I was reading Terrence's response to my question. I hope that didn't like sound weird. No, what you're saying. Okay, so April 12th. Let me actually put that on my calendar. It's I'll put it down. Yeah, April 12th. Okay, so I have added the operation date in the calendar, but I put it in a way so that it'll remind me to pray up until that point. Mandy says, please pray for my daughter who has a kidney stone. She can't pass. What's your daughter's name? I'll put it over here. I'll put it over here. Mandy. Yeah, Terrence. Yeah, man. That's the least I could do, bro. Trust me. And Mandy's daughter's name is Lyric. So it could be Lyric. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else has any prayer requests? It could be anything, guys. It could be prayer for God to give you wisdom. Prayers for God to strengthen your faith. Prayers for whatever. Of course, Mandy. That's again. That's the least I could do. Hold on. Okay, so Jeff has an unspoken request. Okay. I have to go back and read some of the stuff you've been writing. Okay, with that. Health. Okay, so Uncanny Valley for health, for all to endure. Yeah, man, that new laptop is coming. Hopefully, God willing, later this year. I do appreciate that, though. What you had that in. Vladimir, pray for my daughter in school. What's your daughter's name, Vladimir? The power of prayer is strong. Yeah, the power of prayer can do a lot, especially when the people of God unite in prayer. Listen, you don't want to mess with that group. I just say that. Wait, what? Okay, we got Trace. Okay, hold on. The name of Vladimir's daughter. See what it was. Richmond School. Okay. Tracy says her mom. Okay. So wait, what's your mom's name, Tracy? If you can, if it's not too much to ask.
Crazy. Yeah. Only God in time. Can tell. But I guess. I feel so too. Betty. Prayers for. Okay. Of course, Tracy. Yes. Again, that's the least I could do. Like, you guys, I might not, reach out to anyone or everyone like every day, but I've expressed, how grateful and thankful I am for every single one of you guys. I'm not the type of person to reach out, so that's why you'll almost never get like a message from me or whatever. However, I am the type to respond as soon as I can whenever someone does reach out to me. So I try to make be as responsive as I can when it comes to that. But you guys have done so much for me already, as far as like supporting the main channel. Back when it was just myself, even now that it's both Alex and me. And the fact that you guys are here on the second channel, supporting it and supporting the vision of Vision Out of You, does mean a lot to me. I think so, Terrence. I think so. Let me double check. I feel like I did. I could have sworn I either messaged you or you messaged me and I responded. Let me just double check it. I'm almost certain that I did that. Yeah. Oh, no. Ooh, no. I haven't followed you back. That is my fault. Okay, let me just double check here. Yeah. I think, I'm following you now. That's my bad. I could have sworn I responded to something you said or something. A little while ago. But now for sure. So, yeah, man. So, real quick, listen, that's the question of the day, right? If 7 billion people in the world prayed at the same time for the same purpose and for the same prayer request, God would not only hear them, God will listen. God will do what He do. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, man. Blessings and love to you and everyone in here. So I appreciate those words, though. I really do. Yep, exactly. Oh, okay, so it was probably somebody else, Terrence. That's my fault. See, that's why it's so like tricky, bro. Like on social media, like there's a lot of fake accounts out there. That's why I'm like so like hesitant sometimes to like message people back or whatever, because you never know who it truly is until you know who it truly is. But yeah, now I got you there now, so you're good. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. God bless you and your family and your loved ones, Jeff. Yes, amen to that. God bless this whole community, because we all know how bad this community needs prayer and peace. Yeah, that's, man. Listen, I'm telling you, and I think there's instances in the Bible where like something like that happens, and yeah, just amazing things do happen. Yeah. Yep, that is true. He hears even a single child's prayer. But unity in prayer has always proven to have like more power. So, oh yeah, do the best. Yes. I have a
a few more words to say before I leave. And this is very important, guys. Matter of fact, if you are able to share this stream with like whatever your friends, your family members right now, I appreciate it because as some of you know, I do side hustles, right? And I do like side jobs and then side works here and there. But because of lack of finding those side jobs and side gigs and all that, I do mostly depend on whether it be like YouTube ad revenue or whatever support I can get through the streams or whatever. It is urgent, and I'm only saying this now because the struggle has gotten a little tighter these last few weeks. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing it up. However, the same thing I've always said in the past remains true to this day. Like, if you can and want to, like, bless me or the channel or whatever, there's so many options. There's bottom right corner, bottom left corner, right? Cash App, PayPal. Because YouTube takes until like the very end of the month, basically, to like pay out. So, you know, sometimes people do like super chats on the mainstream or whatever, but they're not aware that that money doesn't get to me like right away. It's, you know, left for like at the very end of the month. So that's why I've, you know, for some time now, I've had these options on the bottom left, bottom right. If you want to bless me or these channels like directly, but if you choose to bless me through the bottom left or bottom right QR code, you're blessing me directly, JDQ personally. So there's those options, and of course the JDQ Just Don't Quit merch store. Right? We wanted to promote a brand that stands up for people who have gone through traumatic experiences, sexual abuse, sexual assault, mental abuse, all these things, and a brand that pretty much not only stands up for them, but is like a safe haven for people that have gone through like traumatic experiences, right? I include myself in that because, of course, some of you already know like my story, my background growing up. So I'm not going to get into details about that again, but for those of you who have heard my testimony, y'all know what I'm talking about. So that's another way for you to bless me directly. Again, you don't have to, but if you can and want to, those are like some of the few ways that I've actually been able to, you know, create to try to help myself out. So there's that. Thank you for the comments there. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, they've been trying to remove God from everything in Kenny Valley. Trying to read everyone's comments before I close this out. But anyways, I just want to like remind you guys about those options that you have. If you're wanting and are able to help a brother out, I'll appreciate it. It'll go a long way. Whatever amount helps, and whatever amount is always a blessing. And yeah, that being said, I won't dwell too much time on that. But that being said, I'm gonna let you guys go. Y'all stay blessed. Y'all stay safe. Thankfully, the computer didn't give me any issues or problems tonight, so I'm grateful for that. Mandy Kane, yes, I agree. I agree 1,000%. And I am beyond grateful and thankful for every single one of you guys. And yes, Chris is here, I believe. Is that the real Chris? I hope so. God bless you, Chris. Thanks for being here, bro. I'm actually about to like head out like in a minute or two. You ain't my boy. But yeah, guys, be on the lookout. God willing, hopefully the laptop continues to work smoothly as it did tonight. I am planning on streaming tomorrow and also Friday, so be on the lookout. If you're not following me already on Instagram, go ahead and follow me. So because I keep everyone updated through Instagram stories when I'm about to like go live on stream, whether it be this channel or the main channel. So yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. but blessings to you, man. But yeah, y'all have a beautiful night. Y'all stay blessed and safe out there. I hate to sound like a broken record. I can't help myself but to ask God to really, genuinely, truly bless you guys. And I really mean that. So, Cons, Tracy, Chris, Linz, Terrence, Touches God, Mandy, Uncanny Valley, Variety TV, Vladimir, Jaime, Andy, everybody who's here, Emily, of course, no, there we go, MB Kept Southwest, Jeff, Dynamite, absolutely everybody who was here tonight. I appreciate the love and support. And you guys are always in my prayers, regardless. You guys are a second family to me. So, yeah. Yes. God bless. God bless everyone. Stay vigilant, people. Stay vigilant. Love your family. Spend time with your family. Set out a day where you guys can reminisce and reflect and of each other's life together with your family. Set out nights for a family game night or going out and like seeing a movie together or having dinner together or something. You know, long story short, time is short here on earth, and we are in the end times. So better spend as much time as you can with family and your loved ones, and love each other as much as you can. Right? God bless, and I love every single one of you guys, and I mean that. I will see you guys next time, which is hopefully tomorrow, if not then Friday, of course. Until then, love you guys, and peace out.
Siempre viviendo un día más, tratando de acercarnos más a ti, mi Dios. Te presento mi vida, te presento mi mente, mis pensamientos, mi corazón, mi espíritu. Estoy consciente de que no estoy al 100 cerca de ti, pero sí escojo y tomo la decisión día a día en querer acercarme más a ti, mi Dios. Cualquier pecado o problema que estés deteniendo, cualquier bendición que tú tienes para tu gente y para mí esta noche, te pido que tú, oh Jehová, lo quites del medio. Cualquier obstáculo que quiera impedir que tú hables a todos nosotros en esta noche, Padre Celestial, a través de esta programación. Te pido de que tú pongas tu mano y quites del medio cualquier obstrucción, Padre, cualquier cosa que esté en el medio, deteniendo tu bendición con nosotros. Te pedimos a esta hora que tú pongas tu mano sobre esta computadora, que, oh Jehová, esta programación se lleve a cabo tranquilamente, que no haya problemas técnicos, oh Jehová, que podamos tener una discusión sana y llena de tu palabra, llena de tu dirección, llena de tu presencia, Padre. Y te pido que cada persona aquí presente, ya sea viendo en vivo o después que se postee este video, Padre, salga bendecido, edificado y fortalecido. Te pido estas cosas creyendo y confiando en ti, en tu palabra y en tus promesas, Padre. En el nombre poderoso de Jesucristo te pido estas cosas, dándote gracias anticipadamente por lo que has hecho, lo que estás haciendo y lo que has de hacer. Amen, amen, amen. Okay, so I'm going to try my best to add on some of the tabs that I have like laid out to like share with you guys. The mouse is giving me like a lot of trouble. So that's like the main thing. Like the mouse is like all over the place. It's not wanting to like stay still. It'll open things on its own. And it'll like be messing with like the enlargement of the screen and all that nonsense. So bear with me. You know, I'm going to try to work with what I got. I'm going to try to get through this and try to share visuals and stuff that I want to share with you guys throughout the stream. But if not, I should be recording this right now because it's going all over the place. Hold on. I wish y'all could see this. I'm like legit recording everything that's happening right now, like on the screen on the computer, yo. It's ridiculous. I swear this only happens when I'm doing streams on this channel. Okay. Anyways, yeah, something like that. All right. So in the meantime, while I have that worked out and figure it out, I do want to remind you guys. I'm gonna do a quick shout out before I forget. We got Vlad in the house. We got Emily Rose in the house. DM, Terrence, Variety TV. Yep, that's definitely not me doing that. I think I saw Miss Grimm in the house. Can't see who else. It's not letting me scroll down here. Who else? Trying to make sure I try to get everybody before I proceed with what I gotta say. Victor is in here. Well, I can't. It's not letting me scroll all the way down. So I do apologize if I miss anybody. Giving anybody a shout out. I see John Davis in there. What up, John? Jeez, yo. Lala, what's going on, Lala? Yeah, I'm just not gonna touch the. I'm gonna just let it do its thing, I guess. What up, Cupcake? All right, so I'll just talk. It is what it is, yo. Yeah. So some of you who have been following the main channel, or even this channel, y'all already know the story that I bring up every time I talk about any New World Order type of like topic. Y'all know that I usually bring up my grandfather, and there's some people who might not like the fact that I bring that up every now and then because they kind of like downplay and water down the way the importance that my grandfather gave towards talking about the New World Order and like talking against it and preaching against it. But yeah, my grandfather from my dad's side, he was a huge advocate of talking against and preaching against the New World Order. So much so that he had like a lot of books on understanding that whole movement, and how they operate. Because of course, in order for you to be able to fight a good battle against your enemy, you should know how they operate, right? The Bible even talks about being aware of the enemy's strategies, right? And it's ways of warfare, basically, right? And it's something that him and I bonded on, because I think he was one of the first ones that actually, what's the word, took the time to explain to me what that whole thing is about, like the New World Order and why they're doing what they're doing, why they believe they're going to have like the victory in the end days or whatever. And it opened my eyes, and it was crazy because around that same time, I can't even see anybody right now because it went back to like my desktop. I'm hoping you guys are still there though. Yeah, around that same time that I got to see like my grandfather pretty much like introduced me to all of that information, right? It was the same time that I was going to college. What up, Ryan? I'm trying to get the mouse down here somewhere. Oh, secular, the problem with the word secular being demonized per se is because, for the most part, anything that is not of God pretty much gets labeled secular, right? Or mainstream. That's why I use the words mainstream and secular interchangeably, because it's something that is not directly godly, right? So it's just easier to explain that way. You know what I mean? So basically, and technically, anything that's not directly of God, or has God in the forefront, can be considered something secular or mainstream, pretty much. But anyways, around that same time that my grandfather would talk to me about, the coming stuff, like what was going to happen with like how the new world order would operate, and just like the end times and all that. That's around the same time that I was going to a El Turabo. It's like a university in PR, and that's where I came across. I don't know if some of you guys remember when I used to talk about the vigilant citizen and how Ryan, to answer your question very briefly, no. I mean, I guess you could consider religion mainstream, but not faith. And religion and faith is not the same thing. I know it sounds weird, but religion is I guess like a cultural or like a rudimentary type of like lifestyle. And faith, is like a legitimate relationship with that higher being that you believe in. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is I'm trying to get the mouse away from the end stream button, because it's wanting to like end the stream now. I kid y'all not. The mouse it keeps going to the to the end stream button. Hand to God. What up, Cons? Thanks for being here, bro. But anyways, yeah, around the same time that my grandfather would talk to me about the new world order and all that stuff, and we would have these discussions and conversations back and forth, and he would bring up really good points and really good information from books that had been written before him, right? I came across The Vigilant Citizen. And when I came across The Vigilant Citizen, that was like, oh, I know, Terrence, I know. When I came across The Vigilant Citizen's website, it just really it opened my eyes to a degree. I Detective Variety, I don't know, man. I don't know, maybe, I guess. But we're still trying to get our word out. But anyways, The Vigilant Citizen, back in those days, this was back in what, 2000, I think 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. Back in those days, The Vigilant Citizen would have like just continuous content talking about mainly music videos that were coming out at that time. He covered all the artists, whether it be pop or rap or hip hop, rock, whatever. And he would point out the repetition, within the music videos, right? And when you talk to like people that have not been like have not had that like awakening yet, and they're still kind of like in that mindset of just like watching things just to like for entertainment purposes, they will not take the time to really ask themselves why so much repetition. You know what I mean? And that's something that always like stood out to me, is like the repetition and within the programming, right? So, that led me into looking into like the whole like Freemasonry thing and like what they're into, what they're about, and getting familiar with like what are their beliefs and how they operate and all that stuff, just to understand, the underlying message that the Freemasons were trying to portray, right? Because if you're showing me that you have bits and pieces of yourself, of your organization, spread out through different platforms, different medias, right? Music media, TV media, movie media, entertainment business media, right? Then there's got to be something to it, to where like there's a reason why you're pushing your agenda and your beliefs so harshly, whether it be subconsciously or just like in your face to the people, and there's got to be something to it. So yeah, the Vigilant Citizen led me into like looking and learning about that. And then, next thing you know, I keep searching, keep doing research and like reading and, just pretty much like trying to understand all this information because it's a lot of information. Like if I were to tell you like how many years in total I have been like pretty much like reading up on certain information, it's got to be at least 10 years or maybe like a little less than that, you know, of me actually like, wanting to dig deep about this matter, And yeah, one thing led to another. I ended up coming across a channel that I've shared already a few times on here, the A Call for an Uprising channel. And from there, I think the Vigilant Christian, he was a good channel at some point. Then that channel kind of like went like south or whatever. But at the very beginning, it was a good channel to like get information from. And yeah, like I mean, even before then, even before I found out all the information I found out about within like the music videos, within like the cover arts, within everything, even before that, like you could tell that this has been going on for like decades upon decades, and even way beyond that. Um, well, like yeah, so yeah, thank you, Terrence. I appreciate that. No, no. I'm trying to. There we go. Okay. All right, but anyways, what I'm trying to get at with all this, and it's kind of like difficult to not be able to like use the computer and like share what I'm trying to share with you guys. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that this is nothing new. The fact that they have been using these mechanisms and these strategies of putting like people of power in place and in position to push agendas through all these different like media like platforms, music videos, commercials, movies, shows, cartoons, all this other stuff. It has been so repetitive, and it has been a constant gradual brainwashing, right? And not just brainwashing, but conditioning, like conditioning of the mind, right? And it extends everywhere from the school system to the entertainment industry, right? To the music industry, and so on and so forth. And I really wish my mouse would be working correctly. Yeah, exactly. DM York. Nothing new under the sun. Anyways, going back to what I was saying. Yeah. And the sad part about all this is that no matter how much repetition there is within the strategies that they use and within the agendas that they